courthouse the other day in the hallway. You're singing "Oh Happy Day."
Hey, welcome to Canton, Massachusetts. It's a cute little town here. Kind of reminds me a little bit of South Lake Tahoe. Small shops, restaurants, things along the main street here. Also here, as you might have noticed, is C.J. McCarthy's. We thought with the Karen Reed retrial coming up and some of the more important hearings, it'd be nice to just kind of check things out here and give you a sense of the relationship between locations and some of the events that came up in trial number one, which probably will come up in trial number two. So it was almost exactly 3 years ago at C.K. McCarthy's. That's when that evening began. That was January 28th of that year, 3 years ago. John O'Keefe was already here that evening. Sometime after 7 or 8, he arrived with a friend and a couple of family members. They were actually celebrating that a couple of the kids had gotten into a prestigious school. So at about 8:58, Karen Reed joined John O'Keefe here at McCarthy's. Now, I'm going to just keep talking to you as I walk toward the waterfall because I think it's important to see the spatial orientation of the two. And I'm going to walk across the street here and try not to get hit. So when she gets her 8:58, she orders a drink. And between 8:58 and 10:30, she has, or at least orders, 5 drinks. To what degree she consumed those drinks, that's not exactly clear, but ordered them. At about 10:30, she leaves with John O'Keefe. Now, in the meantime, down here at the waterfall, which we're going to see is right down the street here, Brian Higgins is already there. A couple of other folks are already there from the McCabe, Higgins, all of that clan, and they're hanging out at the waterfall. So at 10:30, when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed leave and head toward the waterfall, these guys are already there hanging out, having their own party of some sort. So let me turn around so you can see it as I'm heading toward it. Up here off my right shoulder, called the Waterfall Grill. So it took, for some reason, 24 minutes for them to get here from the time they left McCarthy's to the time they got to the waterfall. Obviously, I just walked it in about, 2 minutes maybe. So they're here, and that's, they weren't here all that long. They're here from about 11 to just after 12 o'clock. So they're here, they're hanging out. People start to leave, the McCabes leave, Higgins, and at 12:10, that's when Karen Reed leaves, and about a minute after, maybe less, John O'Keefe leaves. They get in their respective vehicles, and there's this gathering that's going to continue at 34 Fairview. Some folks know where it is, some folks don't know where it is, including Karen Reed. She has to be given some extra information along the way. She has to kind of get further directions. Not very far from here, about 5 minutes by car. So they leave. Remember, John O'Keefe left glass in hand. Important because the cops say that was accounted for by the contact with the vehicle when Karen Reed allegedly ran into him. That broke the glass. That accounted for some of the glass at the scene. So there we are. That's the end of the evening as far as most are concerned. Let's head over to 34 Fairview.
remember when you came back to the scene on November 6, 2021?
Yeah.
Like an hour later or whatever that time was, right?
You gotta explain talking too fast. You gotta explain what you mean. Like, you're talking about the actual shooting when I went back?
Did you go back to the scene after the incident on November?
I sure did.
You sure did. And within a minute of returning to this, how many times did you go back to the scene?
Once.
Okay. Within a minute of returning to the scene, you located the shell casings, correct?
No, not within a minute. I had to take a little while to look for it.
So you testified yesterday within a minute or two, correct?
I did not test it. Well, I said within a minute or two, but it took some time. It's not plural, but you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what I'm saying. You said within a minute or two? You know what I mean, a minute or two?
I mean, if you-
He said 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes. Was that right, 2 to 3 minutes?
That
2
was
to
the-
3 minutes.
That was the testimony yesterday.
Thank you, Ron. 2 to 3 minutes, right?
I mean, it happened 3 years ago. You asked me 3 years later.
No, they asked you that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, what you're asking now, everything is videotaped and timestamped, so.
Well, there was a video tape you saw yesterday, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Anyway, you said yesterday you found those showcases within 2 to 3 minutes of returning to the scene. Did you have a flashlight on you when you returned?
No,
No, no flashlight.
I used the flashlight on my phone.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And you know that there were 7 cops there before you were there, correct?
Well, how would I know that?
No one told you that?
No, nobody told me that.
Now, just to clear up one thing, you were asked by the judge, I think it was 2 days ago, if you would meet with the defense attorneys and have an interview, correct? And you said no.
Yeah,
Okay. And you understand that's different. Yes, you and I had a meeting, so to speak, a preliminary hearing when you testified like this, right?
correct.
That was in 2023.
I believe so.
Yeah. There was a judge and prosecutors and it was like this, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were asked to meet with us, do an interview, sitting down with just the defense attorneys, and you said, no, correct. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. You're here with your lawyers today, right?
Yes.
The lawyers for your civil case.
Yes.
And you've been here with them every single day, correct?
Correct.
You've met many times with law enforcement over the last several years.
I want to say I met with them many times. They called me right back when I don't remember. It's been 3 years.
But when's the last time you met with the prosecutors here?
When I flew in,
What was that?
2 years ago.
Okay. So before your testimony, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And what about your private attorneys? You met with them to prepare for your testimony?
I didn't need to prepare.
You need to prepare?
No,
So you didn't meet your private attorneys at all to discuss your testimony?
I don't need to.
I understand you don't need. My question was different.
Cause for yes or no.
Oh, wait, say the question again, Joyce?
You did not meet with your private attorneys who flew here with you in preparation for your testimony?
No, they just said to support me. I don't need the prep. I don't need the prep.
It's not responsive. Everything after no is certain.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you testified that before the shooting, you had nothing but love for Rocky, right?
Correct.
And you said that if you said the word fuck to Rocky, it was with love, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. You gotta explain again.
No, I don't. I'll tell you your testimony. Go ahead. Take a listen.
Text messages, I always still, like, how you say it, like, compliment them or pick them up for their success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like, I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you, probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense, like, love, like, I don't want to, you know, but I never really got a response to that.
Okay. That was your testimony.
Yeah, but you can bring up the actual text message I'm talking about. We ain't gotta go back and forth.
All right, hold on. When anybody asks you a question, you lawyers, just answer the question. Don't volunteer something. If they want to flesh it out more, so Lewin might want to do it, so Tacopina might want to do it, then it's okay. But if you're asked a yes or no question, just the answer is either yes, no, I don't remember, or I don't know. Don't volunteer it, right?
Can you say that again?
Say yes?
Yes.
Right.
Well, did you hear your testimony?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And when you said, if I said, fuck you, it was with love, right? That's what you said.
I don't get what you're saying. Sorry.
What did you hear yourself just say?
I don't get what you're saying.
Here's my question. Here it comes. What did you hear yourself just say?
But what are you getting at? I don't get what you're saying.
Don't worry about what I'm getting at.
But explain to me again. I'm getting hard. What are you
Just
saying?
listen. He's asking you Did you hear your testimony?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? He just asked you.
Did I say it? Did I say? I don't know. Can you explain the question?
Play it again.
Play it again.
No, I want to answer this question.
Listen to this again.
I know text messages. I always feel like how you say it, like complimenting them, pick them up for their success. At the same time, like you're doing bad.
Okay.
But in the same text messages, like I never was like just straight out like, oh fuck you. I never said fuck you. Probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love. Like I don't have to, you know. But I never really got a response to that.
He just wants to ask you questions about what you said that you just saw.
Was that truthful testimony?
Truthful, can you explain the question again? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, I know it's I got
Did you just see yourself?
No, but you're not explaining the question.
Here's my question.
I see myself, but you're not explaining. So what I'm supposed to say is yes or no to.
But just listen. Did you see
Not
yourself? Did you see yourself?
I see myself.
Did you hear yourself?
I heard myself.
Was that truthful?
What's truthful?
What you just said.
That I love him or like we was cool? I don't know what you mean. I said a lot of things.
The part that you said, if I said, fuck you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love, you know? That part.
Okay,
that
it's true. True.
True?
Yeah.
In fact, on September 18th, 2021, at 8:19 a.m., you text Rocky, fuck everything about you, fake ass gay nigga. Right?
Of course not.
Of course not? Okay. I'm going to show you a text message now. Take a look, Mr. Ephron.
What is it exhibit?
Yes.
All right.
And Relli,
Hold on. This is defense C. C is in charge.
September 18th, 2021, 8:19 a.m. No matter how much the nigga tried, you not charging, I think they're changing. Fuck everything about you, you fake ass nigga. I dead hate you. Sucker ass guy nigga, then you change guy to gay. Remember sending that message?
Bro, this is a 21.
I understand. Everything we're talking about here today is in 21. Every text message he showed you yesterday was in 21.
Yeah, but you asked me now, do I remember? You're not showing me nothing else that came into the text message, so I probably did right there. Is that from me?
Yes, from you.
Okay, that's cool.
That's cool. Okay. So was that wishy-washy with love when you wrote that?
I mean, you're not showing me the rest of the conversation, so I can't really.
Was that wishy-washy with love?
Yes.
That was wishy.
Yes.
Sucker ass gay nigga.
Yes.
That was with love.
Yes.
By the way, before we start talking about the events surrounding November 6th, 2021, which we will talk about, Mr. Ephron.
Can you pull up the rest of the text message?
Mr. Ephron, here's what we're going to do. I'll ask the questions, and you're going to answer them. Okay, if you can. Before we talk about the events of November 6th, 2021, which you spent 2 days testifying about, I'd like to talk a little bit about you and some of the things you testified to. Money is particularly important to you, Mr. Ephron, correct?
No.
It's not important to you.
I mean, you need it, but no.
Okay. In November 2021, you told people that you were a millionaire, correct?
What?
You do not understand my question.
I don't understand this. Yes, no, I don't know.
Which you got all three in there. Yes, no, I
I'm
don't.
talking about 21. I told somebody I do so much stuff. I don't know what's the content of what you talking about.
Okay, you know a guy named Wally?
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 Okay, so what? I'd probably say yes or no. I don't care. Like, what is this about?
You probably said yes, no, I don't care. That's your next?
What is me being the... I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know.
Pick one. Pick one for the jury. I know.
I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people whatever I want. If I'm a millionaire, not a millionaire, like what? I'm not a millionaire, but what does that got to do with this case?
Mr. Ephron, just answer the question. He asked you a yes or no question. Ask the question.
But I don't want to get no further wrong. I don't know what is he.
Let me answer.
Listen to the question, and the answer is either going to be yes, no, or I don't know. I don't know. Ask the question.
In November 2021, did you tell Wally, to Jimmy, you know who he is, right? You got it.
Okay, yeah.
No. Did you tell him that you were a millionaire?
You gotta show me the. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Go ask another question.
It's important to you that you portray a very lavish lifestyle of extreme wealth, right, Mr. Ephron?
No.
It's not. Okay. You told this jury yesterday that after this incident, you don't have a social media presence anymore.
That misstates the testimony.
Yeah, no.
You don't have social media presence anymore.
No, I don't.
Your username on Instagram is Relli Balls, right?
That is.
And on your Instagram profile is a featured story you call Lifestyle, right?
It is.
All right.
Wait, would you repeat? The name is Relli what?
Relli Boss.
Boss.
Boss. Like you do, boss.
My lifestyle has nothing to do with this man.
I told you, don't volunteer anything. Just answer the questions.
And under the lifestyle features, the cover photo of the lifestyle feature in your Instagram is a thumbnail image of a private jet, right?
I think that was the jet I was on with Jabari, but yeah.
Okay. Again, going back to this because you just told this jury that portraying a lavish lifestyle of extreme wealth is not important to you.
I mean, it's not. There's so much other important things in life, but I mean, you need money.
Okay. There is on that lifestyle portion of your Instagram is several photos. I'm going to show you a few. One is defense. Help me out.
The next in order? Did you make D as a David?
D. That's something you posted, right? You put it up.
Well, what is it?
Okay. It's a photo from his Instagram lifestyle. It's one of the 7.
Dated when?
Dated December, we'll get to the case, don't you worry, Mr. Ephron. December 29th, 2022. That's you posting the private jacket, right?
Okay.
Okay. And what you wrote there, if it ain't about money, ain't liking you.
No, it says Lincoln.
Ain't Lincoln?
Linkin.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, why don't you show on my Instagram? I'm already getting death threats. People threatening my daughter. Like, what's going on here?
Who gave you that, Mr. Ephron?
The whole world.
The world threatened you? The whole world gave you
Because
that?
of what you're saying.
Because I'm asking you a question on your Instagram.
Because you're saying I'm extortionist and all of this, and you're putting my whole life on. This is getting really annoying.
No one is calling you an extortionist.
You're gonna get. What does this have to
Mr.
do
Ephron,
with the
you're going to
case?
get through a lot faster if you just answer the questions. If somebody asks an improper question, I won't allow it to go forward. If you're being asked a question that's lawful in a courtroom, just answer it. Even if it makes you mad, even if you don't see the point of it, just answer the questions as truthfully as you can, regardless of who asks. Please do that, okay? Yes?
Yes.
So what did you mean by if it ain't about money, I ain't linking you? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's a phrase.
And what did you mean by it? You posted it, what does it mean?
Nothing.
How about this next one? This is defense, E?
He is an ever.
E is next. From your Instagram lifestyle. That's you, sir, in Mercedes with the caption, "More funds is the focus right now." That's June 5th, 2023.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Mr. Ephron. I'm answering the question. I'm not saying anything's wrong.
Okay, what's up?
What do you mean by that? More funds to focus right now.
I mean, trying to get successful. Like, what do you mean? I do private equity, I do a lot of things, but I don't understand these questions. Why am I answering questions about my Instagram?
Well, you talked a lot about your lifestyle yesterday, about your business, and right now you're mentioning private equity, which we'll get to, and how you earn your money, right? We're talking about that. So you just said you're creating a lavish lifestyle is not important to you. So I'm talking about some of the postings on your Instagram, like this next one.
But Instagram is a place of, like, I don't see how you basing me as a person off my Instagram.
Okay.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
You talking about my Instagram?
Explain to Mr. Ephron the various roles here. Let's take.
one more photo from your lifestyle, just one more.
Is this another exhibit?
It is one.
F is in Frank.
For 8 guys. And it's defense what?
The next one is going to be F is in Frank.
That's the point. Yeah, okay. So that is, that's an image of you showing a yellow Range Rover with the caption "Big Automatic," correct?
Can we have a date?
Yeah. 10.
Wait,
You know what, actually-
hold on.
Can I just say one thing?
No, wait, stop. You might ask if you recognize, establish the foundation.
You recognize that car?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize the car?
Yes.
Okay. And does that car belong to your girlfriend, Lydia Parker?
Belongs to me.
It belongs to you?
Yes.
Not Lydia?
Belongs to me.
Okay, you take that now. Now, Lydia Parker is your girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And Lydia Parker is the same Lydia Parker who zelled you $2,000 on November 8th, 2021, 2 days after the incident, correct?
Objection, relevant order.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? We could show you. We have, let me see.
They're going to show the witness something.
Okay.
They have to refresh his recollection by not doing it in front of the jury.
You have a photo?
I do, we do.
Go ahead and show us
Sure.
at the, and there's no need for any counsel to ask whether it's okay to approach the witness stand. It's okay for anybody, all counsels to approach the witness stand.
Okay, you ready? So, does that refresh your recollection that Lydia Parker, your girlfriend, zelled you $2,000 on November 8th, 2021?
I guess so, yes.
Now, that's not the only time Lydia Parker gave you money, correct?
Objection, 352.
Stay. One second.
Well, specifically, did Lydia Parker give you $24,000 in cash?
Your Honor, didn't
In
you just,
I just said, when?
October 2021.
objection, 352.
Yeah, that predates the incident. The objection sustained.
Okay.
On to something else, unrelated to Mr. Ephron being given any money.
Okay. Now, you told the jury that you were making money in 2021, that it was a hybrid music career, right?
I wouldn't say that what I was doing as far as like music, like getting label meetings and doing shit like that. Can you say the question again, please?
You told the jury yesterday that you were making money in 2021, correct?
Is
Okay.
it-
Yes, yes.
And that you said it was the height of your music career.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Around the same period of time, in September 2021, you personally had about $4,000 in your bank account, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I have multiple bank accounts.
Okay. What was your primary bank account? I don't want the numbers, sir.
What bank? He's asking, where was your money? Which bank?
I don't know. I have a lot. I don't want to say I don't know. I have a lot of banks. Primarily, I have a lot of primary.
You have a lot of banks.
Yeah.
A lot of bank accounts?
Yeah.
Okay. In Bank of America, you don't recall having $4,000 in September 2021?
I don't remember.
Okay, sure. Okay, so does that refresh your recollection that you had $4,000, $4,191 to be exact, in your bank account, September 2021?
No, it's his fingers to refresh the record.
What was the question again?
Sure. Does that refresh your recollection that in September 2021, you had $4,191 in your Bank of America bank account?
I mean, it says it right here, yeah.
Okay. And in June, you had $693 in that same bank account, correct? No, it's not there. You need, hold on.
Now, these questions, black foundation, the foundation that you just used to ask is, does he remember
I
what it is?
seek an objection.
Yes. Stop the speaking objections.
All the questions.
Stop the speaking objections, both sides. Go ahead and show it to him, ask him if he recognizes what it is, if that reflective of his bank.
What was the question?
Sure. I mean, look at that. Does that refresh your recollection that at the end of June 2021, the year of this incident, you had $693 in the bank account?
No, that doesn't refresh my recollection. I don't have different statements, but yes.
Do you see that there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Do you dispute the accuracy of that?
Your Honor, that's an improper question.
You are all for that then? This defense exhibit.
The documents here say it does not come in as a prior inconsistent statement. It's not come in as a witness record.
We already talked about whether it was, it could be used as an exhibit in a can. It's defense G.
So, there you go, sir. Anyway, that doesn't, as you sit here, it doesn't refresh your recollection. That's what you had, right? And if I showed you one from August, saying you had $1,500 in your bank account, would that refresh your recollection?
No.
No. All right. Now, take that down. You said just now, you said yesterday that you were in and out, at the height of the music career, you were in and out of label meetings before this incident, right?
Correct.
What labels?
Capital,
All right, let's take one of them. Capital.
yeah.
Who did you meet with that Capital records?
Objection. 352.
Overall. Who?
I would have to ask my business partner.
Well, you were there, right?
I know, but it was so long ago.
All right, so he doesn't remember. Ask another question.
What's the other label you met with?
Universal and Epic?
Okay, let's take Universal.
I don't know. I'm
You
just
don't know who you met
know.
with at Universal?
It was a long time ago. It was over 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
You know, but everything you testify here.
I don't know Mr. Tacopina.
Okay. How about Epic? You know anyone that you met with at Epic?
I mean, I have it in my phone. If you really want me to, I could find all those people, but I don't remember right now.
Okay. So you have actually the appointments of the people you met
Yes,
with?
and I have flights from my business partner, everything. Like he flew to LA to these meetings.
Yeah, if you could eventually provide us with those names, that'd be great.
Your
Who you met
Honor,
with?
that's not a question. It's improper.
Each so.
It's improper conversation with the witness. This is not a discovery motion.
You also said that you wouldn't fight Rocky because you were already not liked in the industry. You said it on your direct testimony.
Wait, say what?
On your direct testimony, when Paul was questioning you, this one, you said that one of the reasons you wouldn't fight Rocky was because you were already not liked in the industry. Remember saying that?
Because I'm already not liked in the industry.
Didn't you say that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So you were well liked in the industry.
I was. Yeah, I had a good name.
And then you said you wouldn't fight him because you were in your career.
I wouldn't fight him for many reasons.
Was that be one of them? You were in your career?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. You said a bunch of deals went away because this became public. Remember saying that to the jury?
Yeah, because you was in the media.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask another question.
Let's start with what deals went away when this became public. Which
Objection 352.
Just a minute. You'll have an opportunity to inquire of Mr. Ephron in all these areas that you feel.
Our objection is actually 52 on that night, so our position is it shouldn't be
I
honored.
think the probative value exceeds our prejudice.
Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. What deals went away because of this incident becoming public?
Or my joint venture that I was seeking
With the,
with all the labels I just told you. There's other labels too I can probably find for you if needed.
so wait, let me just understand that. You had a deal with
No,
the
I was,
person?
no, I didn't have a deal. I was seeking a deal for a joint venture. I could have had a deal a long time ago, but I created a whole company, which I wanted a joint venture instead of just selling off my artists.
All right. So what specific deal you testified that deals went away? What other deals went away?
I mean, everything. All my artists turned on me. My own ASAP friends turned on me. Everybody.
Well, which artists left you after this incident?
My producers.
Name the artists that left you.
Do I name any names?
Yeah. You said the artists. I'd like to know which artists.
I'd rather not name any names.
There would be a 3-2 objection regarding specific names, Your Honor.
Overall, Mr. Tacopina is entitled to explore areas that Mr. Ephron testified to without history. Go ahead, Mr. Tacopina.
Like this. Stage name or like their name?
Stage.
Stage.
Cash was one of my performing artists.
Say it again?
Cash,
Cash.
that was one of my artists. Remy, and then I worked with a bunch of like videographers,
You
producers.
need the spelling of the second name.
That'd be helpful.
All right, Cash. Who's the second one?
Cash, Remy,
Wait, I don't know what you're saying.
Remy,
Remy?
yeah,
R-E-M-I?
Y,
R-E-M-Y.
yeah, Remy, I think that is. And then I was just doing I had a bunch of other artists, but not like in the works, like I'm about to sign them.
So, sir,
But my main focus was on Cash, really, in my, and like, yeah, just Cash.
Cash left you after November 2021?
He left directly after the case just went public.
After it became public?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said that the jury yesterday claimed that a lot of these deals went away when the case was publicized, right?
That's correct.
But sir, you not only publicized it yourself, you promoted it, correct?
No, I didn't.
You did? Okay.
Well, at least I tried not to. I didn't talk about it a lot. Or I tried not to, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're going to impose just an objection. Counsel, after his statements, makes comments, okay, right, etc. We're going to ask that those comments.
No, that's inappropriate for anybody to editorialize after a response. Go ahead and ask another question.
All right, so Wally Sajemi, we talked about him already, correct?
Can you say that again?
Wally Sajemi, we spoke
Okay.
about him. Right, you know we
Yeah,
did,
right
right?
here.
He's an IT guy, correct?
Okay, yes.
After Rocky's arrest in this case, you asked him to publish and publicize articles about the arrest, correct?
No.
You did not do that?
Never.
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 You didn't ask him to publish Rolling Stone?
Publish? What can he do? I don't understand. What can he do to publish anything? What do you mean by that?
Put on the internet, on your...
Why would I can do it. Why would he do it? What is he, do you understand what he
Mr.
does?
Ephron, all he's doing is asking you whether it did or did not happen.
No.
So you never did that?
No.
And you didn't offer to throw some money for doing that, right?
No.
Okay.
Only time I ever asked Wale to do anything for me was to get me verified.
Okay.
That's it. And that's a blue check.
Take a screenshot, please. Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness this screenshot. I'll speak to Mr. Lewin about it. This is yes.
No, there's an objection. The Indemnity Foundation should not be free from.
Or there's no speaking objection.
Let me take a look at what you got. Bring it up.
Or there's no speaking. Or there's no speaking.
Hey all, I think I'm on stage. Hey Missy. Hey all, I think I'm on stage. Hey, yeah, how you doing? How are you doing watching this? Okay. Hey Missy. I'm gonna have to turn off because I have this in stereophonic. I have this on my iPad, so let me turn that off. Let me turn that off while we went. The judge orders on some of these objections that the cameras go off. So then the cameras are off. I seem to be on. And I've been watching. The reason why I'm a little late is I wasn't supposed to be on until 3 o'clock, but I saw what was happening and I saw you all have questions. And I just posted something on X Twitter that after we finish this all, we're going to have to see who's the most entertaining witness that we've ever watched. And I hate to say that, right? Entertaining should be part of Courtroom. But this is kind of like theater, right? Was it Lil Woody from YSL or is it going to be Mr. Relli? Now, you have some questions. I mean, we haven't really started cross-examination yet. I can tell you that right now. And you see what's being laid out here. DA Lewin is objecting to everything. He's basically getting knocked down, okay? And he's trying to object, and then he's getting upset. He's going into speaking objections. The judge says no speaking objections. Joe says no speaking objections. And then what's happening even more that is that Joe is doing what we do as lawyers. Quite frankly, I usually, when I teach at Harvard, he was in a different group. I was in group 3. We all have a tendency to say okay after the last answer. And courts consider that vouching for what the witness just said, and you're not supposed to say it. I tend to do it not because it tends to be a habit, but we teach that you can't do it. And you hear that Lewin at the very end, he can't say that. That's a speaking, something or other. I forget how he phrased it. And so the judge told Joe Tacopina not to say it. So let me see what you've got now. You've all got some questions already, even though we're going to be answering them officially. Whoop, I can't. We got to go back into court because they're now playing again. So I'll be back next time and they take a break. Put me backstage, Misty.
Your Honor, the court made a ruling yesterday about recording.
You don't have to do that. Just play it for him. Does that have speakers? Play it for him there at the bench. Just so the witness stand, just so he can hear the voices. It doesn't have to be broadcasted at this point over the loudspeaker system.
Your Honor, before it's played.
No.
I'm just trying to report a ruling yesterday about phone calls. The court's ruling was no phone call could be played unless the foundation that both sides knew was being recorded. So that was the court's ruling.
I didn't authorize me being recorded.
So that's the court's
Stop making speaking objections. Let's first find out if Mr. Ephron recognizes the voices on the phone or on the recording.
not me. That's not me. That's fake.
Okay. No editorializing. He says it's not him. Go on to something else.
That's fake.
Go on to something else.
Can I finish hearing it though? Can I finish hearing it? Because
No, because there's no need to, because you said it's not you.
I want to finish hearing it though because
No, you said it's not you, so it doesn't matter. Go on to something else.
Let's just be clear, that's not your voice.
I would love to hear it again.
No, are you not sure?
I would love to hear it again for 2
Right.
seconds.
Right, let me hear it.
So, might it be your voice?
No, but I would just love to hear it again because I never had this conversation with my lawyer. I don't
Okay,
remember
all right.
calling.
Then if it's not you, then it's not you. Go on to something else.
Your Honor, if the court's ruling is going to apply in the future regarding
It depends on where the recordings were made. If the recording was made outside of California, it could well be that it might be a one consent state or maybe a two consent
This is
state.
a New York recording, made both parties in New York, Your Honor, it's one consent statement.
Correct, then it would be admissible. It would not be precluded by Penal Code Section 632.
Okay. So, you remember telling Miss Parker that your life is fake?
objection relevant at the time.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay. In 2021, August 5th to be exact, did you tell Miss Parker that your life is fake?
Objection relevant to
Sustained. Sustained.
I don't recall.
You don't. Sustained. Sustained.
No, I'm saying, right? Is it the form or not?
Whether he said his life was fake or not has no bearing on any issue that's before the jury.
Okay.
Or something else.
Well, you told Rocky's life fake yesterday, right? Did you?
I don't remember.
You don't understand.
Sheriff, you got to talk to the mic.
I don't remember.
I want to ask a question, I'm just not sure if this was all from the jury. Should I ask Mr. Chief, Ms. Lewin?
Yes.
No.
Well, His Honor said it's off limits, but I'm not sure you ruled on
Oh,
it. Should we go to
okay.
it?
Again, ask, that time, again, you got
No,
to.
all right.
I'm not his honor, so you should not refer.
Well, then he should have ruled.
Can you two stop squabbling? It doesn't have to be on the record. Ah.
On November 6, 2021, that's, by the way, the date of the incident, correct?
What incident? The shooting?
What incident happened on November 6, 2021?
Yeah. I'm not saying what, but
On November 6, 2021, your girlfriend Lydia Parker sent you a text message accusing you of being a fraud, correct? On that date.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
no, I don't know.
Hold on.
He's also here.
Sustained. Sustained.
Motion to strike any answer.
The answer's stricken.
Thank you.
Okay. Sir, on this topic, one last time. The height of your music career was in 2021, you told the jury. You were making money, you said, quote, I finally figured out how to make money. In 2021, did you make money from your music business? Yes or no?
I didn't make money, but I figured out how to make money
Okay.
within the music industry. and my artist was making money because it's their royalties. I could have made money, but it wasn't enough for me to even, I don't want that money. I'd rather give them a deal.
Okay. In 2021, did you make money from other businesses aside from the music business?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you made money any other way?
I don't recall.
Did you have any other
I don't recall.
jobs? Question. Did you have any other jobs in 2021?
I don't recall.
Okay. So it's your testimony, you don't know if you made any money in 2021?
I don't recall.
Okay, Laura, I'm gonna move into an area now, based on that answer.
Say again?
I'd like to move into an area now, based on that answer, I think it was no.
Our position is 352 and relevance.
I don't know what area you were in. Come on up and tell me.
Okay. The reason why the seal is up is the court has ordered every time there's either a sidebar, an objection like that, the camera has to go off. It's really very difficult because then you see that the courtroom camera is being run by Law and Crime has to then put it back on. Makes it very difficult. We have a little delay and all. But what's happening here is you have a very uncooperative witness, very uncooperative witness. And we haven't even gotten to the questions. I mean, and we have a lot of objections. The last four or five were sustained that John Lewin, the prosecutor, made. The other ones were not sustained for the whole morning. And it has to do with Joe Tacopina, who represents ASAP Rocky, trying to show that really this guy Relli is not a victim, that he had no money, he wasn't making money. And then he tells somebody, I figured out a way to make money before the alleged shooting. And that's what he's trying to get into, a motive here and a whole progression as to how Relli came to decide to set up this whole type shooting. Kristen, yes, you know why I'm wearing this tie? Michael Bryant is backstage getting ready, but yesterday we talked about me not wearing flannel, right? So I brought to Michael Bryant, remember when I was in Tennessee telling you about the rattlesnakes? I brought all my flannel, but I decided to jazz it up with a little bit of well, you know, like a Chanel dupe tie. I'll say that for now. So that's why I figured I had to do both. There you saw a flash of Michael Bryant, who's in Kent. But this has been wild here going on. And there he is. We're not even in the lunch break, Michael Bryant. We're in the second like side. First of all, they had to take a break. I know you're in Canton, Massachusetts, getting ready for Karen Reed. They had to take a break because Relli was not answering any questions. It was crazy. It was nuts. So they had to take a break. Apparently, Affy's reporting that his civil attorneys are in the courtroom. Somebody had to talk with him. So they came back from break, and then he started answering questions. And then it got into an area I guess he didn't like. And then Lewin is objecting. And then there's speaking objections. It is a disaster. So we do have some questions. Missy starts out with a question that Affy said that the judge admonished Relli 3 times. What exactly does that mean? And what can happen to Relli if he continues to be combative? Admonish means I'm telling you first nicely to answer the question. I'm telling you second nicely, Mr. Relli, answer the question. I'm telling you third, not so nicely, Mr. Relli. Listen to the question and answer the question. I don't care whether you don't like it. I don't care whether you don't want to answer it. If you don't understand it, we'll rephrase it to you. But it's not whether you like the question or not whether you don't want to answer the question. You have to answer the question. Now, what could happen? The judge could hold them in contempt. Or I guess at the most, the judge could say to the prosecution, your witness continues to not answer the question. I'm going to declare a mistrial with prejudice here because the defendant cannot get a fair trial because he cannot exercise his Sixth Amendment right to respond to a question. So that was a very good question to us, Missy Mayhem.
So the real question becomes, in reality, what would happen? Is he really going to hold this alleged victim in contempt, or is he just going to keep leaning on him and work with the attorneys to get at least whatever element of testimony they want to get? I don't think there's a contempt coming. There may be a threat, and I don't think they're going to have a mistrial. I don't even think they're going to, another in-between remedy could be that they're discounting his testimony, that they're just going to tell the jury to discount his testimony. So I don't know. I don't know if that's likely or not either. But I'm not shocked that this day is unfolding as it has.
And we haven't started. You understand? We really haven't started. It's only we're 1920. We're in 2021. We're not even close, Michael.
I know.
Yeah. Now, where are you? By the way, where are you?
Oh yeah,
standing
I
in
should
front of
tell
right
you.
now. Yeah, where are you standing in front of before we ask the next
I feel like I'm sitting in the middle of the street, which is very close to where I am. But right behind me, over here, right there, that's the Waterfall Bar. I'm not sure if you can see any of the signage over my shoulder or not. Can you see it? I don't know. Anyway,
no, but I did post a picture of you because you've been doing clips for Justice Serve TV and putting them on YouTube. So I took some stills and posted pictures of you where you can see the signage.
Yeah, so we did the walk across from McCarthy's across the street over to the waterfall behind me, and then we did a drive along the less than 5 minutes it took to drive from here over to 34 Fairview. Did a little reconnoitering around the neighborhood there. Lovely little neighborhood, not one of those you would expect to find a dead body on your lawn generally. So here, because tomorrow is the latest hearing in the Karen Reed case. Of course, this is the case, the hearing involving Gretchen Voss, the author for Boston Magazine. She is trying to protect her notes, which the court has ruled are going to be discoverable and going to be given to the prosecution. And the prosecution believes in those notes are something that would suggest discrepancies in Karen Reed's recollections of what happened that night, almost exactly 3 years ago. Yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of this happening. So we thought it'd be good to get our feet wet here in this community, check it out, check out the hearing tomorrow, obviously, and report on that. So we will do that. But in the meantime, what other little nuggets do you have for me from earlier today? I'm shocked, first of all, that John Lewin was not a total gentleman following the rules. I've never heard so many speaking objections from a guy that was mad about people making speaking objections.
Speaking objections, right? Well, okay. So the judge explained the questions to Relli, right? And then Joe had to read a text, and it said, "Excuse my language, everybody, but did you say to his client, A$AP Rocky, fuck everything about you, you big ass N-word, okay? I hate you, you're fake ass, whatever," that type of stuff. And there was like, could you show me the whole text? Could you show me all the text this was in? Can you show? No. Answer the question. Did you do this? So they had to go through it, and the judge told him to answer the question. He meant yes, he wrote that text. Okay, that was like an important beginning. All right. In 2021, you told people you were a millionaire. Didn't you? He said, yes, no, I don't remember. Well, Joe says,
it's a multiple choice.
You got all three. You got all three answers in there. You got all three answers. Yes, no, I don't remember. Okay, because he actually said that. Yes, no, I don't remember. And then Lewin was objecting, and the judge says, "Well, you need to answer the question." And then there was some funny thing, and everyone will remember here. I wrote like a boss. Like a boss, talking about the judge saying, I think it was talking to Lewin or something like that, or Lewin talking about the judge. It was really kind of a funny moment. Okay. And then Joe was showing him his Instagram, and he said, why you showing my Instagram to people? He said, because you said that you didn't have an online presence. And apparently his Instagram after this shows him on a jet plane and all. And also he says, yeah, you just have to answer the question. The judge actually said, you just have to answer the question, because he don't want to answer the questions about his Instagram pages either. He said, you called me an extortionist. You called me an extortionist. And then Lewin starts objecting. This was like what you got out of it, I think, from what our viewers are getting out of it, is that this is an uncooperative witness. Let's start with that, okay? And he's already hostile. So to answer your question, Missy, he's already hostile. You can declare a hostile witness when you don't call somebody. So I call a police officer. I call a police officer, but he's not on my side. But he starts treating me really hostile. Even though I called him, I can ask the court to declare him a hostile witness if he won't give me an answer. But he's already a hostile witness because he's on cross-examination. Joe doesn't call him. He is hostile. and you can treat him as a hostile witness, and you can do anything you do to a hostile witness. So if you get the idea, that's what it's been like this morning
Boy,
so far.
yeah, and usually that hostile witness categorization is if it's one of your witnesses who
Right.
not happy to be there. In theory, every every witness under cross-examination is hostile.
Michael, or add into that, tell us, or if there's a named party, right?
Right. Right.
And tell everybody what this means, what that means.
Which part of that?
Hostile. All of it.
Oh, well, it just means that the witness is not cooperating even with the simplest of answers. And so therefore you're allowed to lead them a little bit more, be more suggestive in your questions, because they are being obstreperous, one of my favorite words. And even the most simple questions, like the ones where you answer yes, no, I don't remember. Those
that's his answer. That was his answer. Yeah, it wasn't like you can answer yes, no, I don't remember. He answered, did you tell 2021 you told people you're going to be a millionaire? And he said yes, no, I don't remember. That was his answer.
So let's talk about why he's upset. He's upset about these social media posts, right? Well, dude, you're the guy that said my life was a living hell after he was outed as having a fight of some sort with A$AP Rocky. Well, you said that, guy. You're the guy that said people stopped following you. Your clients stopped following you. The record company stopped following you. Well, here's your online presence looking pretty good, dude. So, sorry, but that's the way it works. If you're going to make statements like that and we have evidence to the contrary, we're throwing it out there for the jury.
Kristen Vasquez asked, is this the first time Joe and this DA had a trial together? From what I understand, yes, this is the first time that they've had a trial together. But you see, the great thing about if you're Joe Tacopina in this, first of all, you've got Richard Gabriel and you have Michel Ward, who are the trial consultants. I'm not going to say jury because they consult on every aspect of the trial. Who probably been in trials with Lewin. They know him. They know what he's about. They know how he acts, and they can prep you. Also, John Lewin was on tape for the whole Durst trial, so everyone can see how he acts, what he objects to, what his aura is. Whereas Joe's trials have generally not been on tape. When he represented Donald Trump, for instance, that was federal court. So while Joe has a reputation, you don't have that fount of information where people can, like John Lewin can go and see, let's see Joe Tacopina's trial. They just have knowledge of his reputation. So that answers that. Kristen, you had a second question. Why did the judge keep sustaining every question? That was in the area where the judge felt, Lewin kept objecting. The judge felt there wasn't a basis for some of the bank records and all, that Joe hadn't established the basis. But then he finally did. And we went to, how much money you had in the bank. Joe asked a question here, Michael. Like in 2021, I don't remember the actual month. Did you have $4,000 in the bank? I had a lot of bank accounts. Well, how about your main bank account? Well, I had a lot of main bank accounts. And then there started being objection that there wasn't the foundation laid. Really what it was is that there probably wasn't the foundation, but normally these are questions you don't have to ask the foundation for, right?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming that Tacopina has some documents that support the question he was asking, so that he could, he could throw it in his face. If he says, no, I did not. Well, what about this? Here's this document. Doesn't it show that you had X in the bank at that point? But he never got that far, because the witness is not even cooperating to that degree to just say yes or no.
Yeah, and Leah Wilkie Donnelly points out another great moment, that I think that because you're on the road and you're doing all this in Canton, the best part was Relli yelling, "That's fake," when there's a recording being playing and Relli saying stuff, and Joe played the recording and it was like it wasn't a fake. He was yelling that something that Joe had in a statement was fake, and there's Relli in a recording that is not AI, that is not made up, saying the exact same statements that Joe was cross-examining, and Joe Tacopina was cross-examining on.
What was he suggesting? It was made up? That it was not? Okay.
Yeah,
well, remember, this is the guy that can't even identify himself on videotape. So, to hear himself, I could see him suggesting, that's not me. That's not me.
Yeah, I mean, I had no, I shouldn't, I said to, yeah, before we got on, I said to everybody, I said, we're going to have a poll after this. Who was the most entertaining witness? Was it Lil Woody from YSL or is it Relli from this case? And I hate to say entertaining because trials shouldn't be entertaining.
Well,
But
but
these, what?
vicariously, that's why we're here. It's there, but for the grace of God, go I. I'm not in that situation. We would like to see how people handle these situations, and there's an entertainment value. I'm sorry, that's just a fact. Hey, let me answer a question for Sheila Duffy. She's asking, why? And this gets back to day one. Why is Lewin objecting when he didn't do the direct examination? Good question. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but we knew it was coming because during the setup for this trial, Lewin specifically asked the court if it was okay if somebody other than the examining attorney could then object. And this is what he was setting up. They let Paulie P do the direct examination, and then Lewin, because he's so much better and so much more qualified than Paulie P in his mind, he will do the objecting for this witness. So that's been set up ahead of time. It's bizarre.
It is absolutely bizarre, but you see what was happening. I think they thought that Joe would be too much for Paulie P to handle, and he's not. He's doing a very good job. It's just the thing is that he seems to have the goods, and maybe Lewin thought if he objects, he can bully the judge, and the judge ain't being bullied, Joe, by Joe or by Lewin.
Yeah, I like him. Everybody likes this judge. Have we had a lot of feedback on the judge?
I don't know. What do you all think? What do you think? Do you all like this judge? I've seen comments that they do like the judge, and all. But if you don't, tell me why. Tell us why. What other questions do you have from what we've seen? Now, I assume they're taking some kind of long break or early lunch. I don't know what to make of this because
it's definitely lunchtime.
it's well, we didn't get, but Missy likes the judge. It's a bizarre case in a nice way, says Kristen Vacquez. The judge has no problem yelling at the lawyers, right?
And that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
it's his courtroom,
Yeah. Leah Wilkie Donnelly also has another great question. Joe should be allowed to establish a flow with this cross. These breaks are ridiculous. And I kind of agree with that, except that it's highlighting for the jury that we're having to take a break because Relli ain't so cooperative.
Well, let's face it. I mean, at its core, you got a horrible witness and you have an opposing attorney in Lewin who won't even let you kind of create that flow for a horrible witness. So this is a sloppy mess, and there's no easy way to clean it up when you have all of these horrible elements: bad witness, obstreperous attorney making objections. But it's not going to be. This ain't going to be, the second half of watching a Law and Order episode, right?
I don't know. It's judges trying to certainly keep order. As Kristen pointed out, he leaned against the wall and he told the attorneys to stop. And we've all been there. We've all been there when we're in a case that said we're going back and forth. And the judge says, stop, just stop. You sit down over here and you sit over there. You go to your quarters,
It's
or
the no squabble zone. That's what he said. The no squabble zone.
The no squabble zone. But he really has a handle. And I also think he has a handle on Lewin too, right? Because Lewin was like, then started with the speaking objections. It was like, no speaking objections. And then Joe says no speaking objections. And the judge says no speaking objections. At one point, I wasn't sure who was answering because they were all like saying the same thing, stop with the speaking objections. And he would do that if he couldn't win the main objection, right? If it was a ruling against him. So are people beeping at you there? Are people beeping at you there?
Oh no, that's I think there's some cops going by, and there's a train station right there. I mean, if I had some orange cones, I'd put them around me, but I do not.
Well, let me ask you this, because let me just go off ASAP Rocky for a second. And by the way, Riri is in the courtroom. And apparently, before I do that, really civil attorneys are in the courtroom. Now, we know that supposedly it was Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez who took the case, even though Ben is at a new firm. But I don't know whether he went to the same firm that Camille's at. I don't know what the situation is. By the way, I'll have to look it up because he texted it to me. So I have to look it up. By the way, they're breaking for 90 minutes is the new hot off the press. 90 minutes.
Well,
now, can Joe mention to Relli, you have your civil attorney sitting here in the courtroom? Could he say that?
oh, sure. I'm sure
Why?
he could, because the lawsuit's going to come up because it was talked about on direct, right? That door was opened. I know there's going to be a fight about it, but that door was open when Relli offered, a yes or no answer was no, because I'm suing him for defamation. So, that's why he didn't want to talk to the defense attorney prior to trial when the judge made that offer. So to me, that barn door is open. Now, I don't know how the judge is going to rule, but I don't know how much more open it can be when the witness has acknowledged filing a lawsuit against the attorney that is now questioning him.
So, Michael, I have another one to ask you. Okay, what if Relli then says, "I'm not going to answer any more questions"? What's the remedy? I mean, you got the civil attorneys there; they won't be too happy with that. But what if he says, "I don't want to answer any more questions"?
Well, then it's on the judge to decide. One of the things we've already talked about is going to be held in contempt, where he could be hauled off. See ya. Or is he going to have his testimony limited as a result of that? I mean, those are the options. He's either going to have his testimony limited or he's going to be hauled out if the judge is serious about enforcing his, 2 warnings he's had now? 3 warnings?
3 warnings. He's had three admonitions already.
I think 3 strikes and you're out. I think,
yeah.
I think that's it. But you know how judges are. We saw this in the Fonnie Willis case. Remember when she was
witness
admonished a number of times, by the judge when Fonnie was the witness. He never did anything. So,
No, that's
sometimes
true. I mean,
it's a hollow thread.
Yeah, but this is like, so these are, my notes are literally a page and a half because all I kept writing down was objection, overruled, objection, overruled. What do you mean by that? Why are you asking me these questions? What does that have to, Relli would say, what does that have to do with the lawsuit? And that's when the judge would say, nicely explain to him, you have to answer the question. It's not for you to decide what it has to do with the lawsuit. Joe asked him 2 different questions. He had 2 different answers. One was in a videotape and one was in court. And he said, well, which one is true? And Relli says, I don't know what you want to hear. Okay.
Yeah, you forgot to tell me that part of the script. Where am I on this story? Yeah.
Now, let me ask you another question, okay? So if his civil attorneys are there and he's in the middle of cross-examination, we know that the prosecutors can't talk to your witness. When you put a witness on, you cannot then talk to your witness when they're in the middle of cross-examination. You can't,
Right.
Unless the judge says, I'm giving you permission to talk to him, to tell him to answer the questions. The judge could do that. I'm doing that. All right. But are his civil attorneys allowed to speak to him?
I think the judge could allow it, but I'd be shocked if he did. You mean during a break, like now, right? Like now.
Right, like now.
I don't, I wasn't listening when they broke, and it may not have been audio that we heard, but the judge would have admonished them if that were the case. I don't think he has the right to do that, to be honest with you. I don't think he does. Now, if you're cross-examining Mr. Relli, when he gets back up there, did you talk to your civil attorneys during the break? And then, you can't get into attorney-client privilege material, obviously, but you can certainly ask whether he had conversations with those civil attorneys.
Yeah. So then there was another thing I'll get your opinion on. And at one point, Joe Tacopina was asking Relli about, well, you said that you had clients and they left you. Who did you have before this incident? I don't want to name names.
Yeah.
Who did you have after I don't want to name names. He actually said, I'd rather not name names. So he did put the rather in there. And of course, there was an objection to the question and it was overruled because, he testified it on the prosecutor's direct examination that he lost clients. So I don't know how the objection could even been made, but it was overruled. And then he gives names like like one word names, like not people that you would know,
Oh,
like one word
right.
names, like artist names or something that if you're like there, if you're like us and you want to Google them, yeah, you're not going to find anything.
What I think is interesting is you got two different things happening here. With the criminal case, obviously, it goes to his credibility. If he says he's lost all this work, and if you don't believe him on that front, maybe you don't believe him on the events that he says happened that night. But in the civil case, you're going nowhere in terms of damages, because you can't just throw out a name here or there. You got to have some hardcore information that shows, yes, I was working with ABC Records, and on this day when they heard about this story, they stopped, and now I'm no longer dealing with ABC. That's your case in a civil matter. It's all about the damages. You can't prove them up without that hardcore info. In this case, it just goes to his credibility.
All right, so you come back with this 90-minute break, which there has to be something else going on here, right? It just can't
it's a
be
normal lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, but
lunch?
Isn't the lunch an hour, or was
No,
it
they've been doing an hour and a half.
An hour and a half? Okay,
They've
but
been doing 12 to
they had
1:30 out there.
a 20-minute break, just like 10 minutes before they broke for this lunch, because that's when Relli was being so difficult. So now we have an hour and a half lunch. You're sitting on that jury, all right? I want you to be objective. What are you thinking?
Well, at this point, I'm just wondering, this is the best they've got, this witness, this guy who's the alleged victim. He's all over the map. He's not clear. I don't know if I believe anything he says, but he's not done, so I'll give him the chance. I'll wait and see what happens on redirect. Maybe there'll be some cleanup on aisle 5 for all the wreckage that Joe Tacopina is causing on his cross-examination. But at this point, you don't know enough. You just think this is it. This is the star.
This is the star. Now, let's assume he kind of like totally fails on this. And he keeps being obstreperous, as you said. He keeps wanting to control the issue. Lewin keeps objecting to Joe Tacopina. And by the way, Tacopina hasn't raised his voice at all. It's not like he's come after him, right? It really hasn't done that, right? As it goes along even further, and let's just see, he gets off the stand. Let's assume he gets off the stand today, which I think is a big if, but could happen. Is he the only thing the state has? Is he it?
Well, they're going to have these corroborative witnesses, like the girlfriend. I think she's key. I've always thought all along she's going to be key to corroborate the bullets, the casings that were found that night. But I don't know what else you got. You don't have real injuries that are going to sway anybody. They're either going to think the bullet caused those knuckle injuries or not. Not a big deal. There's no gun, right? Which, again, doesn't help the defense. There's no gun, whether it was a prop gun, starter pistol, whatever it was, there's no weapon. So if this guy can't sell this jury, I don't know what else there is to sell them on this case.
Well, so given everything we have so far, let's assume there was redirect that started now. And redirect is what the prosecutor is going to do. And I don't know whether or not did the judge give permission for another attorney to do redirect? Does the person handling the witness have to be the same person that handled the direct? Do you know the answer to that?
Actually, I'm going to be going out there and handling redirect. It's very bizarre. But I mean, I don't understand why they would switch horses, as it were, in the middle of the stream. But with this case, I would not be surprised. I don't think that was the original intent when they had those conversations. One attorney, one objecting. I think the theory was examination and redirect, same attorney. But who knows? Come on.
So, Michael, let's go back to where you are for a second right now, in the middle, almost in the middle of the street, getting run over.
And I think, let's see, Ms. Schmidt said, it looks freezing. It is. I'm freezing my ass off out here. And I'm not sure how much longer I've got for you, but I'll try and make another 10.
I was going to, well, do you think you could go into the, is it the water wheel behind you?
Waterfall.
The waterfall. I keep
Bar
forgetting.
and Grill.
The waterfall bar and grill. That's right. The water wheel is
Can I
in
go
Milford, Pennsylvania.
and broadcast from there?
Yeah. What do you think?
I will, after I'm done freezing, I will go in there and get a large glass of liquor, and then I will ask them perhaps, who knows what the reaction is going to be from these folks. They may be, get the hell out of here. I don't want to even hear a thing about that case ever again. Or they may be like, yeah, it's a disgrace, and I don't know, but I will ask. And we should remind that we're on. This is the JSTV satellite system.
I was going to ask, what do you want?
Elon. I mean, we're total satellite right now. You know.
Yeah, you're on this. You're on our mini Starlink. You're not on a phone. You're on the mini Starlink that
Yeah.
we have for Justice Serve TV, so we can broadcast everywhere. So this is our first outing with it, and your
How's
picture
it look?
your
Look
picture's
all right?
great.
Look good. Okay.
Yeah, I think your picture looks great, but I have to tell you, you said you're going to go in and have a drink. We
Well,
have a lot of
Just,
we have a lo-
you know.
we have a lot of views last night on the show we did the night before, right, about getting this ready, right? When we turned it over into an episode, which we like to do because a lot of people can't watch live, right? It's just getting view after view after view. But one of the comments said, "Well, I shouldn't talk over you, but we know that that's our kind of our shtick, you know." And
Yeah,
sometimes,
you know, we've had that before, and you know, we just chalk it up to the passion we have for this material that we're talking about, and you know, if that is offensive to some people, we're sorry. We're not doing it to bother people. It's just kind of the way our conversation unfolds. So
yeah, and we have a conversation. But I have to tell you, because you said that, someone said, I must be drunk or on something. Okay.
somebody said that. Oh, I didn't see that one.
I guess they don't know me.
No.
I guess they don't know my passion. And I guess they don't know that you've been with me. You know that I
don't even drink.
I don't even drink. Yeah. I mean, I'm allergic to wine, so that's not a good thing. And the only thing I can drink is very high-end champagne. My husband will say, of course, which I just generally don't do. And I don't take drugs, so I don't know. I don't know that. You know,
You're just high on life.
I am. I'm actually high on life. I love speaking to you. We love doing this show together. And, you know, if you're not in a courtroom passionately, and in a courtroom, I can be a little bit more sedate, as you all know, because you've all watched me in a courtroom. But if you're not passionate about what you do, why do it?
Yep, that's right. Oh, wait, I think my train's here.
Well, you know what? Maybe you should go into the waterfall bar.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna leave this with you, and I'll go in there and see what's happening or not happening.
Yeah, and I'll continue to try to answer some questions, see what else we have, see what else is going on. I see Missy had to leave us all, by the way, because she had to go to she posted a PT appointment, and then hopefully she'll be back before court comes back. But I think we should let Michael get out of the cold.
I'm going to abandon you. Yes.
Okay. And look, if you want to come back on, you're in that waterfall bar, and they want to talk.
I'll check in. I'll see where you guys are in the process when I warm up a little bit. Okay. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Michael, for joining us. But boy, what a show that we have going on here. So let's go back and just rehash some of the things that have happened in this situation. We saw that Relli had sent messages to Rocky, including, you know, to suck, and it was an N-word. Now, I'm not going to say it, okay? We saw that the Tacopina was trying to talk about how Relli had this incredible lifestyle that he was portraying to people, but that he was really broke. All we heard is at one point he had $4,000 in one bank account and maybe $600 in another bank account. So he really was broke. We heard questionings about Relli saying to people that he finally figured out a way to make money. So this is going to go to the motive that Joe Tacopina, the attorney for A$AP Rocky, is trying to show that this was all planned, or maybe planned in haste because he needed money, and then he started to get jealous of the lifestyle that A$AP Rocky had, having a common law wife, Rihanna, who, by the way, is in the courtroom again today, apparently in the front row again. The judge had to keep admonishing Relli to answer questions, to stop volunteering information, and that even if you don't like the question, you have to answer it. And then apparently there was something about a jacket, and it may have been Prada. You know, if I don't hear Chanel, I kind of put it out of my mind, just laughing a little bit. But it's something about linking Prada. You know, it ain't about money. I ain't linking you, but he thinks that Joe said that linking was liking. And then Relli kept getting very, like turning in his chair. I don't know if you saw it. He kind of turns his legs out of the stool, and the jurors had to be ushered out at one point. There was a break, and then they came back, and Relli seemed to be a little bit better when he answered those questions when he came back. And then it started again. It started an absolute again. Now, Kay Schmidt asks, are Benshu and Camille Vasquez in the courtroom? There's civil attorneys there, but no one, unless you go on X and see, I don't know if the civil attorneys are those civil attorneys. Sometimes you don't send your top people to court to watch a trial. But I'm not sure they're going to necessarily want to see or have Mr. Relli as a client, no matter who they are after this, because this is a kind of a mess. Now, Kristen, you asked, Joe showed some humor. What kind of humor? Okay. What kind of humor do you mean? Because I'll tell you what, between the text messages we had yesterday, which I have here, and some of the text messages we have today, I think I have to go to school on how you text. Okay. Bob Bianchi last week had a funny thing where he was dressed in his EMT outfit, because God bless Bob. After all these years, and after being the head prosecutor in Morris County, New Jersey, after all these years, he went back and we got recertified as an EMT, an emergency medical technician. And on Monday nights from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., he's on duty. He's on duty, even though he's a full-time lawyer. And he went into like a quick store, like a 7-Eleven, if we were in New Jersey, or some other quick store to pick up something. And the guy looked at him in his outfit with his little everything on him and said, you have Riz, you have unstated Riz. And Bob didn't know what that meant. And he had to come out and ask his generation, his Gen Z person, was that good or was that bad? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Kristen, it's a Hummer. You're like me. I can't type worth a damn. As you've all found out this morning when I was trying to type on YouTube to answer your questions, right? And I was trying to do these are a problem. The nails are a problem. And if I try to speak it, YouTube for some reason doesn't like my New Jersey accent. So it doesn't pick that up really well. So yes, he showed him a picture of a Hummer. He also showed him in front of a Mercedes, I thought, Kristen, right? Wasn't there a picture of him in front of a Mercedes? African D says, Relli is also suing civilly. Yikes. Yes. As a matter of fact, that's the great thing. He called the lawyer. He supposedly gets shot, right? He calls the lawyer the next day, and he says he may have called one the night he was shot, but he calls the lawyer the next day, and then he has to wait for the lawyer to call him back. And all. He doesn't go to the emergency room. He doesn't call 911. He goes back to the scene allegedly to pick up the casings or any bullets that supposedly he thought there were 4 shots and there were only 2. And he says, well, I found the casings right away, just right away. What he didn't know is that the police had already been to that exact specific spot, according to the defense in their opening. And even the first police officer testified, the son of the the Housewives of Beverly Hills. Is that it? Is that the show? Okay. One of the Housewives show. And he was a really good witness. And, they had everything. They had everything covered. They didn't find anything. They didn't find any evidence of a shot. They didn't find any evidence of, since the bullets didn't hit supposedly Relli, they supposedly grazed him. They didn't find any evidence of windows broken. They found no evidence of a shooting at all. And yet then right thereafter, Relli goes to the scene, supposedly with his girlfriend, who's not shown in the video. And supposedly he picks up shell casings that the police didn't find and says, here, I've got these shell casings. And then allegedly he goes to the hospital. Someone said they did hear him say that he went to the hospital a few days later. Apparently, I think it was a week later in New York, but no one is going to come in here and say, I can say definitively, I'll guarantee you that these are those things on the knuckles, which look like they're from falling down. Actually, when you fall down, what do? You put your hands out, right? You either get your bottoms of your hands or your knuckles to try to fall. And those don't look like, to me, they don't look like graze wounds at all. So African D says this all sings like a setup, right? Kristen, you said, sorry, Linda, I'm trying to learn the keys on this dark computer. My kids got me this dark computer. Is that it? Dark may be the wrong word. and I was using my phone. Maybe it is dark. Maybe I'll just use my phone. Well, I can't type on my phone or on the iPad I have sitting next to me or on the computer I have sitting in front of you. So I'm a triple. I can't type. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, so if you all had the vote right now, do you think Relli is credible? All right, I want to see some answers here. Do you think he's credible? And then let me give you that's question A. The question B I have, who do you think is a more entertaining witness? Sorry to be saying this in a very important trial, so because every trial is important. Was it Lil Woody from YSL, or was it is it Relli? Okay, is it ASAP Relli? African D says no, not credible, not credible at all. 311 fan, nope, not credible at all. Kristen Vasquez says, I'm done, Linda. Sheila Duffy, nope, not credible at all. So I guess if Michael Bryant ever gets to put up a poll, which, he is on double duty today. I mean, he is, he drove 2.5 hours this morning to Canton. I love this one. Mama Bug 107. Woody, Relli is just a moron. That's the best. Let me put that one up if I can. Let me put that one up, and I'm going to take a screenshot of that if you don't mind, okay? Because I just love that answer. Thank you, Mama Bug 107. Okay, 31 fan said, hold on a second, my screenshot's getting in my way. Oh dang, that's a hard call. Both fibbed a lot in my, in my humble opinion. Both fibbed a lot. Yeah, Little Woody fibbed, but I thought the one thing about Little Woody is that he was a smart fibber, right? He was like, he knew how to say things so that he didn't get held in contempt, that his deal didn't get taken aback, that he said, I'd say anything to stay out of Rice Street Jail. And it turns out anyone should say anything to stay out of Rice Street Jail. So I thought, the Sheila Duffy says, I did like Little Woody saying, huh? All the time. This was his, Relli, I don't think is credible either. I mean, I agree with you all. And, it's tough to make that decision right now. Little Woody had some humor. Yeah, Woody did have some humor. Relli doesn't have any humor, right? He has no humor at all. None, no humor at all. I mean, I'm trying to go through my notes again to see if there was anything that I could say that I felt for him. And the answer is no, there was nothing. Now, maybe also that my view is soured by the fact that there were so many objections being made to what Joe Tacopina on behalf of A$AP Rocky was trying to make. So let me ask you the next question. We're not in the courtroom. People are in the courtroom. Do you think that the presence of Riri, common law wife to A$AP Rocky, has any effect in that courtroom right now? Do you think that has any effect on the jurors? We don't know what she's doing. No one's kind of reporting. She is. We know what she's wearing. We know yesterday she wore black. Today she wore cream. As I told you, I am in plaid because I'm in my Go to Tennessee plaid shirt where I don't step on the rattlesnakes, because yesterday Michael Bryant mentioned it, but I had to dress it up with a bow tie a little bit for the show. I mean, just this was like an aha for Michael Bryant, because he said, "What you in plaid? You don't have plaid," and I just wanted to show him that I have not only plaid, I have lots of plaid. Okay, I have even plaid with fleece. Okay, so that's why. So we talk about what she's dressed in. Let me say, little Woody. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, little Woody. He did that when he wanted to think. I think about a question too. I mean, when he said, "Huh," or "What do you mean?" I think he wanted to think about his answer here. Here, what Relli does is say, "Why are you asking that? What does this have to do with that case?" All right, and that screams, I don't want to answer the question. It doesn't scream, let me think, huh? I didn't understand what you're saying. It doesn't scream, I'm thinking about my answer, right? Even if I'm thinking about it because I want to lie about it, it doesn't scream that kind of smart. It just screams hostile. It screams really, really hostile. but my favorite part was he answered yes, no, and I don't know to all the question. That was my favorite. That was my favorite one this morning. Okay, Sheila says maybe the jury will be starstruck seeing her. I don't know. I don't know. They live in LA, right? They live in LA. When they go all around. There's famous people all around. I mean, when you're in LA, even here in New York, you can see people walking down the street or something, and you tend just to kind of like walk right past them, or you'll say, "Oh wow," But they're just normal people, yeah, and all. So I don't know. I kept Woody's is just a moron up there. Maybe I should take that down a little bit. Africa D says he sounds very defensive. Now let's look at this one. Kristen Vasquez says. Well, let's start with Jesus's question. What about the two shots? You hear the sound. And Kristen says, yeah, I heard them too, but no screams for in the area. Both sides already said it's a busy area. Now, the thing about it is that Relli had said, if you recall, that there were 3 to 4 shots. But I understand if you're really being shot out, that you can think there's 3 to 4. You hear it, you hear an echo, or you hear it hit something. And, one of the things we know is that when we're in a high tension situation, especially if your life really is being threatened, you don't get things necessarily right. You concentrate, if there's a gun involved, you concentrate on the gun. You don't concentrate on anything else. And we know that from a lot of research. That's what most people say. Well, who was shooting you? I don't know. All I saw was this gun. What color was the gun? I don't know. It was a gun, but so, yeah, that could go either way, I guess. But yeah, he sounds defensive. Now, maybe he's defensive because, number one, he knows Joe Tacopina is trying to rip him a new backside. Number two, he knows maybe he could be defensive because he's lying. Number three, could he be defensive because, well, now he is on camera and now he is a snitch? But I have to say, when Relli came out of the courtroom the first day, there was a question to them, and you can go find it on X Twitter. It said, do you consider yourself a snitch? That's really a bad word in any community. Even like normal people don't like snitches, right? If a juror comes out and it says they want to tell about another juror, right? And you say, oh, come on, can you work it out unless it's really something important? Or somebody tapes you in a conversation at work, right? You don't like it. That you think, in law enforcement community now, or in the wrongful conviction community, we don't use the word snitch anymore. We use the word incentivized informant. But it's a snitch, right? So he said to the reporter, how could I be a snitch if I'm just telling the truth that I got shot? That was his answer. So he didn't consider himself a snitch there, but I have a feeling that he considers himself being viewed as a snitch right now. I just have that feeling. So Rebecca Fontana says, I have to go with Woody. Okay. So far we haven't seen anybody going with Relli, right? K. Schmidt, I saw that. The guy said, I have a bullet in my leg because I didn't snitch. A snitch by a 311 fan, a snitch by any other name. A Mama Bug 107. Snitches get stitches. And sometimes more. I mean, that's the viewpoint of being a snitch. But, is there a difference then in all of your mind between being a victim and being a snitch? Aren't all victims in some ways snitches? So you have to, I assume, make the assumption that if you're a snitch, it's because you're lying or you're getting some kind of really big benefit that you shouldn't be getting unless you're telling, right? There has to be something more to a snitch than a victim, I think, right? I mean, you talk to me about it. 311 fan, Woody has charisma, and he made good friends with Madam Court Reporter. That's Riz. Oh, that sure is, because he said he liked her. She was wearing chucks, right? and she wears Converse all the time, and that he really liked that. They were comparing, and he was complimenting her, and she was smiling at him, if you recall. By the way, she has an X account. I can't remember her name, where she puts copies of. She's now assigned to a different courtroom, I think, in a different county or whatever, and she puts copies of what she's wearing on her Converse and her Chucks on there. So so she's really cool. So yeah, Woody does have a charisma. Kay Schmidt says riches. Yeah. So that the snitches looks like they're going to get riches, right? They're going to get something from it. They're getting a benefit from it. And maybe the benefit here that he's being viewed as the benefit, not only did he tell on a member of his clan, who he supposedly is known for his whole life, but that he really wants to, as he said to Tacopina this morning, you're going on my Instagram. You called me an extortionist. They think I'm an extortionist. Well, is he? What do you all think? Do you think that he's an extortionist? Do you think that this was all made up, or do you think that maybe he was shot at all? Is there anyone who thinks that this story about him, right? What? Oh yeah. Oh, going back to YSL. I know we're jumping around here, but this is kind of like, it's kind of fun to compare them. I thought Skylar Banks said she was bringing him hard candy too. Yeah, I mean, because Woody made 2 appearances on the stand. Remember, Woody made 2 appearances on the stand, and then he later on. I don't have anything I can do this with. If you recall, he was going on his Insta page, and he was showing money. He was showing a lot of money, right? He was showing lots of money. That's little Woody, okay? So now we go back from little Woody and we go back to Relli. Relli said that he wasn't doing social media at all. He lost all his social media. But the cross-examination later on from Joe, where he was had a name of who Relli was now has a social media under in an Instagram account, showed that he still did social media, showed that he was showing himself in front of a jet plane, showed that he was showing himself in front of a Mercedes. So he still was doing social media. Sheila Duffy says if he hadn't asked for 30 million, he may be seemed half credible. Now, I have a question for you, because I think we're going to hear, and remember, we called it first. We at Law and Crime, not Law and Crime, at Justice Serve TV. Look at that, mine went backwards. Justice Serve TV, because Law and Crime didn't have it. Law and Crime actually asked us if what we had was more than, what was it? I don't remember, something immaterial. All right, but Justice Serve TV had the first a scoop that there was going to be a revelation in court, a bombshell about Relli asking for $30 million. Now, what I was able to get from the opening is that there may have, what I gleaned, 2 requests for 30 million. And I think that we're going to hear, and mark my words when we come back to it, that we're going to hear that maybe the second request for 30 million was through an agent, was through a partner, was not outside normal channels, and was for cash. And that what would be the benefit? Well, that really would just go away. So if I hear that, if that really comes out, I'd say not only is that a bombshell, not only is this case made up, but then I'd wonder why the DA didn't charge Relli with attempted extortion. All right. That's what I would be wondering. And that's what I'm waiting to see if that comes there. Kay Schmidt points out Woody was able to openly admit he is a liar. He called it finessing. Did you lie to the police? No, I just finessed. I was finessing them. I was giving them what they want to hear, so I didn't have to go back to Rice Street, because, man, Rice Street was the worst. And then that government report came out, remember? That government report came out and said in that government report that Rice Street is the worst, that people have been killed there, that somebody was sleeping in his cot in a cell, and in the middle of the night, somebody came through a pipe carrying a knife to kill him. A pipe, shimmy through some kind of pipe that he was able to open up to kill him. and people have been killed and there. And so when that report came out, I said, Jesus, the defense had that report from the government during the trial. I mean, that kind of gave Woody some credibility that when he was finessing, not lying to the police. He was finessing to try to save his life. And remember, by then, little Woody had been shot at while he was holding his baby, right? He was holding his child and he was shot at. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know what the story with Relli is. So here's Alan Shapiro. Welcome to the chat, Alan. Here's what I think. The prosecution has zero effect on this witness, right? The victim's ability to remember testimony and or teach, not focus on the direction of his cross-examination. I kind of agree with you. I think it started out the prosecution had some effect yesterday, right? Taking it slow and all. And but I think that's why Paulie P, as we're calling him, went through the trouble, the lawsuit and all of the stuff then, and any of the problems that Relli was having at the end. So they thought they were going to get ahead of it. But that even that was very hard to get out. And I agree with you. I don't think they have much of a control on this witness. And perhaps, and maybe the communication has been with his attorneys to get him on the stand and all, and to get him to testify. So yeah, I agree. So Sheila says, still looks like it's a cash grab. Alan Shapiro, I think you're saying you're agreeing with that you either agree with Sheila or you're agreeing with me. But I think that's clearly what happened. Now, you're all going at it. So I'm going to keep reading your reading because I want you to talk with each other, and I'm just interjecting to your conversations. So if you want me to say something else, have other questions, let me do it. Kay Schmidt, I think Relli could almost come off as sympathetic if it weren't for the $30 million plus having his civil lawyers with him to protect his bag. If they're in tune with social media, yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? I always find that a problem when civil lawyers are there, unless, and here's the problem. What if he has to be given his Fifth Amendment rights in that courtroom? What happens then? If Joe Tacopina again has this is lightly Joe. This is not heavy Joe. I mean, this is not Joe really going out a witness yet. He's just, he's got all his goods laid out. He's got the backup. And so it's easy to cross-examine. But what if he starts really going at him? What if this witness goes at Joe and then Joe then, can go at them, right? He can go right back at him. I mean, this is definitely, I don't think this is going to end today. I mean, I just don't, unless it ends with Relli, jumping off the stand and leaving, saying, I'm not coming back. And then the prosecution is stuck. But if there's any indication that this was an extortion plot, then you have to ask why the prosecutors would bring it. Were they after getting a notch in their gun belt because you have a high profile defendant? You really do, because they offered basically no jail time, right? It was like 180 days in the county jail. If you're facing 24 years, that's a plea offer of basically no jail time. That's a plea offer that says we have a weak case. Who offers from a 24-year deal 180 days in jail and then you go away? Goodbye, so long, we let you go. That tells me that they really knew they had a problem in their case and they just wanted to try to save face. And, when you have someone who says, I'm not guilty, and has the ability, and the dirty little secret we talked about it of the court system, is that people with money can fight prosecutors. They can say they're not guilty, and if they're not guilty, they can fight. Whereas, if I go down to the courtroom down here and listen to some of these arraignments or some of these night courts, you got people going to jail for as much time for stealing a sandwich off a cart because they're hungry. And I kid you not, right? I simply kid you not. That some of the things that we see and that the court monitors write about are just incredible. So to get a plea offer of 180 days in the county jail, not even being sent to prisoners, unless the county jail, of course, is Rice, or the local jail's Rice, is nothing. Having been in the LA jail system, right? So KL, Alan Shapiro then says, Tacopina is just getting started. Mark my words. You're right, Joe is just getting started. KL says, I think the prosecution was counting on Rocky taking a plea and never thought he dared take it to trial. Well, that is really, really interesting, isn't it? That's really interesting that that could be, they thought that he was going to take a plea deal because especially if they were going to offer him such little time and that, it wouldn't mean anything that they didn't think that he would, but, if you have a whole team and you're ready to go, I mean, yeah, they should have known better. Because it is interesting that Lewin didn't come into this case until what? In January, a couple weeks beforehand. Someone said in December, but I think it was more January that the appearance itself was entered and all. That's probably why he's not doing the witnesses, although he may do cross-examination, he may do the objecting. 311 fan, I just noticed your sparkly tie, been lurking, love it. Thank you very much. As I said, because I was wearing my flannel, because the show, my partner, Michel, Bryant, that I blend, and I do. You all know, we kid around about my dress, but, I go into all sorts of hoods. I can talk to anybody, and people love talking to me. Yes, I blend. But because it was, I said I had to wear, I wore a sparkling tie over my flannel just because I had to make fun of, not make fun of, but, laugh with my partner, my pod partner, Michael Bryant, who says, well, you only wear designers. That's simply not true. I love bargains. I love to shop at TJ Maxx, just so you know. All right. So thank you very much. This is actually a dupe of a Chanel tie because who can afford paying $16,000 for a sparkly tie? Unless you're Rihanna. I mean, if you're Rihanna or A$AP Rocky, you probably can, but who can afford it? But it's fun to wear sparkly. This goes with an evening. My husband was being honored by the Innocence Project last year. He won their Justice Award for his work doing pro bono work for 50 years and 30 years for the Innocence Project, and was recognized. So this was part of my suit that I wore with a sparkly tie with it. So one of the few nights you can get actually dressed up when your husband is being honored by such a great organization, the Innocence Project. By the way, we donate a lot of our time and work for a lot. I mean, there's been years that over a third of our time has been spent on Innocence Project cases, and we use our paying cases to be able to fund us through working on the Innocence Project cases. And so if you can give back to the area you're in, it's a wonderful thing to do, especially when you're working for somebody who's been wrongfully convicted. Yes, dupes are just fine, in my opinion. Also, I think dupes are just great. And you can get them all over, especially in New York City here. I mean, you go down the street corner and get dupes that I love the new thing with it. What is it? Walmart has $100 Hermes Birkin bag that people are going crazy on. Oh, thank you very much. I saw Phil Spector with Al Pacino, and Helen Mirren did a great job with your way. Thank you very much. Here's my poster. Someday I'll tell you the story about me getting the phone call of a script already being written about me and the Phil Spector thing. But thank you very much. I'm not that beautiful when I come out of a 6-month trial. I'm exhausted. I am tired. I usually have gained weight. I haven't exercised. And in most cases, I've either had pneumonia or I've had, when I was doing Hernandez, I had to go to the hospital because I'd broken my cornea at some point. And if you look back at the Hernandez case, there were 2 days I was wearing sunglasses in the courtroom because I had to keep the cornea protected. And I don't know why these things happen to me. But anyhow, it is worthwhile work. Yes, dupes are great. I love that. So, but thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Kristen Mack and Scholar Banks. Thank you. That's what I'm fighting too. Sheila. Yes, I'm a dupe girl. Yes, and yes. By the way, with Spectre, and the reason why, if you watch that on HBO, there'll be a thing that says that I had pneumonia. I actually had mycoplasma pneumonia. I had caught it coming back on a plane. The judge had given us 5 days to come back home because I had been out there since April. So he gave us 5 days over Memorial Weekend that year. And I felt something like when I came back and I couldn't move. And for like 2 months, I really was sick and I had a temperature and a fever. And yet I felt I couldn't leave. And to the point where I was really sick, and when I finally went to a doctor who knew what it was, an old-time doctor, he told me that I had to get in bed or I had to be in the hospital, because if I didn't and I took a turn for the worse that weekend, I was going to die. And that's the true story about it. And so I told him I can't go to the hospital. I'm in a high-profile case. I can't be in the hospital. So he agreed that I could stay in the hotel room as long as I didn't do anything on the trial. I had to take all these antibiotics, all sorts of stuff, and I was miserable. And I was out of the trial for 3 weeks. I was supposed to stay out another week, but I just couldn't. I had to go back, and it all worked out. But by the time I got home, I was still sick. And as a result of having that mycoplasma pneumonia, working so hard, I ended up with reactive arthritis for a year, treated by rheumatologists on some kind of, it was antibiotics. No one could figure it out. And so they tried some therapy where I had the minocycline, which is a very small antibiotic, where they dosed it separately. It was a microdosing, and it was done like one day you would take 3 days later you take 2, one day you take 1, and the microdosing somehow affected your immune system. And it took about a year for that to go away, which is why I wasn't involved in the second trial, although Phil tried to get me involved in the second trial, and I did fly out for the closings to give moral support. But there was no way for a year that I could do any work. It was just it was really I was really very ill at that time, but we did it. We went back to court, but that's why you see me looking very pasty faced even when I was in court and all. Sheila Duffy, I love the judge in the Spectre trial. What did you think of him, Linda? It was interesting. He certainly let me go out of the court for three weeks and then come back in. I have some views that I won't put on camera about things because there were, a lot of behind the scenes things, but we worked it out. And he did agree with Alan Jackson. When I came back in, when Alan Jackson said one thing we could be sure is that Miss Kenny Baden is always prepared. And I was, even when I was out for 3 weeks, I was completely prepared. So, but we did it. Yes, we got a hung jury and high profile defendant, even though the judge changed. If you know the whole case, we actually had a 7-5 split in our favor for not guilty on the first vote, from my understanding. And then the judge came back, and there was a whole argument about whether he could change the charge to the jury and argue a different theory that the prosecution had never argued, that there was a gun and then somehow it went off because of, I don't know, an earthquake, I don't know, whatever it was. And then we still hung on to that hung jury. So yes, it was a fight, and I was thrilled to get a hung, and I think if I had tried it the second time, I would have gotten a not guilty. But that's the way it goes. But there was no way I could go in the second try. His second attorney, by the way, Phil was a great client. Okay, everyone said, "How could you work with us?" Phil was one of the best clients I've ever had, and let me tell you why. He listened to everything I said. He accepted everything I said. He followed everything I said. And he gave me whatever resources that I felt that I needed to level that playing field. He was simply a terrific client, and people can't understand that. His daughter is still a friend of mine. She is in Los Angeles. She's a writer. She writes a lot of things independent for the Today Show, all sorts of things. She's great. And the only thing I've ever done on TV, I was consultant for the HBO, but they wrote the script, and I said, I can't consult on anything that happened at the trial. I can only give you the technical aspects, what goes on here, what goes on here. And they accepted that. The only thing I've done, and you'll know that, the only thing I've done on Spectre was a series that she was supposed to be the producer on. And then they kind of changed it. She asked if I would be interviewed on camera. I agreed because it was his daughter and I would do anything for her. And I did. And then they kind of backtracked on how this was going to go. And so she pulled herself out of it. But unfortunately, my interview was there. So I don't generally do interviews. You will find on my cases. I did one interview on Hernandez for Law and Crime, very small interview with Aaron Keller. But you'll see that I don't write books about my cases. I don't kiss and tell, so to speak, about the cases. With this one, with the HBO, the script was written. I wouldn't even tell you whether it was right, wrong, or indifferent. And that's what I told them. I can just tell you that if you have the wrong amount, if you say the word splatter in your script and it's spatter, I will correct you. And that's the way we went around it. And that's what we did. because David Mamet, if anyone knows about him, even if he's written a script, there's not a word that gets changed in his script. There's not even a period that gets changed in his script. He has a Pulitzer Prize. You and I don't. You don't change his words. And I love you, David, to death, because you are just an interesting person, a great thinker, and of course, a fabulous writer. And I was honored that without me knowing it, he decided to write a script about me. So that's all I should tell you on that. So let's talk about what else you've got going on here. Because, okay, this is not about me. This is about your things, okay? Kristen Vasquez-Relli was so scared after court yesterday. He's out clowning and having fun. Yes, isn't that interesting that he's clowning and having fun? I guess you could say that. That's an interesting question, because he said, basically he's hinting that my life is in danger by coming here and testifying. But if he's clowning and he opens that door, I think it can come in. But you know what you have is you're going to have a judge who's going to want to keep this tight because he knows it can get out of hand, right? And all. So he may want to keep this tight unless that door gets opened right away. I think you should let it in, because he's here intimating that he's petrified and he's lost all his friends and he's out there having a great old time and all. I mean, if it were you and I and we filed a lawsuit and said, oh, we were miserable and we did this and we did that, and then our social media posts showed us still having a wonderful time, no matter what it is, you bet that you or I, as like normal people, the judges would let it in. But I think that sometimes in a high profile case, judges want to try to, shall we say, like keep that field enclosed a little bit, because they got a lot going on already. All right. The attorneys, by the way, can't really post on social media, right? On this case, they can post on all sorts of stuff, but now there's a gag order. And a gag order applies unless you get permission from a judge to answer something, like the prosecutor says something and you want to answer it. They've said something publicly after there's a gag order and you want to answer it. A gag order applies to everybody on the team who may be controlled on the team. It may not apply to witnesses unless the judge has ordered it. It may not apply to witnesses, and it doesn't apply to family members or significant others. So, for instance, if Rihanna wanted to put up a website and she wanted to talk about the trial and every single day as to why things are wrong and why everything's wrong, she can do that. She is not gagged unless she's been made part of the team, unless she's been made a paralegal or a para assistant for the purpose of the trial and paid that penny. By the way, that's a little secret that we do to try to make sure that family members, if we need their help, they become paralegals and they get paid, and therefore they can't be called, or anything that they do for us can be called. Anything beforehand can be asked about, but not once they've been talking to attorneys. Because as you know, you want your family around, right? You want to be able to ask them, what should I do? What's next? What do I do? And you can't once you get into a criminal proceeding, because that all becomes knowledge that can be subpoenaed by the prosecutor. You can be subpoenaed. You can be put on, be called to a grand jury and all. So that's really, interesting. So I don't know. 311 fan Relli seems to be defiant. Oh yeah, he definitely seems to be defiant, and not smart like Woody defiant, right? No, Woody was defiant, but he was smart defiant. As you said, finessed. My impression is that the YSL people understood the system. They knew what happens. They knew what the ramifications are. And why? Because the prosecutor there would revoke and put people in jail. Right, for something and all, and if you said something that went a little bit beyond the deal. And so Woody knew that. I mean, I just think Woody's one of the smartest witnesses I've ever seen in my life. Now, is he the funniest witness? No, the funniest witness I've ever had was actually in Hernandez. We had a guy who came for a second day testimony. First day, he was okay. He'd been given immunity by the state. The second day, he didn't expect to be back, and he had no clothes. He literally came in a bunny suit. I kid you not. The bunny ears that had to be tucked back. He was in like a bunny onesie. All right, because they want apparently the prosecution or somebody or his attorney, somebody wanted to hide his dreads and his hair, and he came. And I think all of us we couldn't laugh at him because it wasn't appropriate to laugh at him, but we just were laughing at the situation that we'd never been in a case where somebody has come to testify and sit on the stand in a bunny suit. All right. Now you tell me if you can find that case, a case anywhere. By the way, that trial is somewhere on YouTube. I know when Law News first started and Kathy Russin first started, that was one of the first cases they broadcast, but they didn't have people. They just ran a trial. And so there are my cross-examination of Detective Camper on the gun evidence, which went for a couple of days, is on there. I think the bunny suit guy may be on there too. I just can't remember his name right now, but it was the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. Okay, Miss Curry Biggers, is that it? My question to Relli would be, whenever we get to this point, when was the first time you called your attorney after shooting? Prior to calling the police? Yeah, I can answer that for you. It was prior to calling the police. He did not go to the police until a couple of days later. He had spoken to his attorneys. His attorneys supposedly told him to go back to the scene and look for the shell casings, which I don't believe. And it was like 2 days later after the shooting that he went to the Hollywood police station. I mean, he wasn't even sure it was Hollywood, but he said Hollywood police station. So yes, he talked to his attorneys. He did not call 911. His girlfriend did not call 911 and all. So I'm sure we're going to see phone records and all sorts of stuff. And you know, remember, there's 10 pages of text between Relli and ASAP Rocky, right? 10 pages. And we were only just the beginning. What did we see yesterday here? Let's go. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. I have right here. We heard some of those things today. By the way, Relli said he was a nobody, right? And he didn't think anyone was going to believe him. All right. But he said he read text first from Rocky sent on the day of the incident. It's November 6, 2021. Where are you at? Let's go to it. One read. So that was one text that came from supposedly Rocky. And then Relli said he had the idea that Rocky wanted to fight, right? And that they decided to meet up, according to him, and reconcile across from the W Hotel. He said Rocky was shouting obscenities at him and all. And then, they went from there. And then, he talked about the incident. But the texts are that you were trying to shoot me, trying to kill me. Said, what are you talking about? And then he used the N-word. What are you talking about? He said, no, what are you talking about? I didn't try to kill you. I had no gun. I didn't try to kill you with any gun. And so that was a pretty big deal, but I'm paraphrasing the text because I can't they'll be read in court. You'll hear them in court. Right. So that's what happened there. Now, Neil Rockhine, Neil, you are on the show now. Dizzy, Neil, if I could send you a link, I'd have you come right on with me right now. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to send Dizzy your Diz. I'm going to try to send you on our talk page for us. I'm going to try to send you Neil's email address. Okay, hold on one second. Neil Rockhine's a famous defense lawyer, right? He's been on a number of times with me on. I would love to try a case with Neil. Let me send this to. Let me miss it. I'm going to take a screenshot of it, Dizzy, and Diz is on for Missy right now. And I'm going to send it to our WhatsApp. I can actually give him the StreamYard, right? I could give it to him. Okay, let me find it. Neil, I can probably give it to you. And you can get on StreamYard. All right, hold on. Hold on. I am hold on. I'm going to send you a link, Neil. Hold on one second. I got it. And if you guys all just bear with me for 1 second while I get to his contacts and I get to his telephone number, which I can't tell you. And I'm going to send you a link. And it's going to be a StreamYard, Neil, okay? I send you to your mobile and sign into your FaceTime account. I don't want to sign into my FaceTime account. I have to do it from here. It's making me do it from here. I think I hate technology. I hate technology. All right, hold on a second. I'll copy the link, send it to Neil. Neil, I'm going to try to send it to you now on your phone, on your mobile. Okay. All right, Neil Rockhine, I just sent you a link. It's on your phone. Okay, you can sign in. It's StreamYard. Sign in, and you'll go backstage, and then we'll put you on stage. Okay, because Neil and I have been talking about this. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, there we go. A bunny suit. Yes, it was a bunny suit. Yeah, it was a bunny suit. Okay. All right, Neil, let me know if you got it. It says delivered. It says delivered. While we wait for him to hopefully get on, but he is a great defense attorney. There he is. I hear the bump that he's there. Okay, you ready to go on stage?
Yeah,
Neil, here
sure.
we go.
Let's do it.
Put him on, Diz. There you go. Neil and I have been talking about this. Neil, we have Michael Bryant was on initially, but he's in Canton, Massachusetts, getting ready for Karen Reed. So there's a lot of questions here. So let's get to them. Right? You know.
I hope your guests realize how fortunate they are to be talking directly to you. When I first got the chance for you to appear on my podcast, I thought that was like, there's no way Linda's gonna, there's no way. I mean, she's like a big time lawyer in New York. There's no way she's gonna ever appear on my podcast. And here you are.
Jumped right
Fame,
on.
fortune, you know.
I love talking to everybody. Look,
So,
if we can't tell people what we know, and
right.
you know, our viewers have been with us now for a while. They've been sometimes when we run this again, like we'll have 40 here, but then we'll have thousands that'll look. They've been with us for a while. They've gotten to know me. They know that I'm kind of open and I kind of tell them everything I can and all. But Neil's also a great lawyer. So let's go with it. Sheila.
So you must feel good though, seeing Joe Tacopina from New York out there, just, you know, moving about in California. Must bring back memories.
Yeah.
So,
Well, first, before we do that, tell them who your law firm is, where you are.
So my law firm is in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. So I'm a criminal defense lawyer. Started off as a prosecutor for about 4 years here in Michigan. Jerry Spence, who I know you know well, once told me I need to make amends for that. So I'm still making amends. I enjoyed being a prosecutor for a short time. I like doing this a lot better and a lot more. So, and just watching you, you know, mix it up and discuss the case and discuss John, prosecutor, whose last name
Lewin.
we can't mention.
We're going to mention it, John Lewin. We're going to mention it because
John
he's gonna call me. I think I showed you.
Yes.
I didn't show you the text, but I showed you the fact that he called me. You know.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is all I do. We only do criminal defense cases. I now have my handful in a couple of civil rights cases that relate to you know, police misconduct. In some cases, we have a horrible case in which somebody was actually paralyzed. I mean, on body cam. Thank God that their police were required to wear body cams and that they were on. But actually, you know, did like a hip check, and it was to be a totally legal move in MMA. Flipped the guy. You can see his neck crack, and then they of course handcuff him because, you know, a person whose neck is broken would of course be a threat. So they have to handcuff him, and it's a horrible case. And so we have cases like that, and it's just you know, so that's kind of where the state of my practice currently.
Yeah,
so
but he's a great criminal defense attorney. So let's
appreciate that.
ask away. So Sheila, I don't know. Let's see. Did I answer the question? This was the question. So I asked the Judge Dyer, did Ms. Linda answer? I'll go back and replay it if she did. Okay. What was the question again? Because I've answered so many questions, I think I've forgotten what I've answered. I hope that's not a beginning of anything that says like dementia or anything like that. I'm just kidding.
I don't think so.
Where did you attend school, Neil?
I went to the University of Michigan for my undergraduate degree, and I attended Wayne State University Law School here in Detroit.
Okay. And Wayne State, you're near a great museum there near Wayne State. I used to speak at the Dr. Warner Spitz, the medical examiner, used to have a
Yes.
conference there, and it has actually the chair that President Lincoln was assassinated in, right there, and it has the actual original Emancipation Proclamation also, right? The Ford
We have
Museum.
we have the Wright Museum of African American History, which is here in Detroit, and we also have the DAA, which has been recognized as one of the leading. It's a really phenomenal art museum here in metropolitan Detroit. So we're pretty fortunate.
Okay, this is a really good question. This is a question that Michael, Bryant, and I had. How odd is it there's no starter pistol? And I'll say prop because the starter pistol can actually fire. So they're saying it's a prop gun. Just changing your question just a little bit, Kay Schmidt, I hope you don't mind, is an obstacle to this because the defense said they're not, what they were bringing in, they said, no, they're not bringing in the gun. Michael Bryant thinks if there's any problem with defense is that they don't bring in that prop gun. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm not particularly troubled by it. Remember, the defense doesn't have any burden of proof. They don't have any obligation to present evidence. Of course, good lawyers are going to present evidence if they have it to support their theory of the case. It's our job to attempt to demonstrate that if we choose to, we don't have to. We could sit on our hands and play Sudoku the entire time and do nothing and allow the state to fall apart, which certainly seems like a viable defense in this case, to allow Relli and the prosecution to put on a totally uncompelling, unmoving, disappointing case. But if you decide that you're going to present evidence, you have to decide what evidence you want to present. I mean, if there are witnesses who are going to come into court and say that it was a prop, and or the state doesn't have the gun, and the state doesn't have they don't have the gun. There's questions about the actual slugs that were found, about the chain of evidence and who found them and when. I'm not sure why Joe would take on the obligation of having to produce something. And it's certainly reasonable that after this happened that it's no longer in existence. So I don't think it's a tremendous barrier. Right now there's a question, right? There's a big question in this case is, was it a real gun or was it a prop gun? There's a question of whether or not was a gun.
Was there a gun at all?
So
right?
Yes. So the question is out there now. So the question is out there. The only person that can attest that it was an actual gun is Relli. Relli is floundering on the witness stand to, if we could get a close up, if they would allow a close up, I think we would see beads of sweat, Nixon style, on his upper lip, and I mean, the reality is, if we don't have the prop gun, the question is still there. The question is, was there a gun? And they only have Relli to make that case.
Right. And then there's those knuckle things. I mean, that to me, that's ridiculous. You're shot. You got two knuckles that go like this, and that somehow there's a graze at the top of those.
No,
I mean, it looks like it looks like he fell and hit the that's what it looks like.
And the for whatever reason, this is something that I think lawyers forget. In big cases, for whatever reason, lawyers feel like they need to put on a lengthy case as opposed to a compelling case. And Relli's direct examination was over a day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a long time to have. Not many people can do anything well over the course of an entire day, and it wasn't compelling.
No,
and they ended on the worst note. They ended. So you left the jury went home and thought, wait, he can't even identify himself. And the prosecutors are arguing about whether or not it's impeachment or whether it's, even the judge said, well, he can impeach their own witness. Okay, I won't call it impeachment. They can contradict their own witness.
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Simi Sharp, that you watched and you thought I was the best attorney in the Spectre team. So did Phil. That's why he made me the lead attorney. I mean, he had enough of, obviously, of Bruce Culler, who he brought in to replace Leslie Abramson, and then brought me in. And I think Philip knew that I would be taking over that team, and that's exactly what happened.
Linda, one thing that I know from just talking to you about these cases, I've spent a lot of time with you on Wednesdays on Law and Crime.
Where I'm not at anymore. Somebody
I know
asked if I'm
that.
still at. Somebody on the chat asked if I'm still. The law and crime decided just before the Thursday before Labor Day that they were just going to disband everything. They just told her they weren't going to do any trials anymore, including to the producers and the kids in the control room. And so Michael Bryant and I had started this podcast, but we were doing like 7 minutes a week, just on fun stuff. We were just doing it for fun.
Right.
And then when that happened, we said, well, do we want to expand this? So sometimes around September, we decided, yeah, let's expand this. We started with Bryant and Baden, and then we got shadow banned, believe it or not. We were shadow banned, okay? So we got some advice on that, to take our names off the thing, put it on something that can't be shadow banned, the word justice, you can't shadow ban that. And we had to restart again after we had all these people.
You guys had, you made really, there were fine producers and hosts, in different, but if you ask me, and I'm biased, but really the star of the network was the one was you. You were the one person that was continuing to, and I'm not trying to kiss up to you. I don't have any reason to do that. We're friends, whether I'm, say something nice to you on the air or not. But you were the only one that was out there trying major cases. You were, you know what I mean? You were still Linda Kinney Baden. You were
I'm still trying cases. I'm still doing cases, right?
It's like having, it's like having Cochran when he was alive, or Jeffrey Feiger, or somebody else midday, because you were on there from 12 to 3.
Right.
In the middle of the busiest, it's a Herculean thing that you were doing, which was to take time out of your practice and your life to nevertheless come in and try to help the public gain insight into these cases. Yeah. So I see some questions about from people.
Yeah, let's talk about it, because you were talking about
when waiting for a verdict, do you have any good luck routines or special calming techniques? I have none. I know not to read the tea leaves, and yet I still do it. I still try to look and feel like, are they looking at us? Who wrote that note? I try to, when the jury goes out, I try to feel like when they go out to deliberate, I feel like I want to at least be able to identify with a couple of jurors. Like, were there a couple of jurors during my closing that were receptive? If there are more than that, then I feel pretty good. Like, okay, this jury at minimally is going to hang. If you get a lot of, so you do things to instill confidence in yourself, and also you're nodding and you're using hand gestures, trying to get people to, during the closing, to talk back to you, even though they can't, but to give you some insight that you're making inroads. And then once the jury goes out, I know no good way to. I try to rest. I try to look at something online. I try to doodle. I have no good techniques to calm my nerves.
Yeah, and Inspector, we waited for a verdict for days, and I was in a hotel room, and Hernandez waited for about a week. And believe it or not, you try to do other stuff because you have other cases. You're running a law firm, and everybody, is very nice when you're trying a case. Because
what's the longest you waited for a verdict, Linda?
I think the Spector case, it was a period of over 16 days, of different hours over 16 days.
What's the most number of jury questions you've gotten?
Oh, 2. I think 2 or 3 at the most ever. I always like the jury questions. Well, in a civil case, let me tell you, my favorite jury question is a civil case that I had. One of my civil rights cases, and federal court obviously was, can we have a calculator? That was my favorite question ever. I was like,
yes. How high do you want the numbers to go?
Yeah. Can we have a calculator? That was like, and then the, before the juries really, everyone started getting into, although some people still don't do it, give you the charge sheets, right? Give the jury with the instructions, because who understands that shit? Seriously, really? If you have to be a lawyer and you're still looking at it, is when they would come back. When I was a prosecutor, my favorite question is when they'd come back and want to recharge on murder, obviously, because then you mean that you've won the case, right? 16 days. I was, you stop being anxious, because there's nothing you can do about it after a certain period of time. There's nothing you can do about it. But you have to be ready. You have to be ready to get to court and go. On the Hernandez case, we had rented it was an apartment, but we had rented an apartment away from the courthouse. And the judge was like, "Okay, you got to be here in the next 3 minutes. So, you better be ready." I was kidding before because I got on camera and I didn't have my makeup on, and I was kidding when Missy was here, who was running this before Dizzy came out to help. Was that I was putting my eyeliner on like this. God forbid, people would come in. I'm putting my makeup on in front of them, but you have to be ready to go. You have to be ready to go back.
What
to
do
that
you
courtroom.
think? I'm curious what the people watching this trial think, and maybe I missed that in your discussions. What do they think about the interplay between the judge and who's very chill? The judge is very, he looks like he's could probably surf back in the day. It seems very chill. I don't find anybody's doing anything wrong. I think everyone's doing everything right. I don't find that. And then you got Joe, who's ready to flex out of his suit. And this is the strangest thing, is you got one prosecutor doing the direct, but another prosecutor doing the objections.
Yeah, I know. We saw that the other day. We've talked about it. Michael Bryant was the most ridiculous, I've caught on my dupe. Okay. You heard the discussion about that. I had to wear this because Michael Bryant said I never wear flannel and I wouldn't fit in. So I want to show that I fit in everywhere, except for that I wear the dupe. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. And we never heard. We were like, what was going on? And Joe, when he was there, he said, when they were doing the pre-trial on this about a week ago, it was like, well, I've never heard of this, but okay. That's the way you do it. Okay.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it either. I've never
Anybody who's watched the Durst case knows that John Lewin is he does engage in speaking objections. That's his, and he does it very slowly. And he and Joe have a totally different cadence. I really wish I wish the judge would allow Joe to just get into his rhythm and just, be able to, not that Joe's not being effective, because he is. I'm just saying, let him get into his rhythm and let him just kind of be himself and get after Relli and see. I got a feeling Relli would really be on the floor with that.
I think he will. I think we just started seeing the beginning because, I don't know if you saw at the beginning, he was like, well, why are you asking that question? What does that have to do with anything? And the judge, that's when the first admonishment came.
Yes.
The judge said, the judge admonished Relli 3 times already. And he did. I think he's kept a pretty good handle on, Lewin, because he's the one who said no speaking objections.
Yeah.
Lewin, Lewin goes after he loses and there's an overruled, he tries, again, to go at it. And, the judge in Durst let him get away with it, but this judge, I don't think, is kind of letting him get away with it as much as he'd like.
I'm so interested in, I love, first of all, how they took a video of, they began the cross with a video of Relli testifying from court. I thought that was brilliant. I've done that in one case. I thought that was absolutely just put it right back. Let the jury just pick up right where you left off, which is, oh yeah, that's what the guy was wearing yesterday, and that's what he said, and how he misidentified himself. Now, the one of the things that I love to do is you like to have somebody keeping track of the number of times and the number of ways that the witness was evasive with the lawyer.
Right.
And keep in mind that jurors are going to be told, what I tell juries is, look, the judge is not going to tell you who to believe or disbelieve in this case. He can't, she can't, but it's going to give you a fixed set of rules, some rules that, things to consider. And they're going to be these are things you can consider when evaluating the witness's credibility. How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness make an honest effort to tell the truth, or was the witness evasive? And I think that Joe and those guys are going to have piece by piece by piece of how evasive Relli was.
Okay, so I understand court's back on. Dizzy, are we going to get back into the feed, or we're still running about a minute behind? We know that we're a little bit minute behind on the courtroom back on. We can stay on, and sometimes when something happens, we can go over it. Yes, I hope you don't say about us that we like the sound of our voice. It's like
so I just want to tell you, I love Linda, I'm so glad to see you're still doing this. You make such a huge contribution. I don't know if people know, but you actually are. I don't know how many women are actually invited to teach at the Harvard Trial Lawyers College, but you're one of them, and they're lucky to have you. And so it's great to be able to mix it up with you and to talk with you. And so I'll check back with you here and there throughout the course of this trial, and be well.
Okay, and we may be calling on you sooner because I think I need a guest host for Monday night because I have to try. I'll be in the middle of a mediation, so maybe we'll be back to you sooner than you think.
You bet.
Thanks for joining in.
Okay,
so
of course, Linda.
We're going to try to get to this
Hall of Fame rock star lawyer.
Thank you, Neil.
Baden. So thanks.
We're going to try to get back into the streaming here. Let's see. Because we pull in, we're just like a little bit behind you guys. So sorry about that, but. We have to thank Neil for popping on and all. So I'm going to let you watch the case if it starts to stream, and we will probably see you tomorrow again. If I don't see you later on, if something doesn't happen, if there's a break, I may come back on, but I'll be following it. In the meantime, I want all of you to talk, but I see it just says long crime, right? We're not going anywhere yet. We are live. Okay, we're going to go into it. We're live, but we don't seem to be picking it up. All right, just try to get it in here soon. Oh, it says it hasn't started yet. Okay, it says it hasn't started yet. So let's go back to your questions. You see, we have the long crime logo up there because they are the camera in the courtroom, right? And we want to make sure, I see that some other stations are taking their logo away, even though they are the assigned camera for this case in the courtroom. And so we feel nothing about that. I mean, they're running a lot of good stuff, and they run a good courtroom camera. And Kathy Russum is a great executive producer for the station. We're sorry that they don't have commentary anymore, but that's okay. It gives us a chance to kind of be more of ourselves. So yes, Monday night when there's a show, and there usually is a show Monday night, as you know, I have to be in a mediation all day Monday. So Neil Rockon, maybe we'll ask him to come on and guest host with Michael Bryant on Monday night, since he got a feel for all of you right now. But following with Dizzy, we're still not pulling this in. We're still, they may be back, but they must have been in a sidebar already. Remember, what the judges ruled is that the camera has to be turned off if they have to go to a sidebar, which is really hard because you got to turn it off, then you got to reboot, you got to turn the system back on, and you tend to miss things when that happens. But so that's why a lot of times you're just going to see this card, as we call it in the business, this card going up instead of the courtroom seal. Sometimes you'll see the courtroom seal, sometimes you'll see the card on it. So I can see you're all feeling like Neil, that you're not Lewin fans. But the question is, he may, can he prove, or can the state prove the case, or any part of the case? There's 2 counts beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's really, that's still an issue. No matter how good we think that we are, or how good a case we think we try, we all still worry about it, and all. I think we all are still like crazy about it. So we still don't have anything going. Marie A says, really can't keep his lies straight. Yes. I think that's how a lot of people feel. That really is, well, he knows the one thing that he keeps straight is that he was shot, right? If Relli refuses to answer more questions, can the case collapse? Yeah. If Relli refuses to go on and says, I'm done, I'm not answering any more cases, and there's no one else that they can prove the case, now maybe the state would rely on the people that were with him. You have a murder victim. The murder victim doesn't testify. If they're dead, it's other witnesses and other evidence. So the state could go on, I guess, with the witnesses that were said they were going to testify, who were with Relli, and maybe they would possibly prove the case. But this, I just think it's, would the jury be fed up on it? Because what's the implication if Relli says he's not going to go forward? The implication is, well, he's scared to go forward, right? And if somebody else testifies, that would be the implication. And I think that's a really, a defense team would have a lot of motions with regard to that. However, if he refuses to go forward before cross-examination ends, I think then the judge has to grant a mistrial with prejudice. And why? Because a defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to confront an accuser. And if Relli refuses to allow himself to be confronted, and that would be his choice, I think that separates this from a murder case, because Relli is still alive. He has testified for the state. He's given the state's version. And if he says, I'm not going forward on the defense case, I think the case has to be dismissed, and it would still be a mistrial with prejudice. So I don't know what's happening here. If we kind of thought we were on live, and then they didn't go. I don't know if there's some other problem, if there's some other motions that are being made, and all. So, Dizzy, do you know if they're behind the scenes making any motions or anything like that, or if they just didn't come in? Okay. Why even bring this case to trial? It's a waste of taxpayers' money. Well, look at the waste of taxpayers' money, Marie A., on the YSL case, right? That was done. She could say that all these people later on pled guilty, and she got convictions, but they pled because it was really, in my view, blackmail, extortion. We'll put you in Rice Street, we'll put you in jail, we'll keep you here for another year trying a case, or 2 years, not seeing your family. And so they took once it was clear there was going to be a mistrial, they took the easy way out on that case, some of them. And then others, the other two, as you know, Yak Gotti, and Doug Weinstein has been on. He's got a whole not guilty. Complete not guilty, and he didn't even have I don't even think he had a deal. I'm not even sure he had a deal. Yet he's still in jail. He's still in jail. And the one thing we can't forget about that, he gets a not guilty on everything, right? On everything. The only one on everything, and he is the defendant that's still in jail, waiting for some kind of I don't know, BS probation violation or whatever. I think it's actually because of a stabbing that occurred in Rice Street, or some incident in Rice Street. Supposedly he's got charges against him as a result that would bring a probation violation against him on his federal case. It's all kind of, I mean, that's what people get crazy about the legal system. Others will say, like Fonnie Willis, well, he deserves to be there. But it's clearly retribution. Give him bail, give him bond, get him back out. Not guilty on your biggest case. So, if you have prosecutors who are elected and they keep getting elected, they'll do this. Now, this prosecutor who actually indicted this case, he didn't get reelected. He's gone. He's goodbye, so long, farewell. He lost his election in November. So, does the new prosecutor really care about this case? I don't know. I have no idea, but he stuck with it because it was brought. My view on these high-profile cases is a lot of times they get brought because prosecutors, and I was a prosecutor for 4 years. I always try to do the right thing, as Michael Bryant would say. But prosecutors, there's no doubt that we used to say that prosecutors wanted a notch on their gun belt, we used to call it. Even when we were prosecutors, we'd say, prosecutor just wants a notch on the gun belt, because then, if you're working in the office, you may not want to bring that case. And then if you don't want to bring that case, they'll just assign it to another prosecutor who does want to bring the case. Some of the hardest cases, or one of the hardest cases I had as a prosecutor, was telling a rape victim that the forensic evidence that came back showed that the person that the police had arrested wasn't the person that had sexually assaulted her. Excuse me, apologize. And the prosecutors didn't want, the state didn't want to do that. The police didn't want to do that. They were sure they had the right person. So there was incumbent upon me to say, no, we are not bringing that case. You do not have the right person. And I will be the one that will sit down with the victim. And I did. I did, to do the right thing, not prosecute somebody that would be wrongfully convicted, even though, maybe you could win it. It was just, it was just awful. In Discovery, you see all these places in Discovery, and let's see, hopefully I don't mess your name up, Anthony Benny. I hope, please, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Benny, Beanie. My father's name was Benny, so when I look at something that has Benet, Anthony Benet, maybe, give me a thumbs up, give me anything. The past year, watched prosecutors do anything they can just for the win rather than finding justice. And yes, I mean, that's what we see in wrongful conviction cases too, not turning over evidence that shows that you're not guilty. How could you not? I had a case in prosecuting. I was what's called a trial team leader, so I was responsible for a number of people under me who we brought the case to grand jury, and then my team had it tried. And we did that because the lead prosecutor who came in, Alexander Lair, said, if you're gonna, you're not just gonna hand off a case, it's gonna be your trial team's case. If you think that it should be indicted, you better make sure. So it was called this vertical prosecution instead of horizontal prosecution. And so I had to make sure that everyone would do the right thing and all. But I'd open my box. If I had a box of Discovery, I'd tell the attorney, come on in, we'll put you in the conference room, just take my box. I never went through it. I never hid anything from it. I let them, it's pronounced Beanie, but spelled, okay. All right, so did I get the Anthony right? Anthony Beanie? That's really nice of you. Thank you very much for not, yelling at me for getting your name wrong, because I didn't do it purposely. I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate that you're here asking questions and waiting for us to get on the air with a live trial. But thank you very much for that. But yes, I just open so when I see prosecutors fighting for discovery, or you get to this case, and at the morning they're supposed to open, 5 hours before, there's a 28-page report that supposedly didn't get turned over accidentally because, for whatever reason, I not that I don't buy it. I just find it, shall I say, curious and curiouser, to use some words in Alice in Wonderland. Yes, Anthony. Yes, thank you. I've always watched, but from the UK, I missed due to the time difference. Well, I have I love the UK. I have very wonderful friends in the UK. The former coroner, Dr. Peter Dean, an actor whose wife just passed away, represented his family, and I love the UK. My husband and I, by the way, did our honeymoon in London. Now, so the judge just ordered attorneys can't ask Relli about drug involvement according to the tweets that Sheila is seeing. So is that what's going on behind the scenes here? That was the sidebar where they were discussing evidence that the court won't allow cameras to cover. Remember, the order had to be, you had to turn off the cameras if we were going to a conference or sidebar. Not just like not show it, but turn the cameras off. Right, so that with that, I assume that we're going to see something happening soon, Dizzy, right? Yes, we have a lot of people in Ireland. Sheila's in Ireland. Diz, one of our producers, is in Ireland. We have people from all over. We have people on this from Germany. Missy, who will be back, is in Texas. And that's the great thing about having this internet and the whole streaming, is that not just television, but you can get on, you can see things all over, and then you can watch them when we replay this episode that hopefully we will play, even though I've been talking a lot. Athens in Kansas, love it. Yes, Kay Schmidt. The prosecution and the judge in the Richard Allen, YSL, and Karen Reed have been shocking and disheartening. It's changed my outlook for the better, though. Isn't that interesting that it's changed your outlook for the better? That is very, very, very interesting. Wow. As you all know, I tried the Spectre case against Alan Jackson. So I kind of like, somehow I'm into all these cases are kind of interrelated. Richard Gabriel, who is Joe Tacopina's jury consultant, my jury consultant, and I think we're going into court. So if I may see you probably tomorrow afternoon at 4:30, if I don't see you later today, but stay on the channel, watch, and keep talking. If there's a break, I'll try to hop back on. Bye. Backstage now, Diz. I can go backstage.
Does she go by the name of Jenna Jones?
I don't recall.
Does she have a website named Jenna Jones?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's do this. Did she text you a website of herself?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you a question. Did she text you a website of herself entitled jennajones.ch?
I don't recall.
Okay.
No. Just for the record, overlooked.
Right, that she,
Objection's overlooked.
I'm just gonna refresh, have to refresh this recollection.
Fine. Do you want to show on the stretch on the document?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I've seen it in the record.
That's what you want to say. Right.
Just let me read.
I'm just directing.
I just got off.
Just take a look at this, and then take a look at that.
Like,
What am I looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at.
This, right there.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you read it?
See yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Did you show that to him to help him refresh his recollection?
I'm gonna ask him that question now.
But that was the purpose.
Yeah, that's the purpose.
Right.
Okay. So having, seen that, does that refresh your recollection that Ms. Parker sent you a website named jimjones.com?
No, it doesn't.
Does not. Okay. How did Ms. Parker make her money?
Objection relevant state.
Okay. Do you, sir, or should I say 2021, did you along with Ms. Parker make money in prostitution?
No.
Question is compound that's referring to two people.
I can do it.
It assumes this fact, not.
It is a comment, just limit it, you can limit it down.
Sir, did you make money in the business of prostitution in 2021?
No.
And you've never seen that website, jemmajones.ch before?
Objection asked and answered. Said he doesn't remember.
Have you ever seen it, if you recall?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Okay, let's move on to
Got it.
a different topic.
Yeah, you got it. That's the real estate?
I'm doing,
And you made a down payment towards a luxury apartment building, you need construction, condominium in Miami?
Objection made as the time, therefore.
Sure.
Sustained as
May,
to,
in May of 2023. Did you make a down payment towards a luxury apartment building and a new construction condominium in Miami?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'm gonna put up, and this is one of the 7, so to speak. I'm gonna put up, sure.
Is this in the?
Yes.
We got that on the reach.
the next exhibit will be H's account.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna wait for John for a second.
RFC, thank you, Ron.
Is it done?
Yes, thank you, RFC.
Guys. You're up, guys. That's, your Instagram, I guess, post regarding investment property, correct?
No, just remember we talked about, just answer the question. Ask the question again.
Sure. Is that, first of all, is that your Instagram post?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that your Instagram post?
No, I don't recall.
So, how about the next one, guys?
Wait a minute.
It's one.
We don't want the index appearing where the jury can see it.
Do you have another exhibit you want to show? Show the other exhibit
Right.
without an index.
Not in the jury instruction.
No, just stop.
You think they saw those 100 lines up in there?
I don't want the two of you arguing. There are no speaking objections. We've got another exhibit up there. Go ahead and ask about it.
Okay. Please take a look at that.
I don't recall.
You don't recall what? What
I don't know what you want me to look at.
That's your Instagram page, Mr.
I don't know.
Ephron. You don't know if that's your Instagram
I
page?
don't know. I don't know. Next question.
I'm sorry.
You got another question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that building, the standard residence?
I don't recall. No.
You don't recall it, no?
No.
So is it your testimony that you didn't invest in that building?
I don't recall.
It says big investment moves at the standard residence.
I don't recall.
That's not your wording?
Your Honor, this has been asked and answered now.
No.
Because he doesn't recall anything about the civil rights.
I'm asking about the wording.
I don't recall.
Wait, hold on. The wording of,
That, on there. Big investment moves at the standard residence. Is that your wording?
Question,
I've said it 3
foundation.
times. I don't recall.
stay, stop, ask another question. If you go on to another exhibit, if you have.
Okay. So what investment properties in Miami did you invest in?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
It was only 2023.
I know. I don't remember.
So you invested in a real estate property in Miami. I don't remember which. Let me finish this, please. You invested in a real estate property in 2023 in Miami, and you don't remember which one it was.
I don't remember.
That's the background evidence.
That is correct.
You are,
He says he has no recollection.
excuse me. You first answered that you made investment in real estate in Miami. That was the first thing before I showed you all these. So again, I'm going to ask you, which building do you
I
invest
don't
in?
recall.
You don't recall.
Yes.
How much did you invest in?
I don't recall, sir.
You don't recall.
I don't recall.
So you invested some unknown amount of money in some unknown
I
building
don't have a
in
clue.
2023.
I don't have a clue.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the events on and surrounding November 6, 2021.
Okay.
And when I say the events of November 6, 2021, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, shooting.
Oh, okay. It was your understanding, following this incident, well, which one? John Iman was Rocky's manager, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you text John a video of the shell casings on November 7th, 2021 at 12:04 a.m., right?
I texted him everything. I told him that your client shot at me.
My question was one.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. I'm gonna refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Get that? Or can we just put it up for you? Take a look.
request, we are willing to stipulate. The witness is being asked about the specific time to text. I'm not sure if he knows it exact time. We're willing to stipulate.
Who's he? You say he knows it, who's he?
The witness.
Mr. Ephron.
Yeah, so whether he knows specific time, we're willing to stipulate. What's the stipulation you like, Mr. Tacopina? That
12:04 a.m. on November 7th, 2020. So we have a stipulation, Your Honor.
Let me tell the jury what a stipulation
Okay.
is. Folks, a stipulation is another word for an agreement. So whatever the parties stipulate to, that issue is not before you, it's been proved. Whatever they stipulate to, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what a stipulation is. It's an agreement between both sides.
And also at 12:04 a.m., you sent a text to John claiming that Rocky shot at you, right?
I mean, I'll have to see the thing, but yes, I'm sure.
Okay. And again, that stipulation still stands, right, guys?
Well, why don't you two stipulate, tell the jury what you're stipulating to?
The time of 12:04 on November 7th, 2021. Same text, right?
4 minutes after he but the problem is if you're asking him what he remembers, we'll stipulate to it.
Right.
Then if you then ask him afterwards, doesn't know the exact.
Right, you don't know the exact time, obviously, that you sent the message, right?
It was 3 years ago.
I understand. I'm saying you don't know the exact
No,
time,
no.
right? Okay. But we have a stipulation agreement that you sent it at 12:04 a.m. You sent him a text claiming that Rocky shot it, correct?
It's so stipulated.
All right. And then you sent subsequently, 34 minutes later, you sent John a screenshot of your scraped fingers. Remember sending John that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And at that same. John. Pictures. Guys, this is the other side. Yeah. Just show me that. Sure. Okay, Mr. Ephron. So you saw that message, I'm getting itch, that you sent to John, right?
Correct.
All right. At the preliminary hearing that we heard about, the jury's already heard about from November 8th of 2023, you were asked about whether that message to John was you saying that you're getting rich instead of rich. Remember being asked those questions by me?
Well, the conversation,
Just call it yes or no.
say it again?
Do you remember in the preliminary hearing in 2023, November 8th, to be exact, I asked you questions about whether that message, I'm getting itch, was really meant to say I'm getting rich. Remember those questions?
Do you have a page on?
Sure you are. It's page 145, lines 15 through 20.
15 through 20?
15 through 20, sir. Okay. Do you remember that question?
Can you say it again?
Sure. I asked you at the preliminary hearing whether you meant to type, I'm getting rich instead of itch. Do you remember me asking you that?
I really don't remember.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Or would you like me to put the transcript up, or you want me to show you there?
Would it help you to read what was said at the preliminary hearing? Might that help you remember?
Y'all just said, I just don't remember.
Would it help you to read?
Like what he just showed me?
Yes. Yes. Did you read it?
Yeah.
He's talking about the text message. He's talking about being shown the text message. What we're proposing is you read the transcript.
And actually read it to himself.
The transcript is sworn.
The transcript, go ahead and show him the page from the transcript.
Okay.
Mr. Ephron is going to show you something, just read it yourself and see if that refreshes what you said, refreshes your memory as to what you said when you testified the last time on November the 8th of 2020.
Okay.
Let me just show you where, okay? Right over here. Thank you. Yeah, Q, exactly.
What am I supposed to do? This is like media conversation?
It's your testimony at the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I'm gonna just read this, I guess, as a stipulation for Mr. Lewin. That's exactly read. Question, 145 on 15. The question to you, sir, was, and although you didn't make a police report about this incident until 2 days later, on November 8, 2021, you did send a text message on November 7th to Mr. Mayers' manager, John, at 2:38 p.m. saying, "I'm getting rich." Remember that?
We will stipulate that in fact, that is what was asked.
All right.
Yeah, that was it.
Mr. Tacopina is entitled to let the jury know what it says.
Oh, no, he just asked me for a stipulation, I'm telling him, we'll stipulate.
I asked.
All right, good.
So,
Glad you
don't be mad at John now. Everything else, yes.
Good news.
And do you remember saying on 146 lines 7 to 8?
What are you going to read from? What page are you on?
146, I'm getting old as hell tomorrow.
146.
146, line 7 to 8.
Okay, go ahead and do this as long as he's asking. 146. Look at the lines. Read it to yourself.
Judge, Mr. Lewin and I sort of figured this out. This might save a step here. I'm just going to read them and say, did you say that?
And I'm totally fine with that.
That's a little
So, all right, so he doesn't have to refresh his memory.
That helps.
All right. Read it.
All right. We get that, Mr. Ephron. I'm just going to read it to you.
All right.
Question. Your answer to that last question was line 7 to 8. What the fuck would I be getting rich off of? You remember saying that?
I don't remember, but I really don't remember.
I have a stipulation on it. You read accurately.
That was like a year ago.
So the stipulation is those are the questions asked and the words that are reflected in the transcript. Yes?
Even more than that, that is what was asked, and he answered that right here.
Okay. Then, a little further down, you said, continuing on, lines 12 through 14, fuck, shit, I'm getting mad. That was your preliminary hearing when you asked about whether you said you were getting rich. Do you recall that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You said, fuck, shit, I'm getting mad.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well,
In what context? Like, what do you mean? Fuck shit, I'm getting mad?
when you asked about the word rich, text message you were confronted with.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay. So, When questioned about that word itch at the preliminary hearing, what you claimed is that you meant to write the word irritated. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Page 148 on 25 to 27. Well, Mr. Ephron, before I read that, let me withdraw that last question. What did you mean when you said I'm getting itch?
Well, when I was talking to his manager,
Yes, sir.
well, I was just showing his manager everything, and I think he took a while to get me back, so I said, I think that's what I wrote, but in the trend, like, that's what I meant to write was I'm getting irritated. But then you said, I'm getting rich, and that's when me and you started arguing at the preliminary hearing. Like you was trying to get something out of me or something out of me.
So you meant to write the word irritated.
When I first spoke to his manager, I don't remember what I wrote, but from what is there, yeah.
Well, you saw the word itch, right? You saw that message.
I mean, but you flipped it so many times. That was a fast moment. You can't make me go back and think like something that I don't really. I definitely won't write his manager in the context. If you show the whole text message, where would it make sense? I'm getting rich.
All right.
You're not showing the whole text message.
So-
You're just picking.
You saw these messages yesterday on your direct
I mean, if you
right?
want to pull up John's text messages, we can.
Okay, thank you, sir. So what you're saying to this jury is that you didn't mean to write that you were getting rich, right?
I don't recall.
Okay? You're not saying that you didn't mean to
I don't recall, sir.
Just don't recall.
Don't recall.
Okay. So you may have been
I
meaning you're writing to get
I
rich.
don't recall.
Okay.
If I said anything like that, I mean, I said anything I said after the shooting was lawsuit. It falls in my lawsuit. So
Hey, what?
it falls in my lawsuit. Like a crime was committed, and then whatever I say after that's retaining money or anything that's compensating me was with my lawyers or anything else. I had lawyers present and everything else.
Well, you didn't have a lawyer at this point, did you? So,
When I spoke to John, I didn't need a lawyer. What I need a lawyer for if I didn't say I'm getting rich? And what does getting rich have to do with a man shooting me?
you made it up.
I'm waiting. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what you got going on here.
So you did say to this jury that you don't recall if you meant to write rich or not, right? That's your answer.
I don't
today.
recall, sir.
Okay. Now, you also then text Rocky at one point, right? Okay. On November 7th, at 12:36 a.m., you text Rocky, right, in the morning?
I mean, if you want to pull up our whole text messages, you can.
I appreciate
I don't
that.
remember.
You remember texting Rocky that morning?
It was 3 years ago. You just got to pull up the text messages, the whole text messages.
Do you have the 63, guys?
Just gonna be an exhibit?
I believe this was shown yesterday, Ron, I believe, but it's not. Yes, it's the same conversation we had with that little mark as defense.
Jay's and John's, you mentioned.
Was it Jay?
Jay's and John.
Okay, Jay. So everyone take a look, we'll post it, we'll publish it, on the, I don't know. Okay. You see, Rocky's response to you if you turn around, sir? I don't know if you see it on the little screen there. You have it on that screen as well?
No, it's not here.
Okay, just take a look over there for a second. And I think you saw this yesterday. Rel, WTF, what are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? Right?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, you saw it yesterday too, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And then subsequently, he said, stop making shit up, right?
Where's the rest of the text messages?
I'm asking you, did Rocky text you back?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, take that down, guys. Just to be clear, on November 7th, Mr. Ephron, on November 7th, day after 2021, you did not have an attorney, correct?
Actually, I called the same night. I called the attorneys the same day
Right, what time?
after the shooting. After he told me to go to the police,
Okay, we'll get to that. But on November 7th, you have an attorney.
I think I went to the police station with him. I didn't have an attorney. Like I signed the paper. I signed the paper, lawyer, client privilege, whatever. And then me and him met. So pretty much I was waiting on the lawyer to go to the precinct to finish doing what I needed to do because I didn't want to go in the precinct by myself.
That was on November 8th, right, sir?
I would have to see. I would have to go through my text messages and stuff.
Okay, we'll get there, we'll get there. Now, you did remember seeing a message yesterday on a text that you sent to your friend Justa Benea saying, on November 7th, 2021, saying, I want to get this nigga's money, right? Remember seeing that yesterday?
Yeah, that was after the shooting.
Obviously, right? You saw that.
Yeah, correct.
And this nigga that you're talking about was Rocky, right?
I mean, I could be dead, yeah.
I didn't ask you that, I said.
I mean, that's obvious.
Right?
Obvious.
Now, when we refer to
What the?
Talk to Mr. Steve.
You understand that obviously Rocky is extremely successful in the music industry, right, sir?
I mean, it's bleeding.
He's what?
Bleeding, yeah, he's famous. He's known.
And you knew Rocky for about what, 4 or 5 years before he became successful?
I've known Rocky since high school.
About 4 or 5 years before he
No.
became successful.
No.
So I'm wrong if I say that.
No.
I'm wrong if I say that, right?
Tacopina, I don't know. I don't recall.
Is it no?
I
or
don't know,
recall?
sir. I don't know.
Okay, so
I just know we know each other since 17. I'm 36. His first video was made in my house. That was like 2000 and we know each other for like 6-7 years before he got famous. Maybe 8.
before he signed his first deal, how long did you know? Before he signed his first deal.
Not objection relevance, it's just a.
Now, to be clear, you were not really involved in Rocky's career taking off, right?
Objection relevance.
Wait, say that again?
Sure. To be clear, you weren't really involved in Rocky's music career taking off.
What does that even mean?
You don't know what I mean by that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Were you responsible for Rocky's career becoming successful?
How would I be? Why would I be responsible?
Just
No.
asking you
No.
yes or no.
And when one of the ASAP members, and ASAP's a conglomerate, you described it was yesterday, when one member earns money, that's not to be distributed amongst other members, correct?
No, but you give credit when credit's due, meaning if they got you around for hours, days, years, at least give them the credit where their name is in write-ups. You just don't have them around looking silly.
Right.
Mhm.
And so members, by the way, rotate in and out of ASAP, correct?
I mean, it became a mess. So yes, we're all to do it.
After Rocky found success, Mr. Ephron, you started to feel tension towards him, right?
Of course not.
Of course not.
No.
Okay.
I helped him on his album. I helped him mad stuff. Like, why would I be mad at this dude for his success? been on my way numerous times.
All right, okay. No question. Can I see you all, not on the record? I just have to inquire. Okay.
One second.
Just come on up just for a minute.
Now, you told the jury you didn't have a problem with Rocky, correct? The pool issue.
Yeah, and I mean, what you mean? Say that again, please.
You told the jury you did not have a problem with Rocky before.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I didn't.
Well, I'm asking you, so to your knowledge.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I didn't have a problem with it.
You were upset with Rocky because he disregarded some of your projects, correct?
No, never.
No, never. Okay. I'm going to read from the preliminary hearing, page 85, lines 8 through 11, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewin, you should read from me.
Preliminary hearing,
85.
8 to 11.
Before you do it, let Mr. Lewin get up to speed. Lines.
8 to 11.
Counsel, we're stipulating in advance that that is what the witness testified to at the preliminary hearing. So you don't need to ask him, does he remember?
I didn't ask him.
No, but I'm just saying, we're stipulating in advance.
Thank you.
Does he confirm?
Ms. Ephron,
Yes.
here's what you testified under oath at the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
And you said you got upset with Rocky because of some of your projects got disregarded by him, right? Answer by you under oath, yes. That's different than what you just told the jury, right?
What I just told him.
You just said you weren't upset with Rocky because he disregarded some of your projects.
Wow. Can you say that again? I don't get it.
Which part, sir? Which part would you like to
Just
say?
say it over, please. Over.
Okay, so here's, you want to jump in, Judge?
No, just re-say the question.
I'm not doing
The jury heard what Mr. Ephron testified to. The jury has now heard what he testified to at the preliminary hearing. Something.
You got it. Now, in any event, several months after the altercation, the one on November 6, 2021, you know who 12 is, right?
Yes.
You lived in New York at the time, after the altercation, right?
Yes.
Okay. 12 lived in New York, right?
I don't recall. I don't know where he goes.
You didn't know where 12 is?
No, I don't know where he goes.
Well, you saw 12 in New York after the incident on November 6, 2021. And you said to him, you know that Rocky did wrong for not taking care of us. Remember saying that to 12?
No, I don't remember that.
No.
No.
On November 9, 2021, you were questioned by several detectives. And during that interview, you told the detectives that you had become successful in your own right within the past year or so. Do you recall that?
No recall.
Okay. You also told them you decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business anymore. Is that true?
What does that even mean?
What does it mean?
Say that again?
You told the detectives that you decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business anymore.
I had no, I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. With respect to becoming involved in Rocky's music business or not, did Rocky invite you to become part of a music video he was doing called DMB, David, Mary, Boy?
Vegas the time, therefore.
Sure, July 2021.
Did he what?
Invite you to become part of a music video he was doing called DMB
In July 20th of 21?
in July 2021.
He wouldn't invite me to nothing, but I don't recall.
You don't recall.
I don't recall that.
And, well, let me ask you this. Justin Benet was your business partner?
Yes, still is.
Okay.
Wait, you want to go back to that last one? You want
Which
to say
one?
that again?
Which
Just say what you just said again.
At the
Before
video.
Justin Benito.
At the video.
The video, okay. July 2021.
Okay.
You recall Rocky inviting you to be part of a music video that he was doing called DMB,
What date?
July of 2021.
You don't gotta hit the table. You just gotta tell me what date. July 21? Is it some type of text message or something?
It's a question, Mr.
No, I don't know.
No, okay.
No, absolutely not.
So, Justin Benet is your partner.
Yeah, business partner.
And you and Justin Benet had a FaceTime call with Rocky on August 6th of 2021. Do you remember that?
I think we attempted to speak to Rocky numerous times. I think one time he was on the phone with him and he couldn't get to me, but this was all pertaining about my label and about like just certain other things. But I got all of those text messages. Nothing was ever wrong or anything.
Well, there was a group chat between you, Justin, and Rocky, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And July 24th, 2021, Justin sent Rocky a text message saying, "What's good? This is Justin. I'm Relli's business partner at Shut Eye." He mentioned you guys spoke about working on a management company for your artist. I wanted to tap in to see how I could help you get started. If you have time to jump on a call, link up next week to chop it up. You remember being part of that group chat?
Yeah, that's not okay.
So in August 2021, you were still trying to be involved with Rocky, obviously in music.
No, it wasn't. You can't be involved with him if you don't answer or doesn't acknowledge you.
Well, in response to that request,
Here we go.
where we go?
Let's go.
Where we going?
I don't know. Let's hear it.
We done. In response to that request, Rocky texts you and Justin Benet that he was free, and you should all jump on a call. Remember that?
I remember that day, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think, I just told you that before then. I think that Justin spoke to him. You're correct. I think Justin spoke to him, but I missed that call. Or I don't know if I got on that call. I think it was like, just a long time ago. But I was even surprised he even acknowledged that, to be honest.
Right, but he did, didn't he?
But nothing happened.
We mean nothing happened, Mr. Ephron.
Like nothing happened. It's been open-ended promises forever. And it's not even about promises, it's about the industry in itself. Like, it's just smoke and mirrors.
Well, you remember Rocky not responding fast enough for you, and
You don't gotta respond fast enough. I don't care.
And you said, "Oh, we didn't care." You remember sending a group chat, a message into that group chat 12 days later on July 24th, on August 5th, saying, "Fuck Rocky, calling him a fake ass N, and fucking goofy." Remember that?
You gotta say the whole thing. And if it was
That's
12
the whole
days
thing.
later, if it was 12 days later, that means I'm definitely tired of getting lied to, bro. So you gotta say the whole thing. Can you just make it look one-sided?
Stop.
What's the whole objective?
Take a look at the screen.
See it all?
Yes.
Okay. So you see Rocky twice saying, I'm free for a call, let's hop on a call. You see that, right?
I told you that before you even showed me this.
Okay. But despite that, above, what do you say about Rocky?
Which one?
Oh, the one up there. Go scroll down please a little bit. Right there. Exactly my point you write. July 24th. FU and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Right? What do you say about Rocky? The guy you have no animosity towards, right?
It's not animosity, that's, those are his neighbors.
It's July.
You trying to make me look like I got some type of animosity towards this dude. I don't. I never did. Never. To this day, I still don't.
I'm trying to do it that way.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
Your message.
He's just asking you about the words in the text. That's all he's asking.
What was the question?
There was no question.
Okay, so what are we looking at?
I'm looking at you. You done?
Yeah, we would ask for, yeah, stop,
Okay.
stop the.
We're going to offer that, Your Honor.
Dueling.
We're going to offer that as defense exhibit.
Okay,
Okay.
case in point.
Let's now go on to October 21st. October of 2021.
On the before anything, talk to Mr. Tech. There's a problem, I'll get involved. Is the screen on? It is. It doesn't show. Is your screen on?
No.
Oh, these are on C.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, mine's working on.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it's good. It's good.
Ready, Your Honor? October 2021. I want to now put your head there. It's a month before the incident. Another member of the ASAP group named Josh died, right?
Correct.
And that was a tragic death, correct?
Yes.
And after his death, you and Rocky were part of a text messaging thread in which discussed ASAP Josh and his death, right?
Correct.
And during the group chat, there was talk about flying ASAP Josh's body back to New York.
Okay.
For his funeral, right?
Yeah.
And during the group chat, Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for the expense.
Your Honor, objection, relevance.
Oh, it is relevant, Your Honor.
Just relevance and, I'm making my ground and I'm interrupted. Relevance and 352.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ephron, repeat that question. During the group chat, Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for the expense, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Is this leading up to?
It is. It is very soon.
Okay.
Preliminary hearing under oath sworn testimony, page 26, line 7 to 8. And Your Honor, you'll recall this is one of the texts that was shown this morning.
What line?
Line 7 through 8.
18.
7 through 18, I'm sorry.
What the court's reading at, opposition, relevance in 352 in this area, given the court's prior rulings.
Is this all there is? Is this all?
With this question, that's all there is. In about 2 minutes, this is going to be tied up, and it is relevant. I have to come up and tell you. Okay, so I'm going to read this to you, sir. Line 7 through 18 on page 26 of your sworn testimony. Question, what was the nature of the message that he sent on that thread? Answer by you. I think it was a bunch of people just talking about like Josh, and Josh's mom was in the group text. Like just pretty much, we was trying to come up with money, and Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for it. Question, was there something in particular that the defendant said he would pay for? This question by the prosecutor, by the way. Answer, his body being flown back. Answer by you. Question, flown back to where? Answer by you, to New York. Okay. You gave that testimony in November of 2023 under oath at your preliminary hearing.
What was the date?
November.
No, what was the date of that,
Next chat,
yeah, of that chat?
October of 2021. So, based on what you just heard and what you saw in that, right, you believe Rocky was going to pay for that, correct?
Your Honor, single objection.
Well, I'm assuming that the fact that
You are.
he's going to get to
You're going
something.
to hear it. Yes, sir.
Wait, explain it again?
Sure. Based on that, Rocky was supposed to pay for Josh's body to be flown back, correct?
Off of that text message, off the conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, I assume. Okay, I would assume.
However, you thought that Rocky did not follow through on his promise to pay, right?
I mean, I think I seen this was a long time ago, but I think I seen Josh's mom re-hit the text and ask, did anybody speak to Rocky or something like that in that sense?
That doesn't answer the question. Ask the question.
Sure. Based on what you saw in the text thread, you believe Rocky did not follow through on his promise to pay, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Right. And that caused you to be upset with Rocky, right?
What do you mean by upset?
Were you upset with Rocky that he...
What's upset mean to you? I mean, if somebody's saying they gotta pay for your friend's body,
Yep.
I'm not upset, but I'm disappointed.
Okay. So,
And I didn't even know because I never got a text back saying, "Oh, real, I paid for it," or anything. It just left me on red because I know what you're about to say. You're about to say my text message, and we could pull it up.
oh, it's coming.
Okay, cool.
Okay. There you go, Your Honor, by the way. In fact, I said, he referenced the text message that's coming, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have, under relevant 352, given the court's prior rulings, I'm not understanding.
It was shown.
But I still don't understand how is that relevant to the case.
This, I believe, relates to possible bias.
State of mind.
That's an objection. The objection's over. Understood. Go ahead.
You were right. Okay. In any event, you found out that Rocky later paid for the entire funeral, correct?
I never found out.
You never found out? Page 94 of the preliminary hearing transcript, lines 21 through 26. I'm going to read your
Oh, I said I don't recall.
I'm going to read your sworn testimony. 21 to 26 on page 94. Question. Do you now know that Rocky paid for the entire funeral? Answer by you, yeah. That was under oath, your
I
sworn
found out that
testimony.
day, right?
Sir?
Then, sir, what? Are you
That
telling
was
me?
under oath.
You read it fast. I don't
Stop.
understand what you're saying.
Stefan, stop. That question was asked at the preliminary hearing. That answer was given at the
Yes, sir.
preliminary hearing.
Under oath. Okay. And you testified, if you like, I can read it to you again.
Yeah, please.
You were upset about that.
No, can you read it again, please?
Sure. Question 94, lines 1 to 2. You were upset, right? Answer, yeah. Okay?
If he wasn't paying for the kid's body,
What you thought,
yeah, I would be upset.
right? But you later found out that he did pay for the body, correct?
How did I find out? Through preliminary hearing? Is that what you're telling me? Because how did I find out?
I just read it to you. I'll read it to you again.
No, how did I find out?
Sir, I'm not you. I don't know
You
how
just
you
read, I mean, you obviously know.
No, I know what you said on
You
the
said,
phone.
Mr. Tacopina,
You're right. I mean,
you confused me. You're supposed to
all
like,
right, you got it, that,
you gotta be clear.
stop! You've elicited what he said at the preliminary hearing.
Here we go.
Go on to something else.
I'm going to read him his answer. Question. Lines 21 through 76 on page 94. Do you now know that Rocky paid for the entire funeral? Answer, yeah, I heard that later. Okay, that's your under oath testimony. Now, because of you thinking he did it in November and October of 2021, that he didn't pay for the body to be flown back in Josh's funeral, you were upset with Rocky, right?
Upset about what?
Okay. On November 16, 2021, here we go. You sent a text message to someone you called Ty Y, threatening, if Rocky don't do shit with this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. Did you send that message?
I don't recall.
Okay, we'll show it to you.
Okay.
This was Put it up, please.
Is this another text?
Judge, yeah, you rule on this one, sorry.
L is in Lincoln.
Okay.
What am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that.
Is that your cell phone number?
Yeah, it is, but I don't remember this. This has been 21.
Yeah, it was in 21, October 16,
What's the
2021.
rest of the conversation?
Sir, that was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours also?
This means nothing. Even if it was, okay? Yes.
Wait, is it yours or is it not yours?
Were those your words?
Yeah. I don't recall, but
Those were his words, ask something else.
Let's go to November 6th, okay? By the way, the N-word there that you're referring to, the person is Rocky, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, read the line above. If Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. You're talking about Rocky, right?
And you saying I'm writing this to Taiwan?
No, I'm saying.
I wrote this to Rocky, I wrote this to Taiwan.
No, Taiwan, that's your cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On November 6, 2021, you can take that down. You were staying at the Lowe's Hotel, right?
Yes.
In Los Angeles.
Yes.
And while you were there, you woke up to find a series of missed calls.
That's correct.
And those calls were from Rocky, Twelby, and Elijah.
Correct.
All right.
No, I think I had the text messages first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the calls and text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you turned your phone over to the district attorney to go through all those messages or your cell phone messages, right?
Yes.
Can we put up exhibit, people to exhibit 13? Paul?
Screenshot, this is a screenshot.
Sure. Yeah.
We have a stipulation that
phone was not turned over.
Louder, 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 so
Sorry.
everybody can hear.
We have a stipulation that the phone was not turned over to the DA's office, it was turned over to NYPD. So stipulated, Mr. Tacopina?
Stipulated. And, look, John, you heard that stipulation that eventually was given to you from NYPD. That was eventually given to you guys from NYPD.
We will stipulate that we eventually came in, we got the phone, whether, the chain of custody is not an issue, but we ended up having this phone, which was analyzed. Is that stipulation you like? Mr. Tacopina, a thumbs up, won't work to the court reporter.
Oh, I didn't know I was on the right. Yes, that's a stipulation. So I'm looking up People's 21. What's that? Oh, 13 is fine, good, 13. Let's put up 13. This is in evidence already, or was introduced, I should say, by the people yesterday. All right. So that is in evidence, and we'll just put the date on the record. This is your exhibit, not mine. November 6th. November 6th, 2021.
The first message, November 6th at 9:34.
Okay. Now, that was put into evidence yesterday by the prosecution. You saw that yesterday, correct, sir? Yeah. Okay. Now, there's no, as you see, there's no message above that, right? Under it is the video you sent of the shell cases. Subsequently, that was later, that was at 11:58. But before that, before the incident in 9:34, is just that, right? Okay. Before turning your phone over to law enforcement, you in fact deleted messages which you sent to Rocky on November 6, 2021. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let's show you.
Your Honor, there's an impairment now, what they're going to show now is.
Hold on, take it down, take it down.
We have not identified.
Is this something else you showed to you?
I never
We'll show you.
Yes, from the defendant's phone, which they have not provided to us.
Are you
It's a
showing
text
that?
message from the witness to the defendant, which was deleted from his phone.
Are you going to show a text?
Yes.
Show it to Mr. Lewin and Mr. Prisloman. First.
We're requesting to see the complete thread so that we know what we are looking at.
Judge, by the way, you talked this earlier, and they agreed to it. This morning. This one. This was fronted earlier and agreed to this one.
The defense is going to show an exhibit. They have to show it to you first.
He did this morning.
That's the exhibit.
You remember this morning?
Yes.
Yeah, he agreed.
That's all they have to show you is that exhibit. That's it. That they are going to show. All right, have you looked at it?
I've seen it, yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Okay. There you go. You see, what wasn't on your phone, but remained on Rocky's phone, was what you deleted,
Your Honor,
Mr. Ephron.
Your Honor, that is no argument.
Hold on. You're right, it's argumentative.
Okay. You see the text messages you sent at
This is
10:30
fake.
a.m.?
It's fake.
It's fake
It's
also.
fake. I never seen. You don't even write like that. This dude would not write me.
No. What are you talking about?
This is supposed to be Rocky right here.
No,
This
sir. No, sir. That's you writing to Rocky.
Okay.
Okay. That's better. Rocky's responding to you, WYA, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. You saw that yesterday, and you wrote on the front of Trader Joe's.
Yeah, because that's when I seen Jabari. So that was at 6 when obviously when I heard him saying he was going to beat me up and do everything else under the moon.
Right. So you wrote that message to him,
I did.
correct?
I did.
Okay. Why did you delete that from your cell phone before you turned it over to law enforcement?
That assumes a
I
fact.
didn't- I did
That
not-
assumes a
stop.
fact, not an evidence.
Did you delete that text from your cell phone?
Yeah, but I didn't delete it because I handed it over to.
Did you delete it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your question now becomes relevant.
Why did you delete that string before you turned your phone over to law enforcement?
Oh yeah, because I asked them to beat me up because of.
No, he's asking, you already said you did delete it. He's asking, why?
Why?
Why did you delete it?
I think I deleted his whole message, and that's why it popped up a whole new one.
He's asking you why you deleted it.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway,
But if it was me, I would have kept it. I mean,
okay. Anyway, you testified yesterday to this jury that when you went to meet Rocky on November 6th, that you weren't.
I never went to go meet him.
You gotta let him finish the question.
You testified to this jury yesterday that when you went to go meet Rocky on November 6th, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight. Remember saying that to the jury?
Is that the day of the shooting?
Yes, sir. That's November 6th. What's that?
So, okay. Okay. But what was your question? Can you say it again?
You testified to this jury yesterday
Mhm.
that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him, right?
I said in preliminary hearing, and I said yesterday, this is 3 years ago, I said,
Yes, sir.
a fight is a fight. Like, I don't mind a fight, but I still want to fight the fight.
Mr. Ephron, that's not, you're answering a question that he didn't ask. Ask the question again.
Sure. See this jury here? You told this jury yesterday that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him. You recall saying that yesterday?
Yes.
No.
I don't really know, but
Well, at that point, you didn't think anyone was going to see your deleted messages, did you?
I really don't care, because it's not, what does that doesn't mean bring a gun.
Okay. That's your answer?
Can you pull it back up?
Oh,
Like, what do you mean?
Let's put it back up.
Who threatened me?
Put it back up. Put it back up. Excuse me.
Okay, I said you got all this fake animosity towards me. Laugh out loud, beat me up, because I'm saying I heard him tell Jabari he was gonna beat me up and do everything under the moon. So, okay,
And what's the line under it?
nigga, I wish you would.
With what?
I wish you would try to beat me up.
What do you say under that?
Give me a reason
The reason to do what?
to fight you or whatever. At this point, you gotta understand what it's leading up to. We're not cool. It's obviously not cool. Like, but I'm willing to go to him because he called me with his goons and link him and see what was going on, because I've said it many a times. We can easily talk this out. This ain't the first time me and Rocky had an altercation where it hasn't been talked out.
You told the jury yesterday you were going there to, quote, make things better.
I mean, yeah, like, anything can happen. Anything can happen. I'm not going into a fight.
Okay. Take it down. That morning also, I'm sorry, that day, November 6th, same day, were you agitated by anything else?
Judge, it's relevant.
You mean about Mr. Mayers or anything else?
He had another argument going on.
So was he upset about something else relating to Mr. Mayers?
No,
Is that the question?
Yes, yes.
Was anything else upsetting you on that day about?
No, I don't recall.
Rocky?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't remember.
You are, I just want to be clear the rules, so I don't run afoul of it. Am I limiting that question to arguments he had only regarding Mr. Mayers? Okay, fine. Now, you testified that on November 6, 2021, you woke up to find the missed calls and text messages, right?
Correct.
You understood that Rocky was performing at a music festival
The next day,
called Complex On.
I only found out because it was the 6th. I seen them on the, I heard the phone call of them on the jet going to LA. That's the only way I found out.
And
And because he had all the rest of the ASAP members in his house. So when I'm looking on the Instagram, I'm seeing everybody at his house or some of the performers.
And according to you, just a day earlier, on November 5th, 2021, Rocky had asked Jabari to attend the festival, right?
Yeah, he did.
And after waking up at the Lowe's Hotel on November 6th, 2021, you finally called Rocky back.
Excuse me?
When you woke up, finally, on November 6th at the Lowe's Hotel.
I'm gonna ask that the editorializing is finally, et cetera, he kept out of the question, it's already been.
If you woke up at, I will do that.
Just
If you woke up at the Lowe's Hotel on November 6th, 2021, after missing all the calls,
Correct.
you called Rocky back, correct?
I don't think so. I think I got a FaceTime call from him asking me where was I. Either it can be me calling him or I know it was a FaceTime call. Either way it goes, it was him looking for me.
Just a preliminary hearing transcript on the road. November 23.
I don't believe that this one
Okay.
has been impeachment.
Hold on, let me look first. Before you can read anything,
Sure.
take a look.
12 to 15, Your Honor.
On what page?
I'm sorry, 41. Okay, so here's what we testified to when we were here on the road. Question. When you initially woke up, you're saying the first thing you did was call him back. Answer by you, yeah, because I had a bunch of missed calls. So in fact, you called Rocky back that night, correct?
When was that said? At preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir. A year, 3 months ago.
And when was the shooting?
Tell me, when was the shooting?
November 7th or something like that? So what I'm saying in preliminary hearing is I don't really, so you say that question again?
When you woke up, you called Rocky back.
I mean, we can look through the text messages. I don't want to guess. So you got you got my whole
Stop,
thing.
all right, okay, all right.
You're in a 352 as to.
I don't want to hear from you, I don't want to hear anything now, I don't want any speaking objections. The jury has heard the question that was asked and the answer that was
I'm ready
given.
to go.
Go on to something else.
Rocky asked you where you're at, right?
You stop taking my calls.
Yes. And according to you, his voice sounded angry because he asked you where you at multiple times, right?
Like twice.
Is that why his voice sounded angry?
I mean, he only said it once, and then the second time it kind of sounded like more like you could tell somebody's not really like they agitated or something.
How many times did he ask you where you at? Once or twice?
I don't remember. Sure.
Well,
Probably twice.
probably twice. So you would agree that November of 23 is closer in time to November of 21 than January of 2025, right? 2023, November, is closer to November of 2021 than today, right?
I don't get what you're saying. You're kind of confusing me.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Excellent. Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Would your memory be better a year and 3 months ago of the incident, or would it be better today?
I mean, if we're talking about timestamps and everything, it's going to get kind of faded away, but I can tell you exactly what happened that day.
Okay. My question is, did Rocky ask you where you at once or more than once?
On the phone?
Yeah.
One, I don't. I think twice. I'm not sure. It was a long time ago. It was in 21.
Did you raise his voice when he asked you?
He kind of really. I don't really remember. It was more so like slick, like where are you? Like kind of where are you? Shit.
So it was kind of slick. That means he wasn't loud.
I don't remember. It was 2 years ago, sir.
Well, I'm going to read you, I guess, your testimony. Page 44 from the preliminary hearing.
Hold on.
I'm holding on.
44, come on.
7. Actually, you know what? We're going to start 43, line 28, 44, line 8. For context.
The objection not requiring consistent statement, a prior consistent statement, or refreshing recollection. Therefore, it's hearsay.
Okay. Question, this is you at your preliminary hearing, November 2023, under oath, sir. Question, what was the volume of his voice, your partner? Rocky answered, it was like, you want me to say how it sound? Question, sure. Witness, I'm sorry, court asked, was it loud, soft, whisper? Witness, no, it wasn't loud. Okay, that was truthful testimony, correct?
Yeah, I just told you it wasn't loud. You don't gotta scream in the phone to make your point.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you, when you said that,
No, it wasn't loud. It wasn't
that's
loud.
not what he's asking you. He's asking you, when you testified that way, will you tell the truth?
Yeah, yes.
When Rocky asked you where you were at, you lied to him and told him you were at the W Hotel when you actually at the Lowe's Hotel, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And during the preliminary hearing back in November 23, you were asked, why didn't you tell Rocky you were at the Lowe's Hotel? And you testified that something about Rocky's voice told you not to give your original location. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
You were interviewed by detectives almost 2 years earlier, sir. 2 years before the preliminary hearing, 1 month after the incident, on December 17th, 2021. Okay? During that interview on December 17th, 2021, you told Detective Manafee and Detective Flores that the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel. You remember saying that? 1 month after the incident.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Only 1 month after the incident, when you were interviewed by Detective Manafee and Detective Flores, you know Detective Flores, right? Remember that?
Okay.
You told him the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel, right?
I really don't recall. It was so long ago.
Well, almost a year later, in November 14th of 2022, you were interviewed by a deputy district attorney named Fred Engel from the district attorney's office. Remember Mr. Engel?
Never met him.
Okay. Well, do you remember speaking to someone from the district attorney's office back in 2022?
I don't recall.
You told him a phone interview with anyone from the DA's
I
office?
spoke to a lot of people.
Okay. From the DA's office?
I mean, all around about this.
During that interview, you were asked again why you told Rocky you were at the W Hotel when you were staying at a different hotel. And this time you answered, because I wanted to make it look like I was at a nicer hotel. That's the only reason. Why, to be honest? Remember saying that?
It was numerous things because when he said that, it was that and because I didn't want to give him my location.
So it was numerous things. It was one, you wanted to pretend
And
you were at a nicer
That's
hotel.
not pretending, bro. You obviously seen the text messages. Like, you don't gotta like pretend.
Why don't we take a break now?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a break till 3:15. We'll discuss the case of Mr. Terell. Yeah.
up, shall we? Here's the waterfall bar. There it is. And I'm just going to do this in real time, give you a sense of at least the journey through the town here of Canton. About a 5-minute drive, many different routes you can take. And I think it's less than clear, to say the least, exactly what the route was that night, because as I mentioned, folks had to ask for directions to get there, and I guess depending on whether they used Waze or some other direction device, maybe they were sent the same way, maybe they weren't. But let's give you a sense of the drive, how far it is, and everything else that's kind of in the area there. You can see, this is just like a regular folks type community. 24,000 people here, utility, road work, rampant. What a surprise, especially in the Northeast. Snow wreaks havoc on roadways. Hi guys, good luck. So we're heading kind of, I guess this is slightly north. Basically a bedroom community of Boston. You can hop on the train, maybe 30 minutes for the quickie train. It's a little more than 20 miles just north of us to get to Boston proper. Cops guarding that utility site. Canton's finest at work. This is the train station, the Canton train station. Again, not too far south of the big city of Boston. So a lot of folks with, let's be honest, lesser means might desire to live just south of town. And maybe because they just don't want to live in a big city either. That's possible. Lots of little waterways up here as well. I'll call them rivulets. I don't know if that's a real word or not, but just kind of small rivers. There's Legion. You might remember the name of that street. A lot of these streets, the name has, become synonymous with this Karen Reed case, because people on the witness stand were describing, where they were, how they got where they got. And here's Fairview Road, turning left on Fairview. And as you can tell, you can only turn left on Fairview. And then it's about a half a mile down. There's one Fairview Road. We're on our way to 34. So again, if you look side to side, these homes are all pretty basic, pretty much the same. Looks like 2,000 square footish. Acreage looks like maybe half an acre per lot at the most. So not densely packed, but certainly not sprawling properties either. And there's the obligatory neighborhood walker jogger. So as we make our way around the turn here, about halfway to where the house is, there's Old Ridge Road. Again, some of these roads are going to sound familiar to you because of the witness testimony in trial number 1. There's Carriage Lane. Here's 30 Fairview, 32 Fairview, and here we're coming up on 34 Fairview. A couple of cars in the drive. There's the flagpole, if you might remember the flagpole discussion, because very near there is where John O'Keefe's body was ultimately found. So far less snow on this day than there was on the day his body was found. But that's 34 Fairview, and that's the route. Okay, so here we are at 34 Fairview. You can see the fire hydrant behind me. You can see the flagpole. You know, those are critical markers from that night 3 years ago when they found John O'Keefe's body in the yard. So some of the bigger questions are not just, you know, the timing of the arrivals and who left when, but, you know, the very interesting information about John O'Keefe's travels based on his Apple Watch and other markers. You know, there's some indication that at some point he traveled up and down 3 flights of stairs. Well, you know, the prosecution's story is he never even went in the house. That's what the McAlberts say. He never even went in the house. Well, if that's true, why would that weird information be collected? And you know, I'm no Apple fan, but I would trust them over some of the other information that's being provided in this trial. So it's going to be a critical issue in the second trial. Can the defense bolster their defense that he did go in the house and that maybe whatever happened to him started in the house and had nothing to do with Karen Reed, nothing to do with her bumping into him, if at all, and that she's totally, I'm not going to use the word framed, let's just say that the evidence does not point to guilt. That's why the jury was hung the first time, in my opinion. We'll see if anything is different the second time around. But again, 34 Fairview is literally the scene of the crime. Welcome to Canton, Massachusetts. It's a cute little town here. Kind of reminds me a little bit of South Lake Tahoe. You know, small shops, restaurants, things along the main street here. Also here, as you might have noticed, is C.J. McCarthy's. We thought with the Karen Reed retrial coming up and some of the more important hearings, it'd be nice to just kind of check things out here and give you a sense of the relationship between locations and some of the events that came up in trial number 1, which probably will come up in trial number 2. So it was almost exactly 3 years ago at C.K. McCarthy's. That's when that evening began. That was January 28th of that year, 3 years ago. John O'Keefe was already here that evening. Sometime after 7 or 8, he arrived with a friend and a couple of family members. They were actually celebrating that a couple of the kids had gotten into a prestigious school. So at about 8:58, Karen Reed joins John O'Keefe here at McCarthy's. Now, I'm going to just keep talking to you as I walk toward the waterfall because I think it's important to see the spatial orientation of the two. And I'm going to walk across the street here and try not to get hit. So when she gets her 8:58, she orders a drink. And between 8:58 and 10:30, she has, or at least orders, 5 drinks. To what degree she consumed those drinks, that's not exactly clear, but ordered them. At about 10:30, she leaves with John O'Keefe. Now, in the meantime, down here at the waterfall, which we're going to see is right down the street here, Brian Higgins is already there. A couple of other folks are already there from the McCabe, Higgins, all of that clan, and they're hanging out at the waterfall. So at 10:30, when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed leave and head toward the waterfall, these guys are already there hanging out, having their own party of some sort. So, and let me turn around so you can see it as I'm heading toward it. Up here off my right shoulder, called the Waterfall Grill. So it took, for some reason, 24 minutes for them to get here from the time they left McCarthy's to the time they got to the waterfall. Obviously, I just walked it in about, 2 minutes maybe. So they're here, and that's, they weren't here all that long. They're here from about 11 to just after 12 o'clock. So they're here, they're hanging out. People start to leave, the McCabes leave, Higgins, and at 12:10, that's when Karen Reed leaves, and about a minute after, maybe less, John O'Keefe leaves. They get in their respective vehicles, and there's this gathering that's going to continue at 34 Fairview. Some folks know where it is, some folks don't know where it is, including Karen Reed. She has to be given some extra information along the way. She has to kind of get further directions. Not very far from here, about 5 minutes by car. So they leave. Remember, John O'Keefe left glass in hand. Important because the cops say that was accounted for by the contact with the vehicle when Karen Reed allegedly ran into him. That broke the glass. That accounted for some of the glass at the scene. So there we are. That's the end of the evening as far as most are concerned. Let's head over to 34 Fairview.
right? So I brought to Michael Bryant, remember when I was in Tennessee telling you about the rattlesnakes? I brought all my flannel, but I decided to jazz it up with a little bit of well, like a Chanel dupe tie. I'll say that for now. So that's why I figured I had to do both. There you saw a flash of Michael Bryant, who's in Kent. But this has been wild here going on. And there he is. We're not even in the lunch break, Michael Bryant. We're in the second side. First of all, they had to take a break. I know you're in Canton, Massachusetts, getting ready for Karen Reed. They had to take a break because Relli was not answering any questions. It was crazy. It was nuts. So they had to take a break. Apparently, Affy's reporting that his civil attorneys are in the courtroom. Somebody had to talk with him. So they came back from break, and then he started answering questions. And then it got into an area I guess he didn't like. And then Lewin is objecting. And then there's speaking objections. It is a disaster. So we do have some questions. Missy starts out with a question that Affy said that the judge admonished Relli 3 times. What exactly does that mean? And what can happen to Relli if he continues to be combative? Admonish means I'm telling you first nicely to answer the question. I'm telling you second nicely, Mr. Relli, answer the question. I'm telling you third, not so nicely.
What's scared of Rocky?
No.
That's a double negative, so it's clear.
Were you scared of Rakim? Were you scared of Rakim?
No. I didn't know what was going to happen. I'm not scared. I'm not going to be scared of.
And you understand that Rocky's not a difficult person to talk to face to face.
Huh?
You understand that Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to face, correct?
Not yet.
He is?
Yeah.
He's a difficult person to talk to face.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
One second, please, John. Back to the preliminary hearing under oath testimony from November 2023, page 47. 25. 2. Page 48, line 1.
Fair game.
Okay. So I read the question. Read the question first. Question. From what you were describing, were you expecting to have a difficult conversation with him? Rocky, your answer, no. Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to once you face to face.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That was not the question you asked. Face to face is different because you're having a real conversation opposed to text. I'm thinking you mean in like every form.
So my exact question just a minute ago was, you understand that Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to face. You said, yeah, he is.
Oh, you said face to face?
I did. Okay.
Well, it all depends on the context. Like, nobody's like, but whatever.
Anyway, you'd agree that Rocky is not a violent person, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
I don't know.
Okay.
There is relevant as to time.
Well,
And give, Your Honor.
Stop. The objection as to Vegas time was sustained.
Your Honor, very important point. I just want to give counsel a heads up.
No speaking objections.
No.
No speaking objections. It's sustained as to the time, as to Vegas time.
Your Honor,
No.
Your Honor, I think the court's going to want me to approach on this. So I think it's going to appreciate that I ask to approach.
Run it by Mr. Tacopina first. Quietly. All right, so you're going to go on something else?
Yes. So we get out at some point this year. Let's go like this. You agree, you weigh, back in 2021 November, you weigh about 200, 205 pounds, right? Back then?
Yeah, probably, I don't know.
Okay. You're 6'3"?
Correct.
Okay. Rocky's about 5'9", 5'10".
I don't know.
Well, you offer up the stipulation. I don't know how tall he is if you offer up the stipulation.
Okay. You're significantly, physically much larger than Rocky. You agree to that, right?
No.
You wouldn't agree to that? You're not much larger than Rocky.
Question was significantly and how large.
Significantly is big.
Okay. In terms of physical size, are you bigger than Rocky?
I mean, clearly.
Okay. Now, when you went to meet Rocky, you didn't just walk to the W Hotel, right? You jogged there.
Yeah, John. Because I ain't gonna lie.
Because what?
Elijah was calling me,
Okay.
asking like where I was at.
And as you were quickly heading to Rocky and the W Hotel, you thought, to use your words, if there was going to be an altercation, there would be a bit of roughing. You said that, right?
If there was an altercation, yeah, but that's regular, it's a fight.
Okay. And you thought maybe you'd have a fight with Rocky on the way to that W Hotel, right?
I did.
Okay. And you thought because...
But what's your definition of fight? Because I would, like what I said, I was thinking arguing. Like, you're not going to get to fight without arguing first. So I'm thinking it can easily be de-escalated or whatever. But you go on.
And you thought because, according to you, fights what men do if they're angry, right?
Say what now?
Sure. According to you, you thought a fight is what men do if they're angry, right? Did you say that?
I'm not going to recall.
You don't recall what?
Say that again? If men get what?
Okay. According to you, you ever recall testifying that, according to you, when men are angry, they fight?
Yeah, that's, I mean,
and of course, you were angry with Rocky on November 6th, 2021, right?
no, I wasn't angry at him.
You were angry?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
So, were you upset with him or pissed at him?
No.
No. Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would like...
But what about what? You're not making it clear.
Your Honor, at this point...
Wait, are you referring to before the shooting or after?
Right. On November 6th, as you were going to meet Rocky, you were angry at him. We saw your text messages about something else. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Can you restate the question because
Sure.
I'm trying to make it clear.
On November 6th, 2021, as you were going to meet Rocky, you were upset with him, or quote-unquote pissed at him, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, there, let me speak to Mr. Lewin.
It's not.
This is what you told ADA, or Deputy District Attorney, I should say, Engel in a phone interview on November 14th, 2022. Okay, you have stipulation, Your Honor, that's the right date.
Is it after the incident?
In November 2022 is after the incident, yes, sir. I mean, you had to be pissed at him a little. This is the district attorney, by the way, speaking. You had to be pissed at him a bit though. I mean, he's out there talking to other people and calling you a bitch. Your answer, wait, what do you mean? Physical with him? Answer, no. I said you had to be not physical. I didn't say physical. I meant you had to get upset with him or pissed at him. Your answer, oh yeah. You recall giving that answer? Your interview with the district attorney's office?
And that was when was the text produced?
Is the stipulation that was the question, those were the questions asked, and those were the answers given?
Yes.
Yes, and just so it's clear, this is an interview conducted
I said, yeah.
November 14th, 2022.
With Deputy District Attorney Frederick Engels.
Yes,
That's right.
Yeah.
Deputy
Angle. Zero.
and
Was I mad at him? Can you repeat the question?
Hold on a second. I have a stipulation I very accurately read one.
I think everybody agrees that
Okay.
that was the question. Those were the questions asked. That was the answers given. Those were the answers given.
Now, again, you've already testified, and read from the transcript again, that as you were heading to Rocky, you believed you hadn't paid for those funeral expenses for ASAP Josh, right? We went through that already, right, Mr. Ephron?
I didn't care. That was weeks prior that I wrote him that. It's two different situations. You're trying to mix it up. Jabari and Josh is way different. You gotta go back to Josh's text. That was 3 weeks prior to me getting that phone call. So I just mentioned Josh. I never combined them together. Everybody wanted to combine these two together. I don't know what that man is thinking within 3 weeks.
It's a recorded conversation of you, sir. So on that same interview with the district attorney Engel in November of 2022, you said, talking about Josh's overdose, and it was a big thing where Rocky said he was going to pay for Josh, body to get flown to New York. It never happened. So, and I'm becoming successful. So I wrote him, and I just wrote him like, yo, bro, that's mad F up, like this, that, and the third. Like, I got myself out of mad situations, so I'm just like venting to him, nothing bad, nothing like threatening, nothing, you get what I'm saying? So basically, I'm just like cutting ties, like it's smoke and mirrors, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I know I'm just reading your transcript. I'm not asking you if you get what I'm saying. So, you continue. Rocky, Engel, I'm sorry, the Engel. Rocky essentially says he's going to pay for the transport of the body from, you get flown back to New York. It doesn't happen. You answer, right, it didn't happen. So that's a year later. According to you, you still didn't think it happened, right?
Your Honor, relevance?
Yeah, like what are we talking about? We talking?
Relevance is when he went there.
I said overruled, so
Oh.
it's a fair question.
Sorry, go ahead, sir. On November 6, 2021, you still didn't think Rocky had paid for Josh's funeral, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know how that's relevant.
Yeah, that's the judge over there, so I'm just asking you.
Okay, but I don't recall.
Well, you just heard could I have a stipulation I heard accurately from the
Yeah,
transcript?
but that does not have nothing to do with the case.
We already stipulated.
Okay.
So yes, you read accurately the transcript.
And that was 1 year later. Just a few weeks earlier, I'll remind you something, a few weeks earlier, on October 16th, 2021, you saw the text where you text, hi, Y. If Rocky don't do this shit with this boy, funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. You remember that text, right?
You know, that was asked and answered.
You remember that text, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that text that we put up here?
Sorry, sir. Has nothing to do with the case. I'm so confused what's going on.
Take a look. You recall it now?
I don't recall.
Take a look.
I see it. I see it. You ain't got
You
to
can
me.
read that?
I can see it.
What's the last line say? Oh, no. You were looking over here.
But I've seen this already.
I know you have. Take that. Okay. So as you're heading, now let's get to the hotel. As you're heading to the W Hotel in Rocky at 10:08 p.m., you sent him a message saying you were in front of Trader Joe's. We saw that, right?
Yes.
And at that time you sent that message, you were actually still on your way. I think you testified too, right? You were walking down Argyle Avenue, and that's when you encountered Ryan.
I don't know when that text message. Wait, say it again, please.
You were on the way to Trader Joe's, and you were on the way to Trader Joe's, you sent him that message.
And I sent them that message
Right.
because the W is right next to Trader Joe's. And yeah,
But you eventually encountered Rocky as you were walking down Argyle Avenue, right?
yeah, correct.
And even before the events depicted on the video, as you approached, there were words you said between you and Rocky from as far as 40 feet away from one another, right?
What?
As you approached Rocky, there were words you said.
I didn't say nothing. He said something to me, but okay.
What did he say?
He said, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay. And that was from 40 feet away, he told Detective Manfrey, right?
I can't recall. Like what the? I know when I heard him, I seen him.
How far away was he?
I can't really recall right now.
And according to you at the time, Rocky was just standing at a building when you approached him, right?
No, I said I heard him. I heard him, and then he started like he was walking. I heard him.
That's a good question, which is, according to you and what you told Detective Flores, Rocky was just standing at a building when you finally approached him, correct?
No, I never said that.
You never said it to Detective Flores?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall. And even though you claim Rocky made this remark to you as you guys were coming towards each other, you didn't turn around and leave when he said that, right?
Say what?
Okay. Even though Rocky...
When he said whatever he said, I didn't turn around and leave.
Right, that's my question.
No.
You continued to approach him, right?
I mean, what's wrong with that?
I just asked you if you could.
Yeah, I did.
And you've seen on the video, you showed the initial encounter with Rocky outside that parking garage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your testimony he grabbed you first
Yes, it is.
with his right hand, you said?
He grabbed me with his right?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I just know I lifted up my left. I know I just had my left up and I'm right.
Correct, the witness has extended his left hand outward, Your Honor.
Well, which hand did Rocky grab you with first?
I mean, we got to go back to the video if you want to play it. We can play it 100 times.
Right. So it's your testimony that the first person seen moving hand on that video is Rocky.
I mean, we could play it back.
Okay, as you sit here, you have an independent recollection from watching that video. Who's the first person on that video to move their hand?
Your Honor, is the question, does he have a recollection from watching the video?
That was the question.
Does he have a recollection for what actually happened?
Do you remember, can you put yourself at the scene, can you put yourself in the parking lot? All right.
No, it's not the parking lot. It's the parking garage.
All right, the parking lot. Can you put yourself there in your mind's eye?
I don't want to lie and say.
I know that, I know. Can you put yourself in your mind's eye there?
Say the question again?
Sure. As you're sitting here now, I was actually referring to his recollection of the video, because it's a long time ago, like you said. You just saw the video yesterday, right?
Seen the video a lot.
A lot. Do you recall, as you're sitting here testifying, from the video, Whose hand moves first, yours or Rocky's?
Your Honor, questions about the video are relevant. It's a piece of evidence for the jury to evaluate.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
I mean, can we play it?
Sure. We're teed up, ready to go, so we'll mark it, it's the same issue, but we'll mark it as defense attorney, Your Honor.
Same video?
And yes, the garage.
I show it as M as in Mary.
Alex, was there an M?
I believe it's M, I've got the next M, Your Honor.
Do you have an, is
I
the
do
next
not-
one M as in Mary or N as in Nora?
I do not have an M as a Mary.
Okay, the next one is M as in Mary.
Okay. So we will now, sir, play that video for you, that portion of it. I want you to look at the video and watch it and tell me whose hand you see moving first.
I mean, obviously you can't see Rocky, I'm blocking. Like, play it again?
Sure.
It's kind of blurry down here. Play it?
Again? Sure.
Play it. You gotta play it again, but it's hard to say. I know I didn't put my hands on him.
So
I know that for a fact.
here's my
so-
question, sir. Let me just make sure what you're saying. According to this video, which is the evidence that this jury's looking at,
Whatever you want to try to do.
what's that, sir?
I said whatever you want to try to do.
I want to try to ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay? According to this video that you just looked at, according to the video, the only video we have, whose hand moves first is my question. You want to
I
see
mean, I
that?
can't see the other person. You're saying who here moves first. We have to see both parties.
According to the video, which is the
All right, he's answered, he can't tell. Ask another question.
okay. You want to see it again?
I can't tell.
Okay. You testified that, well, let me ask you this question. You see Rocky's right hand coming up after
Play it again.
your left hand is up. Go ahead.
What are we looking
Take a
at?
look. Take a look. There you go.
Wait, play it back.
Okay.
Play the whole thing. He's grabbing me. You see him literally grabbing my arm, bro.
Okay.
Like,
That's your,
you
that's
see
your-
him tugging at me.
Okay. Is he coming at you here or are you
Play
pulling
it
him
back. Play it back.
Play it back.
Because I just seen it.
Okay.
He's tugging at my arm. My other arm is down and I'm a righty. If I want, and I'm so big, if I wanted to fight this man and I'm getting touched, don't you think I'm gonna protect myself?
Where are your hands right now?
We're both grabbing each other at this point. Look, a second ago when my hand was down, I'm a righty. I try to stop him with my left.
Indicating right hand down, left hand.
Like, I keep on saying the same thing.
Okay. Now, what's going on there?
Explain that one more time. If you want people to see it.
No more. Just keep on going.
Right.
In argument, you can give your, what your version is. Mr. Lewin or Mr. Shlomo can give theirs. The jury will make the final determination. So
Just,
don't replay it.
no, I'm replaying. Just want to scroll forward another few seconds.
All right.
Just look at this. Right there, you're pulling him back. He's not pushing you, correct?
Excuse me?
Sure. The part of the video you just saw is you pulling Rocky back, correct? He's not pushing you forward, right?
Let's see it again.
Sure.
you want to indicate where you're pointing?
He's clearly pushing me.
Okay, hold on.
Counsel, for the record, we don't have to get a record.
And I don't, it's too many grabbing each other at this point. He initiated it.
Hold on, Sheriff, hold on. Stop. The record's got to show, he is showing him, and it looks like between
Just give me the
12
seconds.
14 seconds into the video.
A little bit before 14 seconds. I agree with John, 12.
12 to 14 seconds.
Yep.
Between 12 and 14 seconds.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you are not trying to pull Rocky back?
Let me see.
Sure.
Should I pull him back?
I'm asking you, sir.
I don't recall. I don't know what I'm answering right now. I don't recall.
Here's the question. In that video, on this street on that night, November 6, 2021, are you pulling Rocky back?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yes.
I'm going to read your preliminary hearing transcript from November 2023.
Page 9.
Yep, trying to get to the line. Page 63 on 22 to 25.
What line? Second line?
22 to 25.
Okay.
Question to you. And did he do anything besides just grab the collar? Your answer. I mean, he was yanking it, and I tried, like, pulling him back, You told me that answer on the road?
That was my move. That's fine. Wait, what did you say again? Tacopina?
Stipulate, yes.
All right, the question that was just read from the preliminary hearing transcript, and the answer given by Mr. Ephron, that's what is reflected in the transcript.
We are stipulating that.
Okay. Good. So, now it's your story that during this initial encounter that we just observed, Rocky pressed the gun against your stomach. Correct?
Yes, correct.
He also pressed.
He didn't touch my stomach, but he pointed it out at me. Nothing that physically touched me. He pointed it at me.
Okay, so it didn't physically touch your stomach.
No, I didn't touch my stomach. Sir.
So therefore, if it didn't physically touch your stomach,
It was in between.
Let me finish. If it didn't physically touch your stomach, like you just said, you wouldn't have felt the barrel of the gun against your stomach, right?
I don't know what I was feeling. Everything happened fast.
Oh, I understand.
Fast.
Right. But you just told the jury nothing physically touched your stomach. Gun did not physically touch you, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Did you not testify that you felt the barrel of the gun touching your stomach previously?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'll help you. Much appreciated.
Yeah, like you gotta read, but I don't know.
No, I've been doing that, but I'll do it again. Page 63, lunch 22. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, that's the Engel interview on November of 2022. Transcript is page 18, 178. We back in Baden. The relevant portions. He's like Elijah and 12 he's off to the side. Elijah's put it away. No. He's literally, I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach. Like. Do you recall saying that to the district attorney in 2022?
Say it again. Like Elijah and
This is the relevant portion.
Wait, hold on, sir. What was this? A phone call or?
Phone interview with the district attorney's office in 2022. Do you recall saying, I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach?
I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach. I don't recall.
Okay.
Just want to be clear, is the question whether you recall saying it, or is the question whether in fact?
I believe the question was, is he called saying?
Correct.
Okay.
The Because initially today he said nothing touched. So that was my question. Thank you, Ron. Thank you. You also told detectives that in that instance that we saw in this video, not only did he put the gun to your stomach, but he also put the gun to your head. Right?
No, he didn't put no actual physical, it didn't never touch me, but he pointed it. He pointed it to my stomach, and I said that he's trying to trip me up. He pointed it to me, to my head and my stomach, and he said he's going to kill me.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ephron, I just read your words from a recorded conversation where you said you felt the power. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm asking you if you recall.
If I'm next to him in 2 seconds, a gun can easily touch you, do anything. I don't know. But a gun was pulled on me. It was pointed at me, and it was fired later.
So it was now pointed to your stomach and also to your head, right?
I'm going to object to the word now, it's argumentative.
According to you today, according to your testimony, the gun was pointed at your stomach and at your head, correct?
It was pointed at me, Mr. Tacopina.
At your stomach and at your head, right?
It was pointed at me.
Where, sir?
At my stomach and my head.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Didn't you also tell the detectives that the gun was also pointed in the third place, your chest as well?
If he's pointed to my body, my chest, bro, all this is the same. All of this is the same to me.
So
He's
the
pointing,
stomach-
he pulled the gun out, he pointed at me, he said, I'm gonna kill you. Boom, boom, it happened quick. He pointed it. That's it.
For the record, Your Honor, when the witness said it's all the same, he made a finger as a gun, he pointed it at his stomach and his chest, indicating the stomach and the chest were all the same. Is that, did the court see that as order line?
Sure.
Yes, I did.
So
That's
when
right.
you're describing the chest and the stomach, it's the same to you, correct?
It's not the same, but he's pointing it at me. Which way you put it, the gun's pointing at me.
And you testified that he also said, I'll kill you right now, right?
Yeah.
First of all, you remember those words? Specifically, you remember those words, sir?
I mean, he's screaming it. He's saying, like, I'll kill you.
Did he say those words, I'll kill you?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, when you spoke to the district attorney only 1 year later, in November of 2022, on tape, what you said was, you don't remember what he said because it was so long ago. Isn't that true?
I mean, that's pretty much a tactic you had since day one, drag it out. But if I'm refreshed, I can remember. It's been 3 years. He was innocent. He would be home a long time ago.
I'm sorry.
I mean, if, I don't know.
There's no question.
But 3 years, it's been going on for 3
No,
years.
stop. Just wait till he asks me a question. Why don't you ask,
That's a fair question.
no, I know that, but we're almost 4 o'clock, so go ahead and finish the topic, and then we're gonna take a break. Recess.
Here's the question. You swore to this jury that Rocky said to you exact words, I'll kill you right now. Not that something like it. You remember those words you told the jury.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I remember.
1 year after this incident, sir. 1 year after. Not 3.5 years later, like it is now. 1 year after, you had a taped interview with the district attorney's office. And what you said to them was, and then Rocky, like, he's saying something, I don't really remember because it was just like a long time ago, so I don't really remember what he was saying.
Because I'm getting tired of talking to everybody, bro. Nothing was happening. It took them 9 months to even pursue the case.
So you didn't give me the honest answer because
It's not honest. I'm just tired.
Mr. Ephron.
I'm going to read from that transcript, Your Honor.
It's a stipulation that those questions were asked and those answers were given when Mr. Ephron was in.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right, so why don't we just take a break now? Since
sure.
2 minutes, well, it's 4. All right, we're going to resume close tomorrow at 10:30. Please keep an open mind.
Here we are.
All right, so there you go. There you go. When they pull the plug, they pull the plug.
But here we are. Excuse me. I'm
Are you all right?
Here we are now. It's argumentative. We can't be here now because that would
No, stop. No. Oh man.
So, Judge, but I want to go to side. Please, sorry, you understand why?
Judge, this is going to help. This is going to help everybody. I'm going to. Yeah, Lewin, the savior. Yes, thank you for helping us understand the law in this courtroom.
No, there's no speaking objections. Stop. Just stop. There's no speaking objections. Why are you going back at it?
He can't help himself. He just cannot help himself, and it's amusing to the point of aggravation.
I'll speak to that. Finally, at one point the judge said, "No, Mr. Tacopina has a right to have them hear it." But I think at the end of the day, the point was made that he said things all over the place, and it took them 9 months. What do I know? What did I know he said? It took them 9 months.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, Tacopina has so much material to work with just holding that November 2023 preliminary hearing transcript and going through it to see how Relli contradicts himself, doesn't seem to know what he knew so well back then. Now he knows nothing. Well, yeah, it's been 9 months. My brain, actually, it's been, 13 months, 14 months. Yeah, my brain is shot.
Everyone says that the judge had enough for the day, and I think you're absolutely right. He really he pulled, but then Lewin has to say, "Well, we'll stipulate that's what he said. We'll stipulate that's what he said."
Anytime they got into trouble, that he would jump in with some sort of weird clarification to try and save his witness.
Right. His witness was
saying, and I don't blame him. I get it. I don't blame him. Yeah. But man, it's a full-time job with this Relli dude.
And we haven't really started, but then where's the gut pointed? Where was the gut? Your head, your stomach? I don't know. Your hand? I was writing this all down. I don't know.
I know. So was I. I'm just looking for my notes here.
Go ahead.
They're a mess. They're a mess. I can't. I'm glad I was sitting shivering in the cold. I don't know if I could have taken all day of listening to these guys. Congratulations to you for having done that.
And Missy Mayhem and was on helping.
Yeah, Missy may run screaming from the room. He says at one point, Relli says, "You're trying to make it look like I had animosity toward him. I never had any animosity." I mean, just the way he's saying that sounds like he has animosity. I mean, he's just an angry sounding dude. Let me say something now. This may be inappropriate, but so what? The rap culture is built on this bravado, right? This machismo, this, hey, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to kill you, whether it's fiction or not. To be then taking that cultural attitude into a courtroom, sitting on the witness stand where you have zero control, it's difficult for guys like Relli, because this is not his environment. He is not in control. And now, even what he's asking for in this case, whether it be the criminal or the sidecar civil, is being questioned. He's being challenged. And that's not a position that he's used to. And we're seeing it come out in this guy.
Well, but except that when you were gone today, we had a discussion about the witness, Lil Woody, right? Lil Woody.
Oh, Lil Woody, yeah.
Not just finessing about who got this better. It was clear Lil Woody knew how to answer because he was finessing. He was finessing. He knew what he was doing.
He's also funny.
And he's funny.
And you can get by with a lot if you're funny. You really, and he is a funny dude, even when he isn't trying to be.
Yeah.
But Relli is not funny. He's just angry.
Yeah, he's angry. Well, I'd be angry too if I was seeing my $30 million going down.
Well, yeah, that's right.
I'd be really angry because remember, I know how to make money. That's what he said. I know how to make money.
And it was a done deal. That money was coming. The money was coming.
He thought the money was coming, and he thought it'd be coming even more. But then they took 9 months even to think about going ahead. I mean, oh my goodness gracious. I thought Joe Tacopina did a marvelous job. He stayed with it. He let Relli squirm in that witness chair. He didn't give in to Lewin. And Lewin's never had an attorney that he hasn't had his way with, right? Or a judge that hasn't his way with. The judge a few times sustained objections, but mostly overruled them. And then Joe would just keep going on. I mean, it was. And then it showed that he changes his story all the time. He saw it all the time.
Fill in some blanks for me because I wasn't there earlier today, but apparently there's some issue with the funeral expenses for somebody who had passed, and Rocky promised to pay for them, but Relli suggested he was not going to pay. What's the deal there?
And then he was angry over that or something.
Oh yeah, he's clearly angry. But who passed away? Was it one of the ASAP gang or?
Yeah, I don't know who passed away.
Okay.
I kind of missed it. I saw who I remember, but I didn't write down the name and all. And our viewers will know because they've been monitoring this all. But he was angry about it. But it's a question about did he really promise? Was it somebody? Was it this Relli just making things up? Was this Relli making things up to cover for the texts, right? That he was sending, right? To make the text fill. Kristen Vasquez has a question. How do you think the jury feels when the witness is asked a question? He says, that has nothing to do with the case.
He's objecting. He's objecting from the witness stand. I object. That's irrelevant. 352. Yeah, he's getting an education. But he's, at some points, I tell you, he's sounding like he's running the show, especially when they were looking at that video most recently. Run it back. Play that back again. Play it back. And Tacopina did, a few times until the judge finally said, all right, enough. We're going to move forward now. We're not going to look at that again. And that video, of course, is causing as many problems as it's helping because you can't see, it's the parking garage video. Right. That parking garage camera is not intended to see altercations on the street. It's to see cars coming and going from the parking structure, where I noticed it was only $20 to park. Not bad in Hollywood. Somebody pointed out in our comments, people keep saying LA, this was Hollywood. Well, it's LA County. It's kind of LA in a broader sense, but that is absolutely right. It's Hollywood. So that's pretty good shit. That's parking. $20 is pretty good. But that's what that camera's for. So it's not designed. So we see, lower halves at most. And the question becomes, who was the aggressor? That's where Joe Tacopina is going. And he's trying to get Relli to admit that he made the first move. He moved. You really can't tell from that video.
Relli won't commit to that. Relli won't commit to anything because he wants to make sure that the video doesn't contradict him there. He's smart enough to know that. Right.
But I think he's saved by the video because it doesn't show. You can interpret it both ways. You can interpret the hand movement you see as defensive or as offensive. It's impossible to tell because you don't see the rest of their body language up to that point. So
if the state has to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, relying on Relli, he shouldn't have to say, I want to see the video over and over again. He shouldn't have to say that. He's trying to see something in that video that supports him, and it doesn't support him.
Right, and to not get caught up in one of his different stories.
Right,
he wants to be consistent with his different stories.
And
He was all
stories, constant, right? Go ahead, Michael. You took the notes.
Yeah, I had one other thought about their relationship, and there was a point at which he was asked whether he was intimidated,
right,
by Rocky. And then he talks about, you can see in that video, the height differential.
That was how whether he was significantly larger. That's where they got.
Yes, and he was, I know he testified earlier that he was 210. Even that changed a little bit today. But he was 210, 6'3", I think he said, and 210. So he's basically trying to say, look, if I wanted to pound this guy, I could pound him, because I'm clearly bigger and more powerful. So he's suggesting that even though I could, I didn't. I was not the aggressor. The jury might buy that.
But Joe wasn't right at it though. He said, so you said 210. Well, 2'5", 2'4". You're significantly larger. And then Relli says, there was an objection, right, about the word significant. That's another argumentative, right? And then he says, well, you're in difference in size. You're a bigger person, right? You're bigger. And Relli says, yeah. So Joe went right at it. There, suggesting that he's bigger and that perhaps that's why Rocky had to protect himself and move him back because this guy's bigger. He's bigger.
Yeah, and again, it makes it more likely that Rocky would feel threatened because the guy is bigger. Right. Whether he acted or not, we just don't know who was the first person to make the move. There was also a point at which he was asked about the difficulty or lack thereof of talking to Rocky. He said he's not scared of talking to Rocky. Is he a difficult person to talk to? And the answer was yes. That was the answer today. Then they brought up, of course, the November 2023 preliminary hearing transcript where he was asked the exact same question. He said, no, well, that was face-to-face. Face-to-face was fine, but not face-to-face was difficult. So he's trying to draw that distinction, I guess, so that he can kind of argue out of both sides of his mouth. I don't know why it would be any different if somebody's talking to somebody face-to-face versus telephone or FaceTime. Is that face-to-face? I don't know. I don't know that it's a distinction with any real difference, but this guy was certainly trying to carve it up that way.
Well, yeah, but I don't know whether he just looked like he was trying to avoid the questions, that he was trying to change, and that he was changing the answers, right, at different times. And he does, and first he said, well, the gun was, I felt the gun in my stomach, but then it was like, well, he pointed out my brains, he pointed out my head. Well, what was it? When did you say that? You never said that before. Now today, all of a sudden, it's in your brains, it's in your, it's at your head. He said, well, he shot at me.
Yeah, in the prelim, he said the gun touched his stomach.
Right.
And today he said, well, no, it was close. And so why did you say it touched your stomach? Well, it was that close. It was so close it could have touched my stomach. Maybe it did. I don't know. And
yeah. And then, but I think with that whole 6-3 and the who pushed and who pulled, we're getting a feeling here that perhaps those knuckle wounds was because there was a punch, right, by Relli at ASAP Rocky, whether it connected with him or whether it connected with like something behind the parking garage and caused that we're almost getting that feeling.
Well, wouldn't we need to hear from the defendant to support that if it is true?
Unless Joe has it from because they're going to fight with each other. Unless he's got it from some of the other witnesses that they were kind of like in a fight, there pushing and pulling, and and he's gonna set it up that Relli was on top, right? He was over here on top and pushed him into the wall there, and that's what you see.
Yes, there's that push versus pull, right? That's
pull, right. Right.
Who's pushing? Is the defendant pushing Relli into the wall, or is Relli pulling the defendant backwards?
And then
I don't know. From looking at it, what do you think?
I looked at it. I thought that it was clear that Relli was the aggressor. To be honest,
that Relli's pulling him back toward him at the wall.
That he's pulling him back to him at the wall. But that's.
I think it's a close call, but that's certainly a reasonable interpretation. I'd have to see more, hear more. At this point, it could go either way.
You mean the case could go the way for?
No, that particular issue, that single issue. Who's pulling? Who's pushing? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what the prosecution needs. The prosecution needs them to get caught up in like that type of little bit of an issue, so they can argue that they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't see how they get there. We're not done. We are just at the beginning of Relli. We're not done.
Even if you construe that one little moment in the prosecution's favor, it doesn't get you there. It's just something. Right.
And we've got all day tomorrow. And that Joe Tacopina, who I thought did a very good job today, he took his time. He didn't get baited. He was prepared with everything. He handled he handled Relli. He handled Lewin. The judge kind of likes him. He handled the judge. I thought that for everything that when people don't like Joe, I thought his style today was just terrific. And he's going to take all day tomorrow. There's no way he's going to let the prosecution go into the weekend and having a redirect.
With their redirect. Yeah, probably true.
And then they can't talk to him over the weekend too. And that really,
not officially. Who knows what might really happen. Some agent of an agent of an agent. We have some questions here that we haven't gotten to. I know you were doing so many of them today.
So many of them I forgot.
Do you know who's working with Joe? Who's working with Joe? What other attorneys?
He's got one of his attorneys, and then he's got local counsel who used to work for Bob Shapiro.
Okay. They're very, they're not second, third, fourth chair. They're really, it's Joe et al. Right? There's nobody else stepping up.
There's no one stepping on. This is Joe's case. I don't even know if you can find anybody doing any other witness unless it's some minor thing. I think Joe's got, I think he's got this case unless there's a minor witness. We don't have the witness list, right?
Right. And I know they pared it down.
Yeah.
I don't know if that 2-week estimate is going to stick as long as Relli has been going. We have a question about Karen Reed, which we can get into. Obviously, I'm on the road here in Canton because tomorrow is one of many hearings in the Karen Reed case. And I went to the court today too. I was in the courtroom, which is only slightly larger than this room that I'm in right now in the hotel. It is easily the smallest court I've ever practiced in or reported from.
Wow.
It's very cool. It's almost like a movie set because it's almost theater in the round. The way they have the pews, I call them the pews.
Yeah,
It's no church. It's no church, but they're kind of diagonally spaced, only about 3 rows on each side. They don't hold that many bodies. And then they have the council tables, obviously, in the well, and then but it is all so close. It's like when people go to watch the taping of a TV show or SNL or whatever, what's the first thing they say? Oh, it's so much smaller than I see it on. That's what you would get the sense of when you walked into this courtroom. I have to say, I get there like 4:20. They close the courthouse at 4:30. And I'm just sniffing around. It's, I want to get a lay of the land. What are my odds of getting in tomorrow based on the size and how early people queue up? Very nice. Everybody was super nice. 3 bailiffs take me up to the courtroom. It's courtroom 25 on the 2nd floor. Nobody's in there. And they leave me in there for a few minutes just to kind of check it out. Then they come back in. We have a little conversation. I rag on the Judicial Credential Center, whatever they call it, out of Boston, the fact that we didn't get a credential. And I do understand why, again, because of the space limitations. But we've beaten this horse. We've beaten this horse many times. They should have just said that. Instead, they said we don't recognize YouTube as media. So they were super nice. And very helpful in saying that the way it works is they have 10 seats for the prosecution team, and by that I mean the non-attorneys, the supporters, I'll call them, and they have 10 seats for the supporters for Karen Reed. If the family, let's say the Karen Reed supporters show up and they have 8, well, those other 2 seats are the only seats that would be open to the public. Same thing if the prosecution someday has 9, well, there's 1 seat open to the public. That's it. So I'm going to get up early, queue up down there, just throw the dice. Who knows? But I'm so glad I got to get in the courtroom, see how this thing is laid out, understand how tight those confines are, and meet the folks there. It's a very cool, old, super old courthouse, and it's like very historic. So that was cool.
Before we go on to what you did, though, the rest of the day in this next question, I just want to point out, Michael, that we did have Kay Schmidt gifted 5 subscriptions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
5 subscriptions. And for that, we want to give you a big shout out, a big shout out, huge. And thank you very much. We've been so busy. We do have a lot of things coming up and hopefully spread the word. But and because of you, we're able to get on the road. Michael used his new Starlink today. There was a great picture, right?
Yeah, it really worked well. It was so easy. People were staring at me like, what the hell is this guy doing? But, it's pretty cool. And then I'm sitting basically in the street, sort of, because that way it's public and nobody can give me a hard time if I'm on some sort of private property. But it worked. I thought it was flawless. It was so simple. Yeah. Oh, and thanks to Ms. Schmidt as well, or Mr. Schmidt, Kay Schmidt, mentioning Rihanna, who was apparently in the courtroom again today. And gave me via TMZ and my buddy Harvey Levin there the wardrobe that she was wearing, which of course very important. I mean, I couldn't believe she was pairing those black pumps with that outfit. But hey, if anybody can do it, I guess Rihanna can.
My black top I changed because it was.
Did you? Is that your after 6 attire?
And then I put on the earrings. I was wearing my flannel earlier today. But that was great. And Kay asked also, did you talk to any of the locals about the Karen Reed case? I assume right.
Definitely did. And they seem to line up on one of 2 sides. I'm so sick of it. I just don't want to even hear about it anymore. Or they're supportive of Karen Reed. I've not talked to anybody supportive of the prosecution. Now, maybe that's just because they aren't talking and I didn't happen to hit on those folks. It wasn't a scientific survey. But the 2 sides were basically, I'm just sick of it overall, and Karen Reed is innocent. So
now you went into one of the bars.
Went into the waterfall.
Talk about your
looks just like it does in the video we see, although it's less grainy and much It's really not a bad place. That grainy video makes it look like it's a dive. It's really not. It looks like it's a bar I'd go hang out in. It's got a lot of TVs for watching sports and stuff. Not very big. Not very big. The video is somewhat representative in terms of the size. It's pretty straight. One shot and some extra seating on what looks like the backside of the bar if you're looking at that video. But it was a nice little place. So.
Did you go into the first bar?
I didn't go into McCarthy's. I didn't get back over there. That one looks, at least from the outside, more like a pub kind of feel, and it is called McCarthy's. It's very dark in the front, and I'll have to get in there tomorrow to see if it looks on the inside like I feel like it might from the outside. Dark wood and low lighting. Like I said, kind of a pub.
You posted 3 videos. The first one we talked about the pub crawl, and you went. How long did it take you to get from McCarthy's to the waterfall?
Yeah, I didn't retime it on the video. The video was only 4 minutes, maybe even less. So I would say 2.5 minutes. And I was walking pretty casually backwards at times to get a different camera angle.
I was walking. You weren't. Excuse me, as I wipe my eye. You weren't. This is what happens when I put makeup on and it hurt.
You dotted your eye, did you?
I dotted my eye.
Okay.
You were walking. You're not driving, right?
Yeah, no, just walking across the street, and a very busy street, as we could tell when I was out there during the lunch Q&A. It's a regular freeway. Right, it's across the street and then down about a block-ish, maybe a little bit more. So yeah, so you can stand at McCarthy's on the sidewalk and see the waterfall. It's very close. That's why I mentioned in my little walk, I wasn't sure why it took 24 minutes, based on the timing information that we're aware of, to get from one to the other. I mean, maybe, we know that they were having issues from the text that they exchanged that morning, that, they hadn't been getting along for a while, I think is one of O'Keefe's notes. So, maybe that walk for them wasn't like it was for me, unobstructed. Just I'm going from here to here. Maybe they were talking, they were, stopping and arguing, or, it took them longer to get there. And I'm guessing they had things to talk about en route because they were with people in McCarthy's and then they were with people in the waterfall. So maybe this was the chance for them to have some quiet time and chat.
Or they were walking with people. I don't know. Were they supposed to be walking alone or together?
I think the two of them were alone, but people were trickling in and out. I mean, as we know, the cast of characters in this thing, you need a Venn diagram to determine who was with whom at what time.
So I don't know if I should give you your Fifth Amendment rights, but he wants to know, did you have 10 drinks?
No, I had 0 drinks. I didn't have the 5 that again, Karen Reed was served 5 drinks in the hour and a half that she was at McCarthy's. We don't know how much of those she drank. I think there was some testimony, but I get the sense that everybody involved in this has a very high tolerance for alcohol, cops and civilians alike. So
unlike your pod partner. So then everyone should look at it. You took a little bit of a drive to 34 Fairview, which is what?
Yeah, I was curious first of all just to take the drive, and I did, and then I said, real time would be more helpful. Maybe people can just kind of see what it was like and imagine making that drive that night, maybe after 5 drinks. I don't know, but it's a pretty uneventful. I think it took me 4.5 minutes. It's says 5 on most of the like on Waze or on Google Maps. Pretty straightforward shot, and the neighborhood we heard so much about in the trial that it was cool to see it, and the different street signs that were referenced by different folks, how you can only turn left onto Fairview coming from the direction of the bar. So yeah, it was good. It's very good just to put that all in the proper frame. We've had some comments, and I've been back and forth with one of our chatters, and I lost the name. I apologize. Kristen, I think it was, or Christina. Kristen. I was making an issue out of this Apple info that suggests that John O'Keefe went up and down 3 flights of stairs in various segments, I guess.
Right.
And this comment was, well, hey, that was because Karen Reed did a 3-point turn at some point in the road on the way there, because we know she didn't quite get a direct beeline. And having been there, most of it's flat as a pancake. It is just flat. So even if you attribute that rise and fall in elevation, I don't know where that would have come on the roadway. So still investigating that, but I think it's something the prosecution has to address, because the defense argument obviously is he went in the house, there was an altercation in the basement, he's up and down, then he staggers out, is tossed out, ends up on the front lawn where he ultimately dies. So
Yeah, or maybe you had a relationship with Chloe, the dog, in some manner.
a relationship, is that what you said? Okay.
Well, I don't know whether I was trying to be Lil Woody or whether I was being really.
Yeah, quite the relationship. It didn't end well, I'll tell you that.
That was the case. It didn't end well. But then you parked the car. I saw that I watched all your videos. You parked the car. Where? And did you get any reaction?
No, it was super quiet in the neighborhood itself. Just, I don't even know if one car ever passed in the time that I was there. Nobody walked by, no bicycles, nobody. So very quiet neighborhood in general. And today it's just dead, really.
Park in front of Fairview?
What's that?
Did you park in front of 34 Fairview?
Yeah, I was right. I was in the bushy area next door, so that I could shoot across the property and get a perspective there, because the fire hydrant was there, the flagpole. Those are both very identifiable elements in everything that's been presented in trial. We know where John O'Keefe's body was in relation to those things. So
that's pretty interesting. Really interesting to watch. It's so much. It's just like when I tell people, when you have a case, you have to go to the scene, because you get a whole different perspective when you go to the scene there and understand where everything is. Did you recall whether the jury had jury view? I think
they did. They did. They had a jury view. Of course, it was, blazing hot. It was in the summer. So today, like I've said, it was roughly, 3 years ago. I think yesterday was the official anniversary date, the 29th. And that was the big snowstorm that came, covered up John O'Keefe. There's snow on the ground there now, but it's all patchy and it's melting. But it's still a whole lot closer to the way it was 3 years ago than it was when the jury visited. And they had the SUV. Remember, it was parked out front. The Lexus was parked out front for the jury view. There it was with its missing, tail light on the right side. But it was there so the jury could see everything at the same time.
Right. Oops, that's my... I forgot to turn Alexa off. Alexa, dismiss. Alexa, dismiss. He's a little late.
Just tell her, no.
Alexa, actually, if you curse at her, she shuts down. I want to give you a secret.
Say, Alexa, no speaking objections.
no, Alexa, no speaking objections. Thank you, Alexa. I should see if I can program that in. She's a little late. That was her reminding me that we had a show at 7:00.
Oh, good. Well, she's late. Here's what you missed. Kristen has this follow-up question about the blizzard. Do you think someone could walk from the waterfall to the home where the owner of the pizza place lives? I'm trying to remember that exact location, to be honest with you. I can't remember. Somebody wants to send that along, I'll look it up if I have to, but I'm lazy. So if somebody wants to send that along, I might be able to answer that question and actually figure it out. You really could walk from the waterfall to 34 Fairview if for some reason you needed to. Remember, this was not their house, so they were going to be driving. It's about an 18-minute walk. But I don't know if you want to do that as an incoming snowstorm is, heading your way, right?
That's a really good question. By the way, man, it was I learned that when somebody was here and told my Alexa to shut the F up, and I said,
and it rebelled.
And then she goes, like that.
So it just shuts down. Hal, I can't open the pod bay doors.
That is from. It's from
2001, A Space Odyssey. The pizza place. Remember, it was owned by a friend, and so they were going to go there after hours. And I want to say it was D&B, but I think that's wrong. So I'm going to have to look it up. But that's the distance that we're trying to figure out.
Now, did your phone register any inclines? Did you look to see whether you registered any inclines?
Well, first of all, I don't have an Apple, so of course it's never going to tell me. But my brain did, and the only time there are any real inclines is, I mentioned there's a number of waterways, and maybe just one that snakes its way around. You go over it a couple of times, but there's a slight incline as you go up and over the bridge, the abutment that covers that little river. Not a lot of elevation, really, at all. It's not like these are, the mountains of Canton. It's pretty darn flat.
Everyone's reminding you it's D&E Pizza. Right?
Ah, good. Thank you.
It's owned by Chris Albert, okay?
Yes.
And,
D&E Pizza and Subs, as a matter of fact. And I think they have more than one. I don't think so, do they? I can't remember.
I don't know. I wasn't at the scene.
Well, you remember it from the trial before, because that was their deal. It's like, you know how it ends when the bar is basically getting ready to close, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And they were talking about, let's go and get a pizza because we know the owners, or they are the owners, and they'll just whip something up for us. So the kind of their way to keep the party going.
Yeah, no, yeah, the crime scene didn't speak to me, and Alexa, I don't think is going to be speaking to me either, because I just, this was her chance to be on stage, and she missed it. Speaking about being on stage, though, I do want to say one thing, Michael. There was a we've been talking about this, and there was a big tragedy last night.
Yes.
That was just a plane crash, 62 people, the largest one in a quarter of the century in the United States. 14 members of the skating team, both from the United States and other countries, just annihilated, and in an accident that we all think we're all safe when we are 100 feet above the runway. But I have to tell you, from representing my wide body pilot, 67 now it is, thank you, my wide body pilot, Tammy Blakey, who was the first female captain of a wide body pilot, she educated me that the most dangerous times in a plane are the first 2 minutes of takeoff and the last 2 minutes until your wheels are on the ground. That's when you can get killed. So it was a real rude awakening for me, but it didn't surprise me that an accident happened. But this is such a tragedy. It's always a tragedy. There's not much.
It's horrible. It hasn't been since 2009 that we've had fatalities in a U.S. aircraft. And this, I'm a private pilot. I have an instrument rating, so I'm always keyed in on these kinds of things, and I'm wondering, okay, what went wrong? And if you look at the video where it looks like the chopper is almost chasing this aircraft, you start thinking intentional versus negligent. What was really happening there. But the more we've learned about it, the more it sounds like, and I've got a good friend who's an air traffic controller. They had one less air traffic controller in the tower than they should have had, and that one air traffic controller was actually handling 2 planes at once. Which is also unusual. And here's what happens when you're in the cockpit and you're talking to air traffic control, and you're in what's called VFR, that's visual flight rules. That means see and avoid, look out the window. You're going to be given cues, but generally your eyeballs are your best piece of equipment, compared to IFR, which is instrument flight rules, where you can fly in the clouds, in the fog, and you're just going on instruments, and you're really then relying on air traffic control because they got radar and they can tell you where people are. But what can happen is, as you are getting some sort of traffic alert from air traffic control, they might say, a Cherokee 69 Echo, do you have traffic at 11 o'clock? It's a commercial plane. And then the response should be, first of all, it might be checking, since you're checking. And then it might be, I have traffic at 11 o'clock, or I don't have the traffic. From what we hear in these radio transmissions, the helicopter said, I have the traffic. And the theory is that it had some traffic, like maybe another plane that was in the area, because it's a very congested area, but not that airplane. And if he truly hit it from the rear, that's what they're saying. He came up on it from the rear.
Right. And you can see that in the video, actually. Also, it was a training flight to train one of the people in.
Yeah, well, I looked into that a little bit more too, because if you're a pilot, even a low-level pilot like me, then every 3 years you have to have a check ride. It's called a check ride. It doesn't mean I don't know how to fly. It just means they want you to be proficient, right? And so this was that kind of ride. It was a check ride for somebody else. So not like, hey, here's a newbie that needs training. It was somebody that was just having a check ride to remain proficient, and they called it a training because it wasn't an official mission. It was.
In the wide body pilots, it's called the bet your job day, because you have to go in and you have to go do everything for your proficiency every certain period of time, as you know. And it's they say it's bet your job day because you pass. But here's
it's horrible. It's horrible, and
I just thought, because we were covering, we should mention something like this because it's so horrible. It just so hard.
Yeah, it is. We can't ignore it. And did you know, I just learned this today, 6 of the skaters were from here. 6 of the victims.
Yeah.
2 were teenage skaters, 2 were parents, the moms of each of those, and then there were 2 coaches. So that's 6 of the folks on that plane.
Yeah, and 14 total were skaters somewhere from other countries.
Mhm.
When and he won't mind me saying this. Neil was on today, and he's going to co-host with you Monday night.
Yeah.
He recently lost his son, 21-year-old son. My husband lost his son just before we were married. When you are a parent and you lose a child, there's nothing that can ever. It's the most horrendous thing ever. And so for all those parents that lost children, not for everybody, any death is important, but there's just something about losing a child, I think, especially when you think of such a patient that you can't fathom it, and you wonder how people deal with it. And I read an article the other day because I recently had a client who just died. And it talked about how Native Americans, the Lakota tribe, for instance, think that when you're in grief, you have that grief, you're probably the most awake to what's around you and to things that your child did and to things that you should have been awake about before about your family. And I just say to everybody, it's just take every moment. It's precious.
Yep, I can't even imagine, and I'm going to call my son as soon as we're done. Yeah, it's horrific, and thoughts and prayers to all of those family members that are going to be dealing with this forever.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's a tough one.
Well, it's something we should talk about because we're talking
Of course. It's not like we don't acknowledge it. We obviously we know.
Acknowledge it and acknowledge all the people that died, and hopefully, there'll be some changes in whatever so that this doesn't happen again. Because we kind of laughed today at Relli because no one died. But, in Karen Reed, that somebody did die, whether you take sides or not. In most of the cases we cover, somebody dies. And death is something that, the people left behind are the ones that are truly in grief.
Let me circle back to the question about whether I thought somebody in a blizzard could walk from the waterfall to the pizza joint. Well, it's only 450 feet. It's kind of circuitous because you have to cross Washington Street, but I'm guessing jaywalking is not out of the question for these folks. So that would make it even shorter distance. And because, as you recall, the storm was just beginning, right, at midnight, 12:15. It was just beginning. The big heavy snow didn't come till after 2 o'clock. So in my opinion, having been right along this route, it'd be a piece of cake to walk from the waterfall to the pizza joint. Wow. Easy. Yeah, 2 minutes, maybe.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right, going back to the other trial we covered, Jenny has a question about the Rocky trial. How was Lewin able to object when he didn't do direct? Did they not have a one-word rule? This has come up a number of times.
I know, because people who watch this stuff are smart, and they've seen trial after trial after trial, and this is like, what the hell's going on? How is he objecting when he didn't examine the witness on direct? So go ahead, you can explain this time.
Well, apparently this judge has a thing in this courtroom. Every judge can have a little different rule in this courtroom that you can have that. As in California, it is allowed, but you're not going to have 2 people objecting. So you can't have Paul AP objecting. So you got to pick one, and they could pick the other person to object on the basis maybe they know the court rules better. I think they pick Lewin to object on the basis that they think that he's a foe that could equal Joe Tacopina. From what I saw today, I'm not sure that was necessary.
Yeah, and the thing is, and I think Lewin is oblivious to this, the jury gets annoyed. The jury is not enamored by this guy like, man, look at him, what a tough dude, what a bulldog. No, they're annoyed. But he doesn't know that, and I'm sure he doesn't care.
Right. Yeah, maybe in Durst because, everyone was against Durst, but not in this case where you're trying to find, really what happened, right? They're trying to see what happened here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, we've seen it in our chats, and we've certainly heard it, they think this is a crap case anyway. I mean, it's just, you hear that, why is this taking taxpayer dollars and jury members' time for this case? And so far, I can't say it's well spent time or money.
Yep. All right. So well, wait a second. Jenny said, thank you. I was confused before. There was one, the other Karen, by the way. We hope
Other
it's not-
Karen.
Yes, make that distinction because now Karen is like pejorative. It was
I know.
ridiculous. Not Arch. But do you think YouTube will recognize as media since President Trump has changed the media criteria, allowing anyone who has media? I don't know. Massachusetts seems to be a place of its own, doesn't it?
On many levels, yes. Yes, they are. So
Yeah.
luckily, not everybody is that way. Some have stepped into not to mention the 21st century. How about the 20th century? So,
But you were great on the road. You have to understand, Michael was out in the cold last night in Connecticut.
yeah, I apologize. It would have been so much nicer if I could have hung out there and we could have chatted more. But I'm telling you, I'm not a wimp, but it was freezing. It was like 20. It was 26, which is not horrible, but there was a breeze as well. I think the real feel was like 10 or less.
Yeah,
And
but you should have been in like 2 coats. And
I just couldn't hack it. I couldn't hack it. I had to
yeah,
seek
and also,
coverage in the
and then
waterfall.
behind the scenes, let me give you a little behind the scenes. We had to test our mini Starlink out last night, so he was also in the cold, in the dark, in Connecticut last night. Maybe we'll get a photograph of you next week when we're doing a video up there, or of you in the cold last night, testing out the lights in case we need lights.
That's right, and it was fine. It worked, and today it worked. Of course, it was sunny, but still, I had a light that I could use, so I didn't look like I was, in the shadows. So it worked out great. I can't wait to use it again. You still have more to your story?
I'm complimenting you.
Oh,
And then not only that, he got up and he had to drive 2.5 hours to Canton, okay? And then go to all of these different places, take these videos, put them on YouTube, get on our chat with us at 3:00, go back, do more runs to the courthouse and all, and then come back and get on our chat again. So, Michael Bryant, you are the star today.
I'm exhausted. You did hour and a half or more? And I don't mean just listening, but it was all chatting. So good on you.
Yeah, and I wasn't drunk because somebody last night said on videos, they think I'm drunk because I talk too much. I mean, I'm not drunk.
I do think that's funny. All comments. We welcome all comments. What that drink needs is vodka. I can tell you that. It just looks like a nice and an umbrella. That's what it needs.
Well, that means on the beach or but thank you for Missy, ma'am. And
Missy was I hope everything's well. She had to take a little quick trip for some PT, but she gets the marathon award.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be splitting time again because we have the hearing in Karen Reed. I don't expect it to go all that long, and of course, now that I've said that, I've cursed the whole operation. It's going to go longer than it should. But remember, this is just, unless they work on a few other items that are not technically on calendar.
When is it starting? 9 a.m.?
Yeah, and this is supposed to be just the reconsideration motion by Gretchen Voss, the reporter for Boston Magazine, to keep her notes private. The notes, I believe, from a third interview she did when the attorneys were not there. Remember, 2 interviews, one in June of 23, one in July of 23. Attorneys were there. Then she did a third one. No recording, no attorneys, just her handwritten notes. Prosecution wants those. The court said, yes, you can have them. This is a motion to reconsider that decision. So it should not take very long. We'll see. And then we'll have ASAP Rocky in the mix.
So thank you, Jerome Street, getting our super sticker person, $4.99 donation to Justice Serve TV. So we're going to try to stream. The plan is, so you all know, poor Missy's like, she's going to be like exhausted. She's going to need to go to the beach.
Is she flipping us off, or is she? Oh no, she's giving us the double thumbs up.
She's giving the thumbs up. She's going to be streaming. We're going to try to bring in the stream without us being on, because hopefully you'll be in the courtroom, right? Or are you going to be on at 9 o'clock? Because that means I have to be dressed and made up also.
No, I'm going to get up very early and ugly and go and hang out and see what happens. And
if you can get in there, and I'll see you sometime probably I have a feeling by 9:30, but if not, as soon as court finishes, we'll be on. But you may be doing stand up as the court's going on, stand up from the courthouse. So we're not quite sure, because we're not sure.
It's got to be flexible. Play it by ear.
Play it by ear, and then we'll when it all finishes, we'll try to do something on that, and then we have a 4:30 wrap up, which will hopefully try to be right in the. It may not be the wrap up of the whole the whole ASAP Rocky, but I think we'll have a good feeling by then. That should be the afternoon break, right?
Yep.
And you have to drive 2.5 hours home.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. So no big deal.
Right. So that's our plan. So hopefully we'll see you, and then we'll see where we're going next week when we get through tomorrow. And remember, we're also lawyers. We also have our own work to do.
You got to squeeze some of that in there.
We will.
All right. Well, until tomorrow, Michael Bryant, please try to do the right thing.
And I'm Linda Kenny Baden, and together we are Justice Served TV. And please subscribe, like, share, and hit that notify button, and we'll see you tomorrow.